And we have back into the shadows of the woods, or should I say into the shadowy woods. We have people on here. Grandmaster UV, sup, bro? Yep. And we have Grandmaster UV, bro. I know. Thank you for the chats, and we're having a good time tonight. Grandmaster UV, we're talking about the Bigfoot UFO alien phenomenon. How is Bigfoot related to UFOs and aliens? We just talked about this guy who shot these two Bigfoots who retrieved from him, who are also both all of these parties, the man and the Bigfoots, were also nearby a UFO that then disappeared after the man had shot these two Bigfoot. I hope you're enjoying the article, folks, and I hope you're enjoying it too, Grandmaster UV, and stick around as we have a bit more fun talking about this subject. But either way, but to continue. It was roughly 1:00 a.m. when Stan Gordon arrived on the scene, and having been alerted to the Palmer encounter by a local police officer, one who had been apprised of the facts, and along with Gordon were fellow investigators Dennis Smeltzer, Fred Pitt, David Smith, and George Lutz. They met with Palmer, who proceeded to tell them of his unearthly encounter with the two Bigfoot and the UFO. Then, quite out of the blue, something horrifying occurred. Palmer's breathing changed to the extent that he was literally panting heavily and deeply, and he broke into a deep guttural growl and knocked both his own father and Lutz to the field floor, and that was only the short start of things. Pitt found himself unable to breathe properly. Smitzer felt faint, and Palmer fell to the ground, having apparently passed out. A powerful, rotten odor of brimstone suddenly dominated the cold night air. Now, when you hear brimstone, you start thinking about demons or witches, right, folks? That's also been a reported smell that people have seen in supernatural encounters. Not sure about Bigfoot and aliens. I've heard that some people have smelled, I guess, what's the word? Not brimstone. There's another smell that people have smelled during alien encounters that has something to do with or at least something to do with phenomenon with devils and demon phenomenon and demon possession. Some other smell. Brimstone is it's a well-known element, stuff like that people smell. It smells like rotten eggs. I can't remember the name for it and stuff like that. Was it brimstone? I don't think so. It was another sort of element and stuff like that. But either way, they started smelling that rotten odor smell of brimstone. Suddenly dominated this smell dominated the cold night air. The terrified group knew that it was vital that they get out of the field, and quickly too, before things got even worse. Later, when Palmer regained consciousness, he told Gordon and his team that Palmer, while in his passed out state, had seen before him a sickle-carrying, dark-robed figure. Okay, so Death himself was walking that field that night, huh? Some people also say that they've seen Death himself. You know, the typical black cloak skull skeleton creature with a long scythe. Some people do think that they've seen this creature, this scythe-wielding skeleton monster, who is known as, the Angel of Death, or just Death. So he was walking that field as well. So we have Death, Bigfoot, and a UFO as well, all basically being on this particular field. Now I have to ask, folks, is this field actually a normal field, or is this field basically, has it been known to have paranormal things happen on it? Because people do say that sometimes plots of land or certain areas of the world are just prone for people to see supernatural phenomena. Either way, we have now death involved. So let's continue. Yeah, when Palmer, while he was passed out, stated he had seen before him a sickle-carrying, dark-robed figure that warned him the human race was on the verge of destroying itself, and would do exactly that unless it curbs its violent instincts. That is interesting. That is certainly interesting. Right. Let me go over here, folks. We have 4 watching. We have 5 watching. We have 6 watching. That's pretty good. So let's continue with this, folks.
Hey, Siri.
Even stranger than that, a couple of weeks later, Palmer was visited at his home by 2 Air Force officers. Oh, boy. Now we have the men in black, or at least the military, involved. Either way, one was in uniform and the other in plain clothes. It became very clear and very quickly that the pair knew all about Palmer's weird encounter and the later experience. They were confided in him. They knew of that both UFOs and Sasquatch were genuine. There was a specific reason for the visit. First, they showed Palmer a number of photos of Bigfoot creatures and wanted to know if, The beast he encountered resembled them. Second, they asked if Palmer would be willing to be placed into a hypnotic state to ensure that the military secured all the relevant data. Palmer agreed, and with all of the information in hand, the two men got up, thanked Palmer, and left, despite telling Palmer they would keep him informed on any future developments. They failed to do so. Of course they did. They're the military. They need to keep secrets. They weren't going to basically let some ordinary citizen, some civvy, know anything top secret, except what he already knew. And I don't like the fact that he basically let himself be hypnotized by these two men. That just feels outright like you're just inviting them to basically mess with your head. Either way, he never saw them again. It was a fitting end to a case steeped in mystery. One of the most fascinating cases of relevancy comes from James C. Wyatt of Memphis, Tennessee. He shared the story with the aforementioned paranormal expert Brad Stager, a copy of his Wyatt's grandfather's journal from 1888. It described the old man's exposure to the Bigfoot phenomenon way back in the 19th century. The location was the Humboldt Meridian in northwestern California. It was while in the area on one particular day that Wyatt's grandfather encountered a tribesman carrying a plate of raw meat. Puzzled, he asked what it was for. I've heard about this story as well. This old man with this plate of meat, fed a Bigfoot with a cone-shaped head. Either way, the man was puzzled by this old man carrying this meat. He asked what it was for. After pondering on things for a while, the man motioned Wyatt Sr. to follow him. On arriving at a cave built into a cliff face, he was shocked to see a huge hair-covered man-like beast. It was, however, quite docile and enthusiastically ate the meat provided for him. It was then that Wyatt's grandfather got the full story. The beast, nicknamed Crazy Bear, had supposedly been brought to the forests from the stars. Nothing less than a small moon had descended, ejecting both the creature and several others of its kind. The moon was reportedly piloted by very human-looking entities that always waved at the Indians as they dumped the hairy beasts on the land. James C. Wyatt asked Brad Stager, who is to say the crazy bears weren't exiled to our planet for some crime or other infraction of the laws of another planet. On a very similar path, the respected investigator Lon Stickler says researcher and author Kawani Lepsudis maintains that the Bigfoot race was brought to Earth by the Star People. Long before human civilization even existed, his evidence is the creature's use of telepathic communications, alleged hundreds of joint Bigfoot UFO sightings going back over 100 years, and their theoretical physics. He also stated that the conventional Bigfoot investigators have not found the creature because they are limited in their belief that Bigfoot is simply a relic hominid that never became extinct. It sounds interesting, isn't it, folks? Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah. That really may be true, Lepsudis said in an interview. But in addition to that, Bigfoot may literally be, as I've discovered, a paraphysical, interdimensional native people that have told me and other people telepathically that they were brought here millions of years ago by their friends, the Star People. Stickler adds, I recently received a telephone call from a woman in British Columbia who said she was the daughter of a Kudone shaman. She stated that most native tribes seem to believe Sasquatch is a non-physical creature. Some tribal elders mentioned that they have seen the creature shapeshift into a wolf. She said her father thought that the creatures lived in another dimension from our physical plane, but can come here as it wishes. Going back to the aforementioned Jack Lepsudis, it's worth expanding on his views on the Bigfoot phenomenon. When the creatures were brought to our world by visiting extraterrestrials in times long past, says Lepsudis. Lepsuritis. Is his name really Lepsurtis? Lepsurtis, I guess. Okay, either way. And he mentioned that, let's move on though. let's move on with the article now and stuff like that. Any mention of the legendary and macabre Men in Black inevitably provokes imagery of an X-Files type nature. Imagery filled with tales of conspiracy and cover-up. Its effect, however, in a decidedly strange fact too, that the MIB don't just turn up in UFO-related events. They seem to have a deep fascination for strange creatures, too. In 1967, the Men in Black turned up in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, when sightings of the famous red-eyed winged Mothman were at their height. Then in the early 1970s, a lake monster researcher named Ted Holliday had an encounter of the MIB variety on the shores of Loch Ness, all of which brings up the MIB. Bigfoot connection, a particularly strange story that falls perfectly into this category, reached my attention in mid-2007 and occurred only a week or so earlier. It came from a married couple, Donnie and Lynn, who lived on the outskirts of Oklahoma City. It all began, I was told, in the heart of the Ouachita, Ouachita National Forest, Oklahoma. Certainly, it's a forest that could easily hide far more than a few Bigfoot. Let me go back over here real quick, folks. Ooh, we have 3, 2 watching. Not too bad. 1 currently watching. Yeah, right. Hope you're enjoying the stream, folks. I'm enjoying making it for you. Either way, let's continue where these people are in this Ouachita National Forest, Oklahoma, where they're basically looking for Bigfoot as well as aliens, or at least they're talking about a story that involved both Bigfoot and aliens in this story. So let's get into it now. Let's get into it and read the rest of the story. The Forest Service says the Ouachita National Forest covers 1.8 million acres and Central Arkansas. In Central Arkansas. Yeah, let me try that again. In Central Arkansas and southeastern Oklahoma. Headquartered in Hot Springs, Arkansas, the forest is managed for multiple uses, including timber and wood production, watershed protection and improvement, habitat for wildlife and fish species, including threatened and endangered ones, wilderness area management, minerals leasing, and outdoor recreation. Okay, minerals leasing, or should I say mineral leasing, or is it? Yeah, I guess it's mineral leasing and outdoor recreation. Enjoy camping, hiking, biking, sink driving, trail riding, water recreation, fishing, hunting, and more. Donnie and Lynn intended on doing at least several of these things. Instead, however, they encountered the United States' most famous monster. It was around dusk, and husband and wife were strolling along the winding paths of the tree-shrouded Ouachita National Recreation Trail when Donnie was so overwhelming sense that they were not alone and that their every move was being watched and scrutinized by animalistic eyes. Donnie's sixth sense, one that we have all displayed from time to time, was right on target. Here's another book from Nick Redfern, Man Monkey, as does come ever since the man donned in the cut. Nick Redfern's In Search of the British Bigfoot, Man Monkey. Okay. I love the article. I've heard about this story about this guy who was back in, I guess, the 1800s, who was driving on one of those horse and buggies, but was suddenly attacked in England by what he described as a man monkey, or should I say the monkey thing of Worcestershire or something. It's an old legend and stuff like that apparently happened to this guy. The creature basically screamed at him and then literally disappeared like it was a ghost. So maybe it was an alien or maybe it was a spirit. We don't know. Maybe it was an interdimensional interloper and stuff like that. And that's why it disappeared without attacking this guy. But either way, this picture here describes what happened to this man when he was back in the 1800s in England, when he was attacked by this weird ape creature. Is it possible that it was an alien or an interdimensional interloper? Perhaps, folks. We don't exactly know the real truth of these stories either. Yeah, let me read this part. The British Bigfoot goes in hand with paranormal activity and UFO phenomenon too. That is great. That is very true, folks. Ah, we have another chat from Grandmaster UV. Yeah, this is awesome. We were talking about Bigfoot UFOs earlier on Witness Citizen channel. I'm glad of it. I'm glad for you. I'm very glad, Grandmaster UV. It means you're ready to basically, it means you're ready to listen to more of these sorts of stories, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. That's very good. Before we continue, let me go over here. Wow, we have 8 watching. That's great. We have 9 watching, and we have 10 watching. Another great live stream, folks, and I thank you all for listening to me. Let's continue, and please share this video out and hit that like button, as well as please share this video out. In seconds, a massive, hair-covered figure emerged from trees at a distance of what was barely 20 feet or so. Yeah, this is the man and woman who were in Arkansas, or should I say in the Ochita National Forest, and when they were on their walk across this, on their walk, and in seconds, a massive, yeah, in seconds, yeah, when they were on their walk, I should clarify a bit more, folks. They felt like they were being watched by some sort of animal or something. And in seconds, a massive hair-covered figure emerged from the trees at a distance of what was barely 20 feet or so. And when I say massive, the couple was talking of something that stood between 8.5 and 9 feet tall. A genuine giant. Neither Donnie nor Lynn had any prior interest in the Bigfoot mystery, but they instantly knew what they were looking at. The legendary Sasquatch. They told me the creature was male. Its anatomy made that much clear, somewhat embarrassed. Lynn said that its manhood was visible, but tiny. They did not know it, but gorillas, for example, are noted for being far less well endowed in that sense. Their words on this aspect of the Bigfoot's, well, yeah, their words on this aspect of the Bigfoot's appearance actually helped bolster their story. In addition, the creature had a conical head, a huge chest, and thick legs. Perhaps not surprisingly, seeing the thing at close quarters caused Lynn to fall to the ground, her legs giving way beneath her. Donnie could only stare with a mixture of awe, fear, and dread. For a moment, the Bigfoot merely stared at them, and then something totally unforeseen occurred. Bigfoot spoke to the shocked couple, not literally, but in a fashion that they could only describe as telepathy. Both Donnie and Lynn heard the following words, filled their heads, but in a soothing female voice. Do not be afraid. You will not be harmed. Do not come close. Hardly surprising, the pair did exactly what they were told to do. For a few moments, at least, Donnie decided after 20 seconds or so that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to capture evidence of the creatures that science and zoology tell us do not exist. He slowly reached into his backpack and pulled out his digital camera. In a second, the voice filled his head again, although not that of Lynn. Interestingly, do not. It was as if Donnie suggested to me that the creature understood perfectly what a camera was and what it could do, and therefore instantly took steps to prevent the pair from securing evidence of the beast's existence. The creature then strode towards them, as Donnie also dropped to his knees, and the couple clung to each other tightly. Fortunately, there was no violent attack on them. Instead, the Bigfoot leaned in close, and yet again they heard a female voice say, "You will not be hurt, and you need not fear. Go one more time. I will see you." They didn't need telling again, and managed to scramble to their shaking legs and backed away, finally breaking into a hysterical run, looking back until the creature could no longer be seen. The weirdness, however, was far from over. Over the course of the next few nights, both Donnie and Lynn had vivid, traumatic dreams of several silver-eyed Bigfoot looming over their bed, warning them never to talk of what they had encountered in the Ochita National Forest. Notably, on the final night of the nightmarish dreams, Donnie woke up with a sudden jolt as the dream reached its peak and actually saw the creatures in the bedroom, which suddenly dematerialized before his eyes. This led the couple to think that the dreams were not normal dreams based around a recent traumatic event. They came to the belief that Bigfoot can dematerialize, and even penetrate our dream states. Could very well be true, folks. Very, very interesting, to say the least. Whew. What do you think about that? Do you think Bigfoot has such abilities? It would certainly explain why we're not able to basically capture evidence of him if he's able to basically dematerialize from this world and materialize into it at will. Perhaps he basically, as we read earlier, folks, Bigfoot is some sort of interdimensional interloper. And he basically comes from another universe. But at will, he can materialize into our world. Does that make him some sort of ghost? Well, some people do subscribe to the same powers of materialization, or basically walking through walls, or telepathic communication, or basically flying, or literally appearing at will to ghosts as well. So maybe there is some merit to basically some people or tribes, Native American tribes, describing that Bigfoot is some sort of spirit. But then again, people do subscribe that, or should I say, people do think Bigfoot is a physical entity. So if he is an interdimensional interloper, he is actually a living being who is able to travel to this world at will, and not just a ghost. But then again, the ghost phenomenon also seems to play into this sort of phenomenon as well, doesn't it, folks? All of it is very interesting to talk about and to think about and to speculate exactly what any of these creatures are, what aliens are, what UFOs are, what even Bigfoot is, if we're alone in the universe or if we're not alone. Well, let's finish off this, or should I say, let's finish off this article now. The pair did not see the creatures again, either physically or in dreams, but there was still more to come. On the next night, both were woken from their slumber in the early hours by a thin beam of light that arcs across the darkened bedroom. It was coming through the gap in the curtains of the open window. Donnie raced to the window and caught sight of two things: a number of strange small balls of light that flittered around the woods that surrounded their home, and illuminated by a bright moon and motion detector lights. A man dressed in a dark suit and a trench coat, and wearing an old 1950s style fedora hat, which is the typical costume of the Men in Black, realizing that he had been seeing the MIB retreated into the woods in the same direction as the eerie globes of light. A couple more weird things occurred, including several days of static on the couple's landline, another classic aspect of MIB encounters, and strange howling coming from the woods. Okay, so there might be even dogmen that were encountered in the story as well. Or should I say, the dogmen were also interested in the story, not just Bigfoot, because Bigfoot has been known to basically be howl in the woods, as well as the dogmen basically known to basically make howling sounds. So could that also be what happened here? Either way, they heard this howling coming from the woods, and then nothing, despite having told me of the event when the creatures had firmly told them never to speak of it. No harm came to Donnie and Lynn. Unfortunately, there was no solid answers for them either. Like it or not, or like it or don't like it. But yeah, like it or don't like it. But there is a Bigfoot UFO alien connection. Yeah. Most certainly, with all this evidence that we've read here tonight, folks, I guess not evidence, but all these stories and continuing stories of people encountering weird phenomena that basically seem to be related.
We made it through a political
related to each other. How is it that Bigfoot and aliens are related at all? Why? What is the interest that aliens have in Bigfoot? Are they studying the Bigfoot as they are studying us? Do they abduct Bigfoot for experimentation? Is the people who basically encounter, or are the men and women who encountered both Bigfoot and UFOs, did they basically get into something they did not know anything about? Or perhaps this alien, this couple, or should I say, maybe the Bigfoot they encountered was some sort of, I guess, uplifted animal. Have you ever heard of one thing, folks, in science fiction, there's the notion of uplifted animal. That's where you basically engineer an animal to have the intelligence of a human and stuff like that, and able to communicate with it. Perhaps these aliens uplifted.
He's
perhaps
also studied and
uplifted
verified under the microscope, under
more advanced intellects,
like the scientific analysis.
Maybe they were doing this for
John
some sort of experiment.
leftover
This is what this couple
transportational metal
encountered.
samples,
They encountered Bigfoot
proving
in the woods.
and
They
showing
even gave it some sort of, or should I say, the Bigfoot, the aliens gave this Bigfoot some sort of telepathic ability to communicate. And what was with these other, I guess, silver-eyed Bigfoot that were seen in this couple's, well, I guess in the couple's cabin when they were trying to sleep? Why were these aliens so persistent? What is the actual truth about any of this? All of it, as I said, is speculative, but certainly intriguing and fascinating. What is the truth about any of this? Well, because that they are just, I guess, immigrants. Do these alien beings who basically control these spacecraft basically immigrate these creatures to the planet because they could live more naturally here. And if with the abilities that these Bigfoot seem to have, the ability to turn invisible, dematerialize, materialize wherever they want, telepathically communicate with people, and basically possibly even, well, don't forget the fact that they're 8 to 9 feet tall, have superhuman strength, and the ability to basically flatten anyone they wish. Certainly, I guess that these creatures don't really have to fear anything from mankind. It's certainly if they're as powerful as people think they are, especially if they are able to basically travel to another dimension where they actually live. And it's only if they want to be seen by us, or if they want to come to this universe or to this world, is that it's well within their power to do so. I mean, even if we were to attack Bigfoot, it could be that he would just dematerialize into this other world and be safe there. And what is the relation to aliens, as well as, well, I guess cryptoterrestrials and other paranormal phenomenon? Is there any link at all between ghosts and aliens or Bigfoot as well? Because a lot of the stories we read tonight, folks, remind me of I guess, ghost phenomenon. Could it be when you die, you become a ghostly being, and you travel, and the afterlife is the same world where Bigfoot lives, as well as aliens live? Could that be the truth as well? Maybe. It's something that people have said before as well. So is there a connection between aliens and Bigfoot? Considering what we've read tonight, folks, it would certainly point to that fact being true. Because if the abilities of the Bigfoot actually exist, then certainly Bigfoot is no mere hominid. He's something far more than anything anyone can really guess. That is something that is so much fun to talk about, isn't it, folks? But I guess we're at the end of this live stream. I'm going to take, we have 8 people watching, 9 people watching. Yeah, not bad. We had 10 people watching at the height. But as I said, folks, feel free to leave a few chats down below, or chats in the, leave a few chats what you think about this. Or you can basically leave a few comments down below talking about this as well. But we're at the end of this video, so please go subscribe to my YouTube channel, Read Comics They're Bad For You, okay? The there is misspelled. It's there, a regular T-H-E-R-E, there, not there as it's supposed to be spelled. It's purposely misspelled so it's easier to find me. Then again, maybe I should just basically rename my channel, huh? Or rename my channel, huh? It doesn't appear to be working all that well. But if you don't like Read Comics They're Bad For You, maybe you don't like YouTube, use the links both in the chat as well as down below to go subscribe to me on YouTube, Twitter, Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, or BitChute, okay? I mentioned, folks, that I still mentioned YouTube as well when I said that. But also remember, I upload exclusive videos to Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, and BitChute that I do not upload to YouTube. So if you don't like YouTube, you'll get more videos if you subscribe to me on Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, or BitChute, okay? If you want to see the stream again, by the way, use the link on the pinned tweet on my Twitter page, which you can also get by using the links down below as well, or in the chat, and go subscribe and use my use the Twitter link to go and watch this live stream again and stuff like that. Because it's I pinned a link to this live stream on my page on Twitter at 777 MegaChris1. So yeah, if you want to do that, use that link, folks. As I said, folks, hit that like button for me. Make sure you're still subscribed. Leave some comments down below. Hit that bell for notifications. Make sure to hit the part of the bell that will give you all future notifications. And please share this video out. I hope I very carefully described what to do. I hope you understood what I just said, folks. I felt I was a little. I felt I went a little too much out there. Either way, if you want to see this video again, use the link on the use the Twitter link down below. Or what else can I say tonight before I move on? Oh yeah. Also, go over and subscribe to Creepy Little Book. Creepy Little Book is like the Art Bell radio show. He does short videos on high strangeness, and if you like my show, you're going to love Creepy Little Book's live stream. He's like Art Bell or like me. He talks about ghosts, monsters, cryptids, all the weird things that go bump the night. And his live streams, they're just great. You learn new things about the paranormal every time you watch one of Creepy Little Book's shows. So go subscribe to Creepy Little Book on YouTube and on BitChute. Then go and subscribe to Robot Co-op. Robot Co-op is like Mystery Science Theater 3000. You know that old TV show that roasts bad movies? Well, if you like them, you're going to love Robot Co-op. They use these robot puppets in the live streams that make their shows even better. Yeah. When you're watching them, you're going to just have fun. You're going to love their horror game live streams on Twitch on Sunday. They're just great. So go and subscribe to Robot Co-op on YouTube and on Twitch. Then go and subscribe to Stitch Together Picks. Stitch Together Picks is a YouTube channel that is, or should I say, it's a channel that reviews horror movies. So if you love horror movies, you're going to love Stitch Together Picks. The show is hosted by the maniacal cinephile who has multiple personalities. So you're not just getting one character, you're getting a whole lot of them, and they're all fun. Go and subscribe to Stitch Together Picks on YouTube. As I pretty much got everything done, folks. I'm going to thank you all for joining me. One more time, folks. Let's see. We have quite a few people watching. Not too bad. Oh, yeah. We have, 6, 7, 8, 9. As I said, folks, we had another great live stream. I'm going to thank you all for joining me. But we're at the end, folks. Please come back tomorrow. My next live stream will be even better. I've been hitting it out of the park lately, making great content for you all. So keep watching, because my show is going to get even better and better from here on out. Till next time, folks, we'll have some more fun. And we'll have even more fun the day after that. So keep coming back, because we're just going to keep going. We're just going to keep going and just keep looking at weird phenomenon and having fun. Till next time, folks, I'll see you all again soon.
Deciphering the reactions of those transmutational processes and whatnot that happened in that plasma state as well. Back to this video with the blue purple. Notice also that the cold fusion plasma is always ultraviolet in color, as opposed to the hot. If you ever got into this, if not before, my own experiments of a decade now, lost my train of thought. Oh, that he's also studied and verified under the microscope, under like the scientific analysis, everything. John Hutchinson's leftover transmutational metal samples, proving and showing and understanding, deciphering the reactions of those transmutational processes and whatnot that happened in that plasma state as well. Back to this video with the blue purple. Notice also that the cold fusion plasma is always ultraviolet in color, as opposed to the hot. If you ever got into this, if not before, my own experiments of a decade now, lost my train of thought. Oh, that he's also studied and verified under the microscope, under like the scientific analysis, everything. John Hutchinson's leftover transmutational metal samples, proving and showing and understanding, deciphering the reactions of those transmutational processes and whatnot that happened in that plasma state as well. Back to this video with the blue purple. Notice also that the cold fusion plasma is always ultraviolet in color, as opposed to the hot. If you ever got into this, if not before, my own experiments of a decade now, lost my train of thought. Oh, that he's also studied and verified under the microscope, microscope under like the scientific analysis, everything of John Hutchinson's leftover transmutational metal samples, proving and showing and understanding, deciphering the reactions of those transmutational processes and whatnot that happened in that plasma state as well. Back to this video with the blue purple. Notice also that the cold fusion plasma is always ultraviolet in color, as opposed to the hot. You ever got in?
Cold fusion ultraviolet color. LENR LENR cold fusion UV
into this, if not before, my own experiments of a decade now, that lost my train of thought. Oh, that he's also studied and verified under the microscope, under like the scientific analysis, everything of John Hutchinson's leftover transmutational metal samples, proving and showing and understanding, deciphering the reactions of those transmutational processes and whatnot that happened in that plasma state as well. Back to this video with the blue purple. Notice also that the cold fusion plasma is always ultraviolet in color, as opposed to the hot. You ever got into this, if not before, my own experiments of a decade now, that
ECAT by Andrea Rossi. ECAT Andrea Rossi.
Well, the installation cost for what concerns us now in this moment,
the plasma
without any,
is to encourage innovation in the nuclear energy technology. Are you aware of this bill and whether it could make it easier for LENR to be developed?
Nickel element. Copper element. So it's turning 28 into 29. Nickel into copper. Carbon element. Nitrogen.
mass per volume, allowing us to load more of it into the rocket. In addition to these two propellants, we also use a chemical, TTEB, or triethyl aluminum and triethyl borane, and we use that as our ignition source. The combustion of RP1 and LOX is what makes the rocket go, and it's the TTEB that sets the match to that propellant mix. So once again, the first stage has all of its propellants on board, fully loaded with all of its liquid oxygen and RP1. That RP1 load is complete on the second stage, and we're expecting the LOX load to wrap up here any second now on the second stage. At T-minus 60 seconds, we'll hear the call out. The Falcon 9 is in startup. It's an indication that the onboard internal flight computers have taken over the launch countdown. And just inside T-minus 2 seconds, we light the Merlin 1D engines for liftoff.
Stage 2, LOX load complete.
And there's that call out. So as of now, Falcon 9 is fully loaded with all of its propellants. The IS-40E and Tempo payload continues to be healthy, and the Falcon 9 team is tracking no major issues on the rocket. Currently, weather is green.
Gas closeout.
Weather is green, and
Weather
the wind
is green,
ready to
over.
support a T0 of 12:30 a.m. Eastern Time, just 1 minute and 20 seconds from now. We heard that
Weather
call
is green
a little
for
bit ago
rocket
for
commando
the,
launch.
ground closeouts.
Over and
We'll now
out.
see some more of that liquid oxygen venting from the TE as those lines are now closed out to the vehicle.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
All right, there's that call out letting us know that the onboard flight computers have taken control of the launch countdown.
LD, go for launch.
And there's our final go for launch tonight coming
Weather
from
is
our
green
launch
for launch,
director.
the big boy.
We're now
Over
at
and out.
T-minus
T-minus
35
35 seconds.
All systems are go for
All
launch of
systems
Falcon
are go
9
for
with the
launching
Intelsat
commando.
40E and NASA
30 seconds.
and the NASA Smithsonian Tempo payload.
Satellite
listening
commando.
to the terminal count.
Fifteen seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Engines full power. And lift off. And then Intelsat 40E.
Ignite the commander. Over.
Go Falcon. Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Ignite the commander.
15 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Engines full power. And lift off. And Intelsat 40E. Go Intelsat. Go Falcon. Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Ignition. Ding dong. Lift off. Ding dong has lift off.
M1D chamber pressure nominal.
Big old ding dong has lift off.
If you're just joining us, those gorgeous views on your screen mean that Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Pad 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. During
Nominal power and telemetry.
the call out there that nominal power and telemetry for the vehicle. During this phase, which is called ascent, we tilt the engines. The technical term for this is called gimbaling, and that turns the rocket horizontally in what we call a gravity turn.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
There's a call out that Falcon 9 is now traveling faster than the speed of sound. During this period, we're still going up, but we're also heading horizontally away from the launch
Max
pad.
Q.
Just moments ago, we throttled down in preparation for max Q, which is the period of maximum aerodynamic pressure that the vehicle will see on ascent. So that's what's happening right now. The rocket typically needs to go about 17,500 miles per hour horizontally in order to avoid being pulled back to Earth and reach orbit. Now we're going to have 3 events coming up in quick succession, starting with main engine cutoff, stage separation, and second engine start 1. Main engine cutoff, or MECO, is the point during the flight where we shut down the 9 Merlin 1D engines on the first stage. Shortly after that, stages 1 and 2 will separate from each other so that the second stage isn't carrying unnecessary mass to orbit. And of course, the first stage booster begins its trip back to Earth. The last call out you heard was about the MVAC engine. That's what we're going to start up during SES-1, or second engine start 1. That's the period during the flight where we'll ignite the Merlin vacuum engine on board the second stage for the first time. So we'll see all 3 of those happen back to back just about 10 seconds from now.
MECO. Stage separation confirmed. MVAC ignition.
So there you heard and definitely saw those great views on your screen. 3 events happening back to back: main engine cutoff, stage separation, and SES-1. Coming up next will be fairing separation in just a couple of seconds. During this portion of the flight, we'll jettison both fairing halves and then attempt to retrieve them again today.
Both vehicles are following nominal trajectories. Fairing separation confirmed.
There we've got confirmation of fairing separation, which means both fairing halves are on their way back to Earth to be recovered by our recovery vessel, Doug. Coming up next, there are 2 burns for our first stage as we prepare for landing on our drone ship, a shortfall of gravitas.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
We're now T plus 3 minutes and 54 seconds into today's mission. And we're currently, as you see there on your screen, we're in the first of 2 planned MVAC burns that will occur prior to satellite deployment. At T plus 6 minutes and 31 seconds, or around there, you should see on your screen the first stage's entry burn. For that entry burn, we relight 3 M1D engines, which are those 9 engines at the base or the bottom of the first stage. We will relight first the center engine, or called E9, and then shortly thereafter, we will also relight 2 radial engines, engines 1 and 5. And all 3 of those together will help slow the vehicle down as it passes back into the Earth's atmosphere. We perform that reentry burn in order to slow down the booster, which helps to reduce those reentry forces that it sees, and in turn, that helps us recover and reuse our first stages.
Both vehicles continue to follow nominal trajectories.
Although we can't see the first stage right now, you can follow along with the telemetry there in the bottom left-hand corner for stage 1, and then that stage 2 telemetry there in the right-hand bottom corner of your screen. We can see that the first stage is now beginning its descent back to Earth, so it has already passed through its apogee, making its way back down. This time we're targeting a landing on our drone ship, which is parked a couple hundred miles off the coast of Florida in the Atlantic Ocean. Now, during that entry burn, Falcon 9 is decelerating by firing its Merlin engines, but it's still moving very rapidly. This causes the vehicle to fly through Merlin's exhaust gases, also known as the rocket's plume, and by doing so, we get a deposit of soot on the vehicle surface. That soot then basically comes from the carbon-based fuel that Falcon 9 uses. We're expecting that entry burn to begin in about 20 seconds. Everything continues to look good there. For that second stage, we can see that MVAC engine, which is the singular Merlin engine designed for use in the vacuum of space. Attached there to our second stage.
Stage 1, entry burn startup.
Stage 1 FTS is saved.
All right, so there on that left-hand side of your screen, those stage 1 views are back. We can see that entry burn has begun, and it's also illuminating the grid fins, which help to steer the booster for re-entry and also to make a precise landing.
Stage 1, entry burn shutdown.
All right, we can see that entry burn has
Both
concluded.
vehicles continue to follow nominal trajectories.
As a reminder, the first stage that we saw there on the left-hand side of your screen, that performed the entry burn for the 4th time. It previously supported CRS-26, OneWeb Launch 16, and a Starlink mission. Falcon 9 is the world's first orbital-class reusable rocket, and this is important because reusability allows SpaceX to refly the most expensive parts of the rocket, which in turn drives down the cost of space access.
Terminal guidance.
The next major milestone we have coming up is SECO, or Second Engine Cutoff 1, which is coming up in about 20 seconds. That will be followed very quickly.
Stage 1, transonic.
That call out tells us that the first stage is traveling near the speed of sound. That first stage will begin its landing burn just after we have the second engine cut off.
MVAC shutdown.
All right, there's that call out telling us that we had successful shutdown or cutoff of that.
Stage 1, landing burn.
You can see landing burn has begun there on that screen.
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
You can see those grid fins working hard to steer it back to the drone ship for its landing.
Nominal orbit insertion.
Great call out there indicating we've
Stage
got
1, landing leg deploy. Stage 1, landing confirmed.
There you can see on your screen an amazing view as always. That landing marks SpaceX's 184th recovery of an orbital class rocket, including first stage landings for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. The mission isn't over just yet. We did hear the call out telling us that the second stage achieved good orbit, so it is now embarking on its first coast phase. After this coast phase, we will light that MVAC engine for a second time, and that will happen around the T+26 minute mark. So hang tight, we'll see you back here in about 15 minutes.
Expected loss of signal Bermuda.
Sat there, 22nd century AD. We sat there and looked at the rockets from Mars, and you just boggled the mind. And the technology caught up, didn't it?
Acquisition of signal cabal.
That's over 100 foot high. The camera don't give it that much perspective because cameras are crap like that in that way. Like unless you see it with your own eyes, that's over 100 foot tall. Look at this block here is over 4 foot. Mental, isn't it? That's me just playing with the camera here. What a plonker. There you go, look at that. Right, what do you think about that, guys? Oh, bollocks. Who are you, mate? Come on, who are you? Bollock. Gen 2 gone, big up. Thanks for that, man. I appreciate that. Love a hat across hot cross bun. Makes plexiglass front to protect the glass. Okay. Thank you, sweetheart. Just joined. Where is this? This is in the Peak District. Need those phones with LiDAR. Make a 3D model. Yeah, well, if there's mate, I use two LiDARs. One that I do use, it does create a 3D model. But that one that creates the 3D model, a lot of it hasn't been scanned. So it's like 7 times out of 10 I go and type in an area and it don't come up because it hasn't been scanned. So I don't use that much. I like to use the one when you can see the satellite image, so you can see what's going on at the same time. Nearly as high as me, bro. What tells LiDAR about this area? What tells LiDAR about this area? I think you need to rewrite that sentence, mate. What tells LiDAR about this area? Don't know. My life is a lie. A lot of people's lives are lies. I would send some dope. Don't worry about it, man. I'm all good. That place needs excavating. Yeah, you're telling me. I'd love to know what's under there. Your whole life is what you make it. I know, mate. Sorry, I've been all the way there too. Sorry, we've all been there too. No, right, I'll get you. If you spot it, you got it. Not scanned on purpose. 100% it's not been scanned on purpose. I had a sausage once. Maybe it's an old limestone quarry. There's no limestone in the area. This is again, this is red sandstone that shouldn't be there. And when you actually Google the area, it said it's gritstone. So just that fact on its own tells you it's a massive cover-up. Google it. If you actually go and type in Matlock and type in ruins or anything like that, it will come up that it's gritstone. That's the material, that geologic material around the area. But when you get there and you take bits apart, you'll see red sandstone underneath. But it is great fun re-educating. Wicker Man, you need to slow your roll. Life is what you make it. It's like a box of child plugs. Yep. It certainly is. I think I'm going to Tunbridge Wells on Saturday. Pretty sure I should be going to Tunbridge Wells Saturday. What's age of these sites? What's my guesstimate? I've got 2 different views on it, and tomorrow, if you ask me, I'll have a different view because I don't actually have anything definitive on it because it'd be a bit I don't know, not weird, but like I don't know. Yeah, hippie shake. Yeah, Sherry Eyes, big up girl. I don't actually know because I don't know. It could be extremely old. It could be older than the pyramids in Egypt, or it could be from the 1800s. I don't know. Do not know. I've just finished a 4-day fast. You make me hungry. Yeah, there you go, Wicker Man. Peak District, yes, exactly where it is. It's actually down a road called Lees Road, Lees Road. I think it's a toppled castle. High possibility. I mean, I don't know what it is like. In my opinion, to see block work like that, I assumed that it's a pyramid because that's all like a 24,000. It could be proper. It could be. Big up, Callum, mate. Hope you're gravy, brother. What's the large in there? Pardon me. Peak District, sort of middle of England. Yeah, this is another thing. VJ, this is one other thing about this area. I think this area, because there's so much stuff to do with water going on, I think this, and it's quite high up, it's very high up in this area. I think this area was sucking up water, and I believe the mountains and the cliffs, the geopolymer ones are man-made to create the fall to generate the power to make power from the fall. Sorry. And I believe, obviously, the fresh water will come from these areas. That's why when you walk through here, you can see smashed up pipes. You see water coming out of nowhere, trickling into other places. It's just one massive cover-up. There's nothing like that in South Carolina or anywhere in the States I know of. Castles are built on hills, not at the bottom of hills. Yeah. Callum, big up. Excellent, mate. I used to fast every other day. Nice. Brian, yes, there is. I found it. If only we had military LiDAR. Yeah. Only, eh? No, I couldn't. I do raw eggs, poached or cooked, yes. When you're hitting Stockport Bush, it's full of red sandstone. Very suspect. Some of the structures around it. Yeah, I mean, I was speaking to my friend, Ancient Historia. Ancient Historia sounding so common. And he was suggesting, I'm your biggest fan, Bart Bullock. Oh yeah? Cheers, mate. Big up, Bart. Maximum respect, brother. I was speaking to Ancient Historia, and he was like telling me, you need to come to blinking Stockport. But I had a little bit of drama going on. I had to get out of where I was at, and I couldn't really make it. Bart, there's a queue. Big up, man. I appreciate ya. How is Luke? His nose was giving him trouble. Yeah, it's funny because we both had the same operation, you know. I had mine done when I was 19 or 21, I think. I think I was 21. I had my nose done. But that's because it had been broken from like getting punched in the nose. And ironically, he had the same thing as well. I need a good fast. Indulging feel better now. Derby, historical, yeah. Shout out, what? Brian, remember Louisiana Purchase? Yeah, the Louisiana Purchase. I've done a video on that. That was incredible. Wake up, Earth is a slave colony. The Western world is a slave colony. If you go out to these tribes and you live, or even if you live off grid, it's just the Western world. That's all it is. It's not the whole world. Paul, I made it. It's very early here. Love ya, bro. Cheers. Where are ya? All run away like TV tells us, you know. And where the meat? Ancient Historia. Yeah, where is he? I still will go and meet this geezer, man. He's actually a really nice guy. Start fasting and you won't be the biggest. I fasted all over that Christmas period, you know, and I looked really good. I've really felt good as well. Crypto, do you even sleep, brother? He'll sleep when he's brown bread, won't he? That's probably what he'll say. West made East and South slave. That's a good thing. So from Maine to serve man was a documentary. It goes a little deeper than that, my man. Go on, tell us, man. I'd like to know. I love hearing other people's points of views. He must never go to sleep. Cheers again. And good spookies. Listen, mate, if you hang on a minute. Are you the spookies off Instagram? Oh, you are, mate. Listen, I've been looking at your stuff, mate. It's really good. I'm actually going to do a little video where I'll just talk about other channels. But yeah, I'm really impressed, man. I like what you're doing on your show on Instagram, mate. It looks really good. 63 likes, is that it? You're having a bubble, aren't you? There's 168 people here, and what's 63 likes? It don't cost you nothing, and it don't even cost you no time. Paul, are you any kin to the captain? What, Captain Cook? Nah. I'm related to Paul Cook out of the Sex Pistols, though. Finally heading. I'm not really. Ah, yeah, thanks. Much appreciated. You inspired us. Really? I thought that when I was looking at the videos, I thought, that looks really, really good. Like, because obviously now there's just everyone's out looking at this sandstone and limestone now. It's mad. Like, I go on Instagram and everyone's just out filming stuff, and I'm like, yeah, sick. Still no Wales flag. No, it's mad, isn't it? Donate to put. Yeah. Subdue. Yep. Spooky. Excellent. 136 likes now. So we just gained like 60 likes. Thank you. In showing 101. Yeah, I know. Let's talk. We can't even talk about that, unfortunately. But that's crazy, isn't it? Let me just get one more little. Yeah, so I've got a couple of videos coming up. Let me know. I'm gonna like this is another thing. I might as well ask you guys now. I want to do a live phone in. I'm gonna copy what Old Well Florida done because I thought that was an absolute genius idea. And not only that, it gets to give people a chance to talk to me about something one-on-one without any interruptions and live. So there'll be it'll just be straight up honesty. I don't even know what I'd say. I'll just be honest. Could be funny, could be disastrous. Who knows? But is it something you'd like to see? It's just sweet and cool. Yeah, money well banked. It says 161 likes now. Nice. So yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm probably going to do that for tomorrow night. History will be rewritten because of you, bro. Great work. Cheers, man. Wait, 157 watching, 140 likes. Wow, like 60 people just like that. Mental. I do not do conspiracies. I don't do conspiracy, mate. I'm a realist. The Swiss do make the best bomb shelter air raid system. Phoning is great. Yeah, good. I'm glad. So the way I'm going to do it, I'm going to leave the link to my StreamYard. And then obviously whoever wants to join can join, and I will pick through out of whoever's joined into that StreamYard. So what I'll do is I'll leave the link. Who wants to chat to me, I will, you click on the link and it will leave you in a lobby. So you'll be sitting in a lobby, not actually in the lobby, but like on the computer. And then hopefully I'll pick you. Like, it won't be biased and it's going to be random anyway. So I'll just be like, yeah, bang, let's go. Caller, line 1, Wagwan. Wagwan caller. Wagwan, eh? What you saying, you little pussy? Seen? The Alps is like Swiss cheese. All conspiracies are real. It's funny that, isn't it? It's not actually a conspiracy if it turns out real. But you are right, mate. I completely agree with you. Everything that I've spoke about from the last 15 years has turned out true. Everything, apart from one thing, and that was the king of. There's meant to be a new king or something like that. You know, something to do with Australia and all that malarkey, but nothing materialised on that front. Yo, Jackal Fox, big up, brother. I've got a title for your book. Go on. Do mud fossil upload. No, I wouldn't do a mud fossil upload. I'd like to have a live conversation with that geezer because we think completely different, and it'd be an interesting way to not to do anything. Actually, it'd be just an interesting conversation. It's a conspiracy, not a theory. Right. The term conspiracy, yeah, I know. Yeah, the Alps is a huge pocket of survival of melted building. Melted building, is it? Oh God. Good luck. So what material was it? That's what I'll ask you. Wait, this is why I'm going to do the live in, because I'm going to put loads of things to rest. I would like a body part person to come in and a melted building person to come in. Live, that'd be wicked. So, Balaz Kiss, enlighten me, mate. If you're calling that a melted building, what material was it before it melted? I'll wait for you. Because anyone that does videos on that skips past this information and just claims stuff. So, Balaz, what material was it that melted? What about the lizard person phoning? I would love to see you go to Antarctica. I'd love to do that and all. Not melted, erosion over time. That sounds more like it. That sounds much more like it. I have to go to work, Paul. Stop. Do not stop. Yeah, cheers, man. Big up, Bart. I appreciate you, geezer. Well, I don't even know if you're a geezer. Like, everyone puts different names down, but I suggest. Right, cooked to stone. So basalt. Basalt. Here we go, mate. So cooked to stone. So basalt is actually it is a metamorphic. It's flipping on. So you're saying it's basalt. So basalt has melted. The material, right? So you're saying that it melted. So you're saying it was a clay building, and it got cooked and turned to basalt. This is why I had to ask you that, mate, because that sounds so pathetic. Rock turns to obsidian. Thank you very much. This is what I mean. The people that talk about this melted stuff don't actually go and look like. That's why I asked what the material was, because it's so important. So when you've identified the material that you're saying it is, then the next thing you can do, if anyone's got a brain cell, will go, okay, so if that's basalt, what does basalt look like once it's melted? That's what the people do, and they don't even do that. I know. That's why I asked this geezer to say it, because it's pathetic. It's one of them psyops that's just got out of hand. Basalt is cooked to rock. It's crazy. Absolute crazy. So he reckons, like, it was a clay structure. The Alps, do you know how high the Alps are? Thousands of feet high. So this geezer reckons there's a clay structure thousands of feet high that got cooked by something, and now it's basalt. Oh God, that is brilliant. I want a house made of granite with beautiful marble floors. Yeah, geopolymer, some mud fossil. But that's the thing. Anyone that talks about this melted stuff don't actually state the material, because once they state the material, their theory goes out the window. Because then when you've got the material, you can then reference it to something. And that's why they've never done that. I showed you a video in the last video that I've done of sandstone melts. What happens to sandstone when you melt it? And the same with granite. And it turns to glass. It vitrifies. I even showed someone that, and they said, yeah, but that's not enough proof to. And I was like, wow, you guys are knackered, mate. All they are trapdoors in my psyops. They're trapdoors. You go down there and you've got nothing else to look at. Volcanic rock, that's what I was trying to get at. Basalt is mostly volcanic rock. That's exactly what I was trying to get at, mate. I don't know why I was calling it metamorphic. Geo means going ball, polymer, yeah, it means too much, actually, literally. Mate, listen, you think clay heats and turns into basalt, mate. So whatever you say has no substance. Basalt, mostly volcanic rock, yeah. BJ, yeah. Polymine, multi, yeah. But what in a butterfly net? Yeah, so ideally, I want someone to come in who is like a mud fossil guy, and I want someone to come in who is a melted building guy. And I am going to, even though I've done it so many times, I'm just going to squash this crap. Have you ever been to the Alps? I have actually been to the Alps. I've been there. I drove through them. I went actually to the Mont Blanc. I drove through Mont Blanc. That was incredible. When I drove to Malta, I went through from Switzerland to Italy. So I have been to the Alps. Yes, thank you very much. Ha ha, Bart. Ha ha, Bart. You are the geopolymer guy. Cheers, mate. I don't feel like I'm lost at sea. I've been to the Alps. Alps is incredible. The Alps is beautiful. There's actually, let me see if I've got an image of it. I've deleted all the pictures off this computer. But I had some really good photos. I had pictures of me standing and like standing there, like happy, and I've got the Alps in the background, you know. Geo actually comes from Gaia Earth. Yeah, Geo is Earth. Good morning, Lexington, Kentucky, USA. Nice one. Big up, John Fletcher. Paul, do you think they used animal hide boards? Hang on, sorry, let me read this. Yeah, look forward to this. Do you think they used animal hide and boards for forms? Yeah. I think they used all sorts of stuff. I mean, modern days, like I've got images now of them doing form moulding up in Cusco when they're renovating the block work up there. You see, you've got that guy, ancient architects. He done a video when he was talking about geopolymer. These guys have to make these videos now because I'm a threat to them. They have sat there and built their career up on YouTube saying that they know this stuff. They've gone to geology. They're a geologist and all this crap. And then I come along and so they've had to go and make these videos. It's not melted rock. Look up crucible, rock and gold, big blob of glass when gold button. But mate, I know that. I know that, geezer. I know that because I'm a researcher. I'm an unbiased researcher. So I know that. They talk. Love what you're doing, bro. Keep up the amazing work. Massive respect. Big up, man. I appreciate that. Michael Tellinger is a genius. He discovered Adam's canophone. Yeah. Yeah. Big up, VJ. That's mad. Love what you're doing. Yeah. Excellent. Right. Swiss do not make cheese. Yep, so I've got another video tomorrow. So when do you want me to do this phone in? When's best, do you reckon? I could do it maybe tomorrow, morning, night. Right, if I do it in the morning in England, then I'm probably not going to get anyone from like Australia or America. So I've got to really think about it, calculate it. Like, I'm going to have to give a real good time, but I'm going to do it in the next couple of days anyway. Waters above here. Morning, brother and sister, 5 a.m. in South Oregon. Madness, mate. Shame we can't send pics on the live chat. Yeah, so basically, Kirk, this is the reason why, mate, I'm going to do the phone in, because you'll have access where you can upload videos. And the reason I'm saying this now is because I need people that want to come in and talk, like get stuff ready so you can do it. Get a little file ready. And then when we come and do this thing, either tomorrow or the next day, I'll pick you out and we'll go at it, and we'll have a discussion or a debate or whatever you want to do about it. I don't mind. I'm unbiased, but as soon as I hear BS, it's gone. Absolute big up for that. T, nice one, mate. 420, lovely number. Paul Cook just started watching from The Rock is called Buff Gritstone. Yeah, I know. Yeah, so yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Robbie, right? When you actually break this stuff open, it's red sandstone underneath. You can actually scrape that stuff off. Is it possible to do a live stream on your Telegram? I could do a live stream on my Telegram, but it wouldn't be shown on YouTube, and YouTube's my platform, as in where it's my platform, isn't it? So it wouldn't be beneficial for me to do it there. I love this research you're doing, fascinating. It sees what adventures are going on. No denying, you're convincing me. Cheers for that, Jennifer. Nice one. Great number, 420. Absolutely. Afternoon all. Fair G. Nice one, mate. But yeah, like I said, I'm going to leave the link so people can join in, and I will pick. And there might never be no one that wants to do it, but we'll see. No name, big up. Sunday, Mondays are quiet days too. All right. Brazil, hey? Felipe, big up Brazil. Yeah, 330 million. It's crazy stuff, isn't it? But listen, I'm going to let you go now. I'm going to love you and leave you. I wanted to let you know what's going on next. So I'm going to be uploading the two videos. This one here of this smashed up, what I believe is a pyramid. And the other video is the megalithic wall that's actually hiding. All this is behind that megalithic wall. Add some iron filling. Paul, geezer, I've can't believe you're saying this to me. Can't believe you're saying this to me, guys. Let me have a look. 1 second, mate. Oh, cool. No. No. Just looking for something specific. Right, here we go. Here we go. So, if I share this, just give me a second, mate, and I'll leave you. I'll love you guys and leave you. Just give me 1 minute. 1 minute. Here we go. I love looking at my face blown up. Get out of it. No, not that. Don't want to see that. We're done with that. It's the next thing. What's this? Don't want that either. This. What's opened this VCL, so I don't want that. Right. Open with photos. Right. Give me 5 minutes and I will duck out. You, Paul, just said add steel filings to your geopolymer mix. It's the binding agent. Okay, that's actually a really good. I actually misread that, so I'm sorry about that. But can you enlighten me on that? Because I like to add this this sort of knowledge to my arsenal. No sand, it's brick dust. Okay. Excellente. So this is the sandstone that I made. Let's have a look at it, and it's identical. Zoom in more. Look at this. You can actually see the line coming out here. You can actually see it really crystallining around the side. Look at that. Look at this. This is actually, I've never seen it this close. But do you know what? This is why I can't wait to get my microscope. Look at that. That's just what you see. That's what you see when you're out and about. Again, this is just the glue on its own. This is crazy because this is why I like to experiment with stuff, and I had people telling me what to do. And that's why it's so important for me to just try it on my own. So all this here, this in question, this here is this without the iron oxide and the sand. This is just water glass and shells. So this is just sodium silicate and calcium. That's all that is, calcium carbonate. Here is the granite that I made. So I made this granite. And you can actually see that I was actually cheesed off when this was done. The thing with me is I'm impatient. So when I pulled it out the mold, you can see that this bit had set and this bit hadn't. And then I crushed it because I was a bit cheesed off. So I thought I'd throw it in the bin. And I picked it back out because I thought, no, I'll wait to see what it turns out like. And it turned out incredible. So you've got red sandstone. You've got just the glue on its own, which I believe is what they've been sticking stuff together on these ancient sites. And this is why I collected this stuff from the site, because I wanted to compare it with this to see if it is the same. And obviously I've got the granite. This is the granite again, just pure granite. Look at that. I can't even believe I'm saying that. I made granite. I'm mad, isn't it? But again, you've got all these people. Oh, shush, shushy, shushy. Shushy, shushy. There's no need for it. Boom, boom, boom. Blocked up. So I'm just gonna go through these while I'm here. Mental stuff. Look at the size of this door to my mate. I know my mate's a midget. Well, not really. He's like 5 foot. But look at the size of the window. Like, you couldn't even look out that window if you're 6 foot. Blocked up. Hieroglyphs. That's mad. I can't believe I found some hieroglyphs on the ground. Oh, God. What am I showing you here? Ah. Some stuff. So, I actually wanted to make my own little geopolymer house, didn't I? Just to show people what's going on. So I made the little wooden frame because when you make the frame, I wanted to see everything. And then I poured geopolymer. So I made another mix of geopolymer and poured it over this. Clay is geopolymer made of aluminium. clay is a geopolymer. I don't think it is, mate. What makes something a geopolymer is the chemical reaction that makes it bind together. That's why it's called a geopolymer. That is what it is. That's what it is. So there's a chemical reaction that goes on. And like I said, it goes on between the salt or the sea salt here, in this case, by the way, because you can use different materials. In this case, the sea salt and the calcium have created a crystalline structure. That's what geopolymer is. And I don't think you're going to get a chemical reaction with like silicon, aluminium and iron. I might be wrong, but I don't think so. I can go and dig a load of clay up. You have to make a geopolymer. You have to make it because of the strength. And another thing is clay doesn't get harder over time. I think you have to cook clay for it to go hard, whereas geopolymer gets harder over time. The crystals get stronger and stronger. That's why it's called a geopolymer. That's why concrete is not geopolymer, because it doesn't have that property. Or it sets, yes, it sets, and it sets like a stone, but it doesn't crystallize. That's why it only lasts 100 years maximum. So I thought I'd clear that up. Am I doing a bit with Michelle later? Yeah, I am. So yeah, I made the box. These are my ingredients. These are the ingredients I use. So what have we got here? We've got red iron oxide. You've got calcium, which is just shells. This here, see the shells up here? I smashed them up into dust and I've got that down there. I've got the sodium silicate, which is water glass. I've got calcium hydroxide, which is just hydrated lime, which is shells. Like basically all it is you've added water to lime. That's all or to the shells. So it's gone from calcium oxide to calcium hydroxide. I will sound like a scientist, which is weird. And then you've got the sand. So you mix all these together and the chemical reaction creates a crystalline molecular structure, and that structure strengthens over time, making it a geopolymer. And that is what I used. I like to take two photos of things, one with the light on, one with the light off. But I believe that the ancients were using seawater. That's what I think. Paul, iron's rusting. What's it saying? That's the iron rusting into itself from the salt and that. What? I don't know what you're on about, mate. Talk to me, mate. So the liquid glass method. Yeah, that's the one I use. Where are you gone, man? Bullseyes. Yeah, that mate, that's the only, I'm going to be honest with you. That's the only way I know to make geopolymer. For sandstone and granite. They're the only two that I've played with, by the way. And this is all I know. I'm not an expert. We call it water glass. Yeah. Sodium silicate, water glass. It's the same thing. But these are the only ones I know. So what's it like to call natural cement? So it's like what they call natural cement. That's interesting. Yeah, cement it's a really poor material that we add to concrete to strengthen it, but it actually is crap because it don't last longer than 100 years. Well, I think it lasts about 100 years. Where this stuff, like, I mean, like, look at the structures, they're going on for donkey's years. Right, where were we? Right. Here we go. And this sand, by the way, let me just point something out. This sand, I actually nicked the sand from a bloody blinding sun. The mines, big up, mate. Oh, that's cement. Calucci is all over the place in North Texas. Yeah, so I nicked this sand actually out of a tennis court place. I thought they're going to be using extremely clean sand. Silicon to silicon connection. The electric reaction this side needs 3 days to hard. Okay. Man, you sound like a really interesting geezer, mate, actually. Balaz, kiss. Mate, would you come on later and have a little chinwag? Or tomorrow? May the Schwartz be with you. Sand is sodium. Yeah. What are you, a scientist or something, mate? Dioxide, yeah. Yeah, spot on. Like that. Mm-hmm. So I'm just showing you the stages of how I made the geopolymer. So Let's turn the sound off for that. I was going to make a video about it, but then I thought, man, blinding sun. You finally got to explore Rotor Rocks, the Nine Ladies area, proper man. Yeah, I know, man. Mate, the thing is, blinding sun, when I go somewhere, I have to then revisit multiple times because I always notice things when I go over the footage. So I will be going back there, mate, if you want to link up, 100%. I have to do it within the next month anyway. Did you ever mix German dark aluminium and potassium? Nah, nothing like that, man. Like what you see is what I've done. That's it. Am I showing you? Yeah, I'm showing you. So this is the sound. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Now we're going to put a bit of, what's this one? Granite. But even though it's got granite binder on it, this is actually shell dust. I'm just using the old bag. The old bag. Let me find out that you tickle the ivories. Let me find out that you tickle the ivories. There's another way, old way. Needs milk, honey. Really? That's interesting, mate. Water, glass, and eggs for preservation. Is that, I don't know. I don't think you'd be able to preserve stuff in sodium silicate. I'm not sure, though. It's just my opinion. Beg your pardon. Key is electric, eel alive. Yeah, I know. So this is it. Then I'm adding the calcium hydroxide, then the iron oxide. I've actually got the black oxide as well, iron oxide. The hematite is called. The reason I actually got that because apparently that's got to have magnetic properties, and I was going to play around with it to see if the stone's got magnetic or not. I sound like a right weirdo, don't I? But here we go, adding the sodium, adding that. So you've got this. This is what it looks like before it turns into stone. Paul Cook, I lived in the Nine Ladies for 9 years on a protest. Blink here now, mate. I loved chemistry. I was making fireworks and rocket fuel when I was 11 and did all sorts of chemistry until the police stole all my stuff illegally. They always mess it up, didn't they, the police? Always. Perverts and stuff. I beg yours, Jordan. I beg yours, Jordan. Paul, with French accent. Yep. Look at that. So this is, and again, this is how much iron oxide you need. Like that is actually so much. Like this stuff pollutes the matrix so much. When I mean matrix is the mix of all the chemicals together. And then we add in the baby, the main ingredient. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. And then you can start seeing it turning into like, not into a stone as yet. I think I put far too much sodium silicate in this one. Another thing was finding the actual, I did no measurements. I was just pouring stuff in together here. Look, again, you can tell it's got far too much sodium silicate in it. Let's have a look. I'm going to say around the edges is probably the consistency. It's probably still a bit too watery. But that's the sort of consistency you're looking for, not this here. You can see that sand and the heavy particles have fallen to the bottom. And the sodium silicate that has been dyed by the iron oxide has risen to the top. But look at that. So I imagine when I go to these structures dotted all over the England, I imagine this sort of mix to be coming out or be squirted out like not an ice cream vending machine, but some sort of nozzle like an ice cream. Here we go. And this is why I've done this. This was a mess up, but I thought I'd just show you. So I was going to make this little geopolymer structure. And the reason I left, everything I've done was calculated here. So the reason I had the framing on one side and the framing on the inside is so I could see what it looks like when I took the moulding away. So I wanted to see what the frame would, how it would act. Look at that. Look at that. Incredible way. There's my old plumbing cards. There's a picture of me on it. But I was using them. I was using these as a full moulding, as a boards. Look at that. But you can see that the sodium silicate has actually left. So I had excess. If you use rock fibers or fiberglass, you can make some really strong polymer with sodium silicate. Yeah, and do you know what? tunnels. When I was in Malta Lone Star, I actually noticed, especially when it comes to the limestone in Valletta, I noticed that there were so many fibres. Oh, hang on. I could see so many fibres inside the mix. You can see where the stone had deteriorated because I'm guessing that the limestone is an alkaline-based mix, and when it rains, it's acidic, so it could, obviously it damages, it erodes the stone, and when it did that, it left the fibre parts, and you could clearly see the fibres and them swaying like. Yeah, I'm going to deal with that again. Look, Cook. It looks like brick material for later. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It really does, mate. Looks like a bad case of barley belly. I need some Easy Tiger hard hats on the merch line. Manuel Island tunnels dented my bounce top. Oh, man. I can't wait to go to Manuel Island, mate. That's the main part of my research. Like, that is one of the main things because that place there is one humongous geopolymer structure buried. And when you say you're underground there, you're not actually underground. You know that. You're still above ground, but because it's like a hill sort of thing, you think you're going underground. On a work site, you would run off some of the ingredients. Try building on a bed of sand for drainage. Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. Really good idea. But like I said, I'm not an expert. Everything I've learned is only relevant to what I'm working with and what I'm seeing out in the field, out on site. I don't have the full spectrum of geopolymer. A year maximum I've been doing this. And in fact, I haven't done anything in 6 months to do with geopolymer. I've just been out exposing it. Thanks for recommending it to me, Paul. No worries, man. And I hope you enjoyed yourself out there. I really do. Happy Easter, everyone. Show Paul some arrivederci. Yeah, big up, VJ. And big up, people. Hey, listen, I'm going to love you and leave you guys anyway because I've waffled. It's 1:33. No pun intended, all right? Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and share and all that business. I'm going to do a video that's going to be out tonight. It might be out tomorrow. I'm doing one with Michelle. I've got loads of bits coming over the next few days. So stay tuned and big up yourselves. One love, Tigers. Ta-da.
Everyone all right? So I've had this theory for a few years. Instead of buying a side-by-side, which is really expensive, you could accomplish the same thing, if not better, by buying the cheapest beat-up 4x4 SUV that you can find. And if my theory
Tout sur le 5 avril 2023 à 21h. C'est capturer quelque chose d'inhabituel à travers mon télescope. Pour l'instant, j'observe toujours avec ce pour la deuxième fois. Ça fait filmer quelque chose que je ne pouvais pas respirer.
Hello and welcome to the Terran Space Academy, where we help prepare you for a bright future in the space industry. Please don't forget to like and subscribe, and don't forget we have Academy-themed gear in the Academy store. I don't think you've ever seen one of our titles saying, "This changes everything." But this time, it is not just accurate, but perhaps an understatement. In this lesson, I will sometimes quote directly from the announcement on Science Daily and the paper itself. Researchers at the University of Rochester have reported the creation of a superconducting material at both a temperature and pressure low enough for practical applications. In a new paper released March 5th, researchers described a nitrogen-doped lutetium hydride that exhibits superconductivity at just a few degrees from room temperature. 20.5 degrees Celsius, which is 69 degrees Fahrenheit, and at a pressure of 10 kilobars, which is 145,000 pounds per square inch. Although this pressure might still seem extraordinarily high, strain engineering techniques routinely used in integrated chip manufacturing incorporate materials held together by internal chemical pressures that are even higher. That means room temperature superconductors will be within our reach soon. Why is this such a historic achievement? Superconductor materials are critical to our future. According to a recent article put out by 3DFS, up to 67.8% of electricity generated in the United States is lost before it can be used. That's 200 million megawatt hours. Much of this loss is due to resistance. Electrical resistance is the measure of the opposition to the flow of electric current through a material or device. It is the property of a material that determines how much current will flow through it under a given voltage. The unit of resistance is the ohm, named for the German physicist George Simon Ohm. Materials with high resistance require more voltage to generate a given current than materials with low resistance. The resistance of a material depends on its physical and chemical properties, such as its length, cross-sectional area, temperature, and of course the type of material. The relationship between current, voltage, and resistance is described by Ohm's law. Mathematically, Ohm's law can be expressed as I equals V over R, where I is the current in amperes, V is the voltage in volts, and R is the resistance in ohms. This relationship can also be expressed as V equals I times R, which shows that the voltage across a conductor is equal to the current flowing through it multiplied by its resistance. Ohm's law is always used when designing and analyzing electrical circuits, as it enables engineers to predict the behavior of a circuit and calculates the values of various electrical parameters, such as current, voltage, and resistance. It is also used in various applications, including the design of electronic devices, power systems, and electric motors. Resistance is not just responsible for power loss. It also produces heat, which is a big problem in spaceflight. Though empty space near Earth is relatively cold, at the orbit of the International Space Station, the temperature in the shade is minus 150 degrees Celsius. In direct sunlight, that temperature can go up to 120 degrees Celsius. But the main problem is the heat generated in your space station, spaceship, or spacesuit cannot easily escape. A near vacuum is an excellent insulator, preventing both conduction and convection of heat, leaving only the radiation of infrared energy to cool something down. The average human body generates about 100 watts of heat energy at rest. This goes up to 1,000 watts according to NASA when an astronaut is on a spacewalk and working. On the Moon, Apollo astronauts had a water-circulating undergarment and an ice sublimator. Heat generated by the astronaut was pumped with the water up to the sublimator, where the transition changed from solid ice to vapor carried away the heat generated by the astronaut's body. Modern spacesuits use a smaller, more efficient version of the same device. If this system were to fail, an astronaut would quickly overheat and die. Inside your spaceship, Heat is generated by the humans working there, but much more heat is generated by the electronics on the ship. But if your electronics were superconducting, there would be no resistance at all, and therefore no heat would be generated. This dramatically increases the efficiency of our systems and saves us a lot of wasted power. The same would be true of every electric device and automobile used on Earth. It is also true that superconducting electromagnets are significantly more powerful than non-superconducting electromagnets. The main advantage of superconducting electromagnets is that they can conduct electrical current with virtually zero resistance, which means they can generate much stronger magnetic fields than non-superconducting electromagnets of the same size and weight. The best example of superconduction most of us can relate to is an MRI. MRIs use superconducting magnets to generate a magnetic field of up to 3 Tesla, while a non-superconducting electromagnet would need to be much larger and heavier to generate a similar magnetic field strength. But in addition to their higher magnetic field strength, superconducting electromagnets are also much more energy efficient, as they require much less power to maintain their magnetic field once they are activated. This makes them ideal for applications where high magnetic fields are required, such as particle accelerators, fusion reactors, and magnetic levitation trains. But until now, superconducting electromagnets required extremely low temperatures to operate, typically requiring cooling with liquid helium to just 4 Kelvin above absolute zero. These systems are much more expensive to manufacture and maintain than non-superconducting electromagnets, which, until now, has limited their use to specialized applications where their unique properties are critical. So how can this discovery affect our world? With an efficient high-temperature superconductor, we can have inexpensive, frictionless, levitating high-speed trains, more affordable medical imaging and scanning techniques such as MRI and magnetocardiography, faster, more efficient electronics for digital logic and memory device technology, and fusion reactors. These systems, like the spark reactor discussed in this lesson and others, might finally be able to generate more power than they consume. These devices use magnetic fields to confine plasmas to achieve the temperatures and pressures necessary to create fusion. Much of the power lost by these devices is used to power the electromagnets that hold a ball of plasma hotter than the core of the sun inside a vacuum in these incredible machines. And this new superconductor was made of much more common elements than the old ones. Mercury was the first metal found to be superconducting when cooled to near absolute zero. The temperature at which a superconductor stops being a superconductor is called the critical temperature, denoted Tc. For pure mercury, that temperature is 4 Kelvin. Yttrium, lanthanum, and cerium hold the previous temperature record at 135 Kelvin. The newly discovered material can operate at almost room temperature. That means a simple air conditioning system will allow it to function, as opposed to liquid nitrogen temperatures for rare earth barium copper oxide superconductors. These are called Rebco superconductors, and they are all hydrides. Hydrides are created by combining rare earth metals with hydrogen, then adding nitrogen or carbon, forming a cage-like structure called a clathrate. The rare earth metal ions are contained in the cage and act as carrier donors. These donors help create a quasi-particle called a phonon. This phenomenon describes the collective vibration of all atoms in a crystal lattice. Phonons are crucial for superconduction, as they are responsible for mediating the interactions between electrons in the material, helping the electrons to form Cooper pairs, which are held together by the exchange of phonons between the vibrating lattice and the electrons. The moving electron Cooper pair causes a local distortion as it passes through the lattice. This distortion recreates the phonon. This phonon will then help create a condensate of Cooper pairs that can flow through the material with no resistance at all. Again, these donor elements can be yttrium, ytterbium, europium, or samarium. But the new superconductor is different. The Rochester team decided to start with an element called lutetium. Lutetium has 14 electrons in its highly localized, fully filled f orbital configuration. This suppresses the phonon softening phenomenon and provides enhancement to the electron-phonon coupling, needed for superconductivity to take place at ambient temperatures. Stabilizing this lattice configuration was a concern, but the researchers used nitrogen to create a more stable cage-like lattice within the material that hardens the low-frequency optical phonons. This structure provided the stability for superconductivity to occur at lower pressure. Under the direction of Professor Ranga Dias, a physicist and material scientist well known for his previous work on superconductors, the team created a gas mixture of 99% hydrogen and 1% nitrogen, placed it in a reaction chamber with a pure sample of lutetium, and let the components react for 2 to 3 days at 392 degrees Fahrenheit. The resulting lutetium-nitrogen-hydrogen compound was initially a bluish color according to the paper, but when the compound was then compressed in a diamond anvil cell, a startling visual transformation occurred. The material went from blue to pink at the outset of superconductivity, and then with more pressure to a bright red non-superconducting metallic state. Dr. Dias was surprised to see the vivid red material and decided to call it red matter, after the fictional material that destroyed the planet Vulcan in the 2009 Star Trek film. The codename has stuck, and you might see it in the news. The pressure required to induce superconductivity in this new material is nearly 2 orders of magnitude lower than the previous low-pressure record, which had also been set in Professor Dias's lab. This breakthrough answers the question of whether superconducting material can exist at both ambient temperatures and pressures low enough for practical applications. Dr. Dias said, "A pathway to superconducting consumer electronics, energy transfer lines, transportation, and significant improvements of magnetic confinement for fusion are now a reality. We believe we are now at the modern superconducting era." New York is rapidly becoming a hub for superconducting technology. To see how this discovery will change the space industry, let's look at some amazing space technologies that are only possible with superconducting materials. Chemical rockets are the best way we have to get people off planets right now. One of the things that makes chemical rockets so useful is that they create both energy and propellant through combustion. But they have almost reached the limit of their efficiency. To go beyond what they are capable of, we will need to develop new methods of propulsion. At the most fundamental level, all rockets are throwing mass out the back so they can go forward. When we heat a solid, it becomes a liquid. When we heat a liquid, it becomes a gas. When we heat a gas to a high enough temperature, it becomes a plasma. A plasma is a gas where the electrons have been knocked off the gas particles. The resultant ion and electron move freely around each other. Ionization can occur by heating the gas to an extremely high temperature or hitting the outer electron with a photon of the correct wavelength to allow absorption, where the electron absorbs the energy of the photon and can leave the gas particle. Now the remaining gas particle is an ion. Ions can be manipulated by magnetic fields. We can use a magnetic force field to keep the gas particles from touching the walls of the rocket engine. Then there is no transfer of kinetic energy. The resultant plasma can be hotter than the core of the sun, and the engine won't melt. There will be some photon emission from the plasma, which will heat the engine some, but this can be controlled with the same type of active cooling we used on the chemical rocket engines. We can then open a gap in the magnetic field, which acts like a throat in a chemical rocket engine, allowing the heated ions to flow out of the engine. This is how the Variable Specific Impulse Magnetohydrodynamic Rocket, or VASIMR, works. We call this type of engine electrothermal, since we are using electromagnetic forces to heat the propellant, then letting thermal energy expel it out the back. There is another way also. We can keep the ionized gas relatively cold, then throw it out the back with electromagnetic energy. These were called particle accelerators when they were invented in the 1920s, and when we take them to space and use them for propulsion, they are called ion engines or ion drives. We made an in-depth survey of ion engine technology in this lesson. Now let's do an update on the latest advances for one type of ion engine. This is called the magnetoplasma dynamic thruster. In this type of thruster, a gas is first ionized. This means an electron is knocked off to create a charged particle. These ionized particles are then sent into a chamber, called the acceleration chamber, where they are exposed to powerful electric and magnetic fields. If you use electric fields to eject ions, you have an ion thruster. If you use magnetic fields to eject a plasma, you have a magnetoplasma dynamic thruster. Now let's look at another relationship between electricity and magnetism. If you run a current in this direction, you will create an electric field in this direction, and also create a magnetic field in this direction. We can use the right hand again and show it this way. Current in the direction of the thumb, magnetic field points toward the fingers, electric field rises out of the palm. This magnetic field is called the Lorentz force, after Hendrik Lorentz, who derived it in 1895. The Lorentz force is a force felt by a particle when it travels through an electric or magnetic field. The particle of charge Q, moving with a certain velocity, represented as v, will feel a force in accordance with the equation F equals QE plus QV times B, where E is the electric field and B is the magnetic field. This equation shows that the electromagnetic force felt by a charged particle is a combination of the force generated by the magnitude of the electric field E, measured in volts per meter, times the charge on the particle, which we measure in coulombs, added to the velocity of the charge, times the charge of the particle, multiplied by the force generated by the magnetic field B, measured in Teslas. In other words, the electromagnetic force felt by a charged particle is a function of its charge and velocity. I don't pretend to understand why things are this way. That's for electrical engineers and physicists. But to understand ion engines, we need to understand that it is this way. This is how a magnetoplasma dynamic thruster works, and these are sometimes called Lorentz accelerators. We are using magnetic fields to make plasma move. Let's look at this design. Here we see a central post with a circular wall out here. If we run an electric current, a charged particle thrown into this chamber would feel a Lorentz force throwing it out of the engine. These are also called Lorentz force accelerators. In Japan, they are also called MPD arc jets. Magnetoplasma dynamic thrusters come in two types. The first is where they depend only on the generated magnetic field. This is called a self or direct field MPD. And when they augment this field with an external magnetic field, it is called an applied field MPD. These thrusters can use any propellant that can be converted to plasma. This would include the noble gases like xenon, argon, and neon, as well as hydrogen and hydrazine. The best performance, however, is generally with lithium vapor. Remember that lithium is the lightest metal available to us. MPD thrusters have the potential to produce extremely high specific impulse, up to 11,000 seconds theoretically, 3 times better than xenon-based ion drives, and 25 times better than the best chemical rockets. But whereas most ion drives have an extremely low thrust, MPD thrusters have the potential to achieve a thrust of up to 200 newtons. This may not sound like much, but the thrust of most ion drives is measured in micro or millinewtons. The most powerful ion thruster to date, NASA's X3 Xenon Hall thruster, has a mass of about 230 kilograms and can only produce about 5.4 newtons. Magnetoplasma dynamic thrusters were developed in the 1960s, first in Germany, then researched in both the United States and the Soviet Union, with Japan and other countries coming on board later. Japan flew the first MPD in space in 1995. Let's review the basic design. An MPD thruster has 2 metal electrodes. In the center we see a rod-shaped cathode surrounded by a cylinder-shaped anode. There is an insulator in between. A high current is created between these. The cathode heats up and high-speed electrons are emitted, and electricity arcs across. A gas is then put in this chamber, where it is struck by the high-speed electrons and ionized. Current, when described as flowing from positive to negative, is able to flow from the anode ring to the cathode rod through this ionized gas or plasma. Plasma can conduct electricity. A magnetic field is created around the cathode as electricity goes through it, like any wire would, and this is called the self-field. The self-induced magnetic field interacts with the electric current flowing from the anode to the cathode through the plasma. This creates a Lorentz force that throws the plasma out of the engine at very high velocities, producing thrust. So far, this is a direct or self-field MPD. To boost thrust, you can apply an external magnetic field to augment the one produced by the current flowing through the cathode rod. This is an applied MPD, and it is much more efficient. The problem has been that to get this to produce a lot of efficient thrust required a very heavy energy-intensive magnet. These were developed first in Russia and have produced over 100 kilowatts of power. with an efficiency of up to 45% and an ejection velocity of 15,000 meters per second, which of course means a specific impulse of 5,000 seconds. Lithium and hydrogen-based systems have been developed by NASA at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and the Glenn Research Center. Japan flew one of these in 1995. Why doesn't everyone use these thrusters? They are energy intensive. They do not produce their own power like a chemical rocket. This means you will need a power source. Solar panels are an option, but are limited to about 40% efficiency with current technology, with the solar flux at the orbit of the Earth being a little less than 1,400 watts per square meter. We are looking at about 560 watts of power. A 10 meter by 10 meter solar array is quite large, and would give us only 56 kilowatts of power when exposed to sunlight. We would need 2 of these just to power one 100 kilowatt MPD thruster. Nuclear reactors producing several hundred kilowatts were flown in space by the Soviets in the 1980s. And Rolls-Royce of the United Kingdom is working on one now, as is the United States and China. Fusion reactors may be available within a decade, but let's assume not and go fission nuclear. What could we do with a 3 megawatt reactor using MPD technology? One of the most energy-intensive components of an applied field MPD is this. This is the external magnet. To make the thruster efficient and powerful, you must apply an extremely strong external magnetic field. How can we solve this problem? To create a strong field, you must have a powerful current. Running a lot of current through metal generates heat, which robs some of the power, and reduces the power available to produce the magnetic field. This has been a problem with electromagnets since they were created. If you watch this lesson on the spark reactor, you will see that an advanced fusion reactor designed by physicists from MIT uses an advanced type of superconductor tape. There are 4 lessons focused on superconductor technology and its application to spaceflight. I highly recommend reviewing these. One of the things we covered in those lessons were superconductors. Superconductors have no resistance to the flow of electricity. This allows more of your power to go to propulsion and increases the efficiency of the system. This is an MPD thruster with only a direct field. It is okay, but not much better than other devices. This is an MPD thruster with an applied magnetic field. The field is being generated by a regular electromagnet. The thruster might only have a mass of 13 kilograms by itself. By itself, this is a direct field MPD. If we add this magnet, we greatly increase the efficiency of this thruster. But while the thruster itself might only have a mass of 13 kilograms, the magnet has a mass of 150 kilograms and absorbs 285 kilowatts of power. If we create an applied magnetic field of 100 millitesla with a current of 750 amps using 100 volts, we can process 90 milligrams of propellant per second, producing 2.1 newtons at a specific impulse of 2,400 seconds, and an efficiency of 33% of the power applied being converted into thrust. We can do this using 75 kilowatts of power. If we increase the power of the magnetic field to 400 millitesla, which can be done by increasing our power just 33% to 100 kilowatts, we can drop the current by 41% to 440 amps, and increase the voltage by 130% to 230 volts. Remember, it's the amps or current that damages your equipment. Running at a higher voltage and lower amps makes the system last much longer. Older MPD drives had problems with the cathode rod eroding away, but this problem has been just about solved with newer technology, using lithium vapor propellant and by lowering the amps. The same engine, with a more powerful magnetic field, can process less propellant, only 60 milligrams per second versus 90 milligrams per second before, a savings of 33%, and still produce a thrust of 2.75 newtons, a gain of 31%, with a specific impulse of 4,665 seconds, almost double, and with a 62% efficiency power conversion to thrust efficiency. This shows that you can get the same or even a little more thrust from the same engine, processing less propellant, at a much higher efficiency. This allows you to carry a lot less propellant, or move a lot more mass. What is the next step in these engines? What if we use a superconducting magnet instead of the heavy regular copper electromagnet? To produce superconducting magnets, some companies are looking at using Rebco. Rebco is a rare earth barium copper oxide tape to make superconducting magnets. These magnets are able to superconduct at about 77 Kelvin, the temperature of liquid nitrogen. These are called high-temperature superconductors, even though they still operate at very cold temperatures. Using a superconducting tape magnet would be extremely useful in this concept. This is the supreme magnetoplasma dynamic thruster. No, I'm not being dramatic, that's the name of it. It stands for Superconductor-Based, Readiness-Enhanced, Magnetoplasma Dynamic Electric Propulsion. This is made by a company called Neutron Star Systems out of Germany. This is a very innovative company that is applying superconducting technology to several areas of spaceflight. Superconducting Rebco tape has become affordable over the last few years. There are several companies producing it in Europe, the United States, and elsewhere. If we apply this magnet technology to MPD thrusters, as Neutron Star Systems plans to do here, we should be able to dramatically improve the performance of these thrusters. Here you see a propellant supply and a power processing unit. These feed into the discharge unit, where the propellant is ionized into plasma. And here you see a superconducting coil being placed around the thruster to accelerate the plasma. They then add a thermal management system, which would be insulation and cooling systems, to keep the magnet below its critical temperature. Using a superconducting magnet instead of a regular electromagnet can reduce the mass by a factor of 4, while reducing power consumption by a factor of 300, and still produce a field 4 times stronger. Let's dwell on that for a moment. If the greatest limitation to the use of this advanced propulsion system is the power consumption, and you use superconducting magnets to reduce power consumption by a factor of 300, you go from needing 3 megawatts to needing only 10 kilowatts. Power to waste. Current systems are around 1,500 seconds, but up to 11,000 seconds is theoretically possible. With up to 200 newtons of force per thruster, this is all within our reach. For our propellant, we could carry tanks of argon up with us. This would be inexpensive and quite effective. It takes about 3,200 meters per second of delta V to go from low Earth orbit to a translunar trajectory orbit. Since we aren't going to go into orbit around the moon or land, we'll just get close to the moon and come back to Earth. We use the rocket equation to see how much propellant we will need to bring with us. We have the specific impulse and delta V needed. And remember, our ship had a mass of only 2,000 kilograms. We need to produce a delta V of about 3,200 meters per second, and we know that the specific impulse is 5,000 seconds. We can now try to find our final mass. So we rearrange our equation. Delta V equals the exhaust velocity times the natural log of initial mass over final mass. Delta V over exhaust velocity equals the natural log of initial mass over final mass. E is a constant, 2.7183, and we need it to get the inverse of log. E to the power of delta V over exhaust velocity equals initial mass over final mass. And now we move our final mass over and up here, while moving these over and down here. Now final mass equals initial mass divided by E to the power of delta V over exhaust velocity. Now we will turn our specific impulse into exhaust velocity using this equation. VE equals specific impulse times the force of gravity on Earth. We get our answer by multiplying our 5,000 seconds of specific impulse by 9.807 meters per second squared, the force of gravity on Earth. This gives us 49,035 meters per second for our exhaust velocity. So we will set our initial mass as 2,000 kilograms and plug in our numbers. Our final mass comes out as 1,874 kilograms. With that, we can calculate how much propellant we will need to take with us. 126 kilograms. That's the amazing potential of ion drives. We only need 126 kilograms of propellant to get the job done. To be safe, we'll bring one a little bigger, holding about 200 kilograms of propellant. Liquid argon has a density of 1,150 kilograms per cubic meter. For 200 kilograms of liquid argon, we will only need a volume of about 0.174 cubic meters. That means a sphere 28 centimeters across, about 11 inches, can hold our propellant. We would only need one carbon overwrap pressure vessel about this size. Now we also need to worry about thrust. Propulsion efficiency tells you how much of your mass will need to be propellant to get to your destination, but thrust determines how long it will take you. Most ion propulsion systems have very low thrust. That means they have a very low acceleration. When a solar storm heated and expanded the Earth's atmosphere recently, the increased atmospheric density was a threat to SpaceX Starlink satellites, as they tried to climb slowly to their higher orbits. Sadly, the atmospheric drag increased by 50%, and this was too much for the Krypton ion drives. The Starlink satellites could not stay in orbit and burned up in the atmosphere. We said earlier that magnetoplasma dynamic thrusters can produce up to 200 newtons of thrust. Let's have 10 of these thrusters putting out a total of 2,000 newtons. How fast would we go through our propellant? Another equation tells us that force equals exhaust velocity times mass propellant flow. In this case, the force is our thrust. Mass propellant flow is usually given as m dot. The dot system was developed by Isaac Newton when he reinvented calculus. This notation is called Fluxion notation or dot notation. Another mathematician named Leibniz figured out calculus a long time after Newton, but published it about the same time. As Newton had procrastinated, Leibniz notations look like this. This is the same differential equation, now clearly saying the change in mass over the change in time. It's interesting to note that the two gentlemen disagreed about who was first, and the matter was settled by an organization headed by Sir Isaac Newton, who decided that he had, after all, been first. By the way, Babylonian clay tablets show that their astronomers, over 2,000 years ago, had developed a type of calculus to track the motions of the planets and stars. And we now know that the ancient Greek scholars, Eudoxus and Archimedes, had developed differential equations of their own, hundreds of years before the Babylonians. Imagine where we would be today if this knowledge had been better preserved. I like Leibniz notation better, but it is traditional to use m dot in aerospace science. By the way, Newton used the notation v dot to indicate acceleration. So if you see that somewhere, it stands for the change in velocity over the change in time. Now we can rearrange the equation to solve for mass propellant flow, and we get m dot equals F over VE. In this case, 2,000 newtons divided by 49,035 meters per second equals 0.041 kilograms per second. If we need to process 126 kilograms, that means it will take 3,098 seconds. So we can calculate that it will take about 52 minutes to process our propellant through the engines. The Apollo missions, using the Saturn IVB third stage, had more thrust, but much less efficiency, less than 10% the efficiency of what we have. The S4B third stage had a fueled or wet mass of 119,000 kilograms and a dry mass of 10,000 kilograms, with a specific impulse of 421 seconds. They needed about 90% of the third stage to be propellant, but their more powerful J2 engine did produce over 1 million newtons of thrust, allowing Apollo 8 to do their injection burn in only 318 seconds, which is about 5 minutes, creating an injection velocity of 10.82 kilometers per second. If we had 7.8 kilometers per second in low Earth orbit and added 3.2 kilometers per second of delta V, we'll have 11 kilometers per second to raise our apogee out to the moon. So we ignite our ion drives, generating the needed delta V, and fly to the moon. We've packed some sandwiches because it will take a while. It took Apollo 8 68 hours to get to the moon, and they had to make some tiny course corrections. We might also. Though they went into orbit around the moon, we are going to cross in front, as you see here. We just need to make sure our flight computer is accurate, and that we chose a good date and time for our launch, so that the moon will be where we need it to be when we get there. And we had to light our engines at the right place in Earth orbit, which would be the opposite side of the Earth from where the moon's going to be. It also turns out the Earth's gravity well is much steeper than the moon's. We climb slowly up until their respective gravity fields are equal. Apollo 8 was 377,349 kilometers from the Earth at their greatest distance. And this equal gravity point was just 62,377 kilometers from the moon. The moon's gravity is 1/6 that of Earth, and the halfway point for gravity is about 1/6 the distance from the moon to the Earth. This is where we will find a spot called L1, or Earth-Moon Lagrange point 1. Since the Earth-Moon gravity is balanced here, we could hang out without using much propellant to stay in place relative to the Earth and Moon. We had several options when we chose our flight path. Apollo 8 fired a lunar orbit insertion burn, so they could stay around the moon. We won't, since we need to get back home before anyone gets worried. Every orbit must have two foci. We could have chosen the Earth and the Moon, like Apollo 8. They crossed in front of the Moon in its orbit. This allows the moon's gravity to pull them back and slow them down, helping them to get into orbit around the moon. They did a lunar orbit insertion burn and orbited the moon a few times, traveling around the far side of the moon. We have chosen something different. We have chosen to use L1 as the other foci of our orbit. This way we never lose sight of our home planet. It is possible to use the hills and valleys created in space-time by gravity in this way. We are not moving fast enough to crest the hill and fall toward the moon. We travel around this curve, shown in a diagram where they make the gravitational landscape two-dimensional. Here we reach the apogee of our orbit and get a close-up look at the moon. We don't really have to do anything at this point. We will slowly start to fall back toward the Earth. Having planned our trajectory correctly, we'll now head back home. Now we find ourselves coasting down this slope to the Earth. This is a long hill, and we start building up a lot of speed. We will, in fact, impact the Earth's atmosphere at over 11 kilometers per second. One of the most difficult things about spaceflight is re-entry. The Apollo capsules had these thick heat shields. We don't have one of those. We might think about firing our engines to come to a stop before we hit the atmosphere, but even with an efficiency of 5,000 seconds specific impulse and a mass of 1,874 kilograms, we would need 377 kilograms of propellant to stop our fall, and as soon as we came to rest, we would start falling again. But we started with only 200 kilograms of propellant, and we've already used 126. We have only 74 kilograms of propellant left. With a mass of 1,874 kilograms after burning our propellant to get here, and moving at 11,000 meters per second, we have a momentum of over 20 million kilogram meters per second. If we hit the atmosphere at this speed and momentum, we will generate a shock wave with a temperature of over 20,000 Kelvin. Now there will be a boundary layer of stagnant air between our ship and the atmosphere. This will prevent conduction and convection, but it does allow radiative heating. The photons generated by the shock wave will create a temperature of about 1,650 Kelvin against our ship, which is 1,377 Celsius or 2,511 Fahrenheit. Carbon fiber and even titanium cannot tolerate these temperatures. Things are going to get really bad really fast if we can't think of something. But remembering our classes at the Terran Space Academy, we came prepared. We knew that neutron star systems out of Germany doesn't just make our magnetoplasma dynamic thrusters. They also make something called MEIST. MEIST stands for Magnetohydrodynamic Enhanced Entry System for Space Transportation. The European Union has invested 3.5 million euros into this research. This system uses a powerful superconducting magnet to generate a large rotating magnetic field around the ship. Ions are then released into the field to create a physical shell that will interact with the atmosphere and create resistance, greatly increasing the effective surface area and therefore reducing the mass to surface area ratio. Reducing this ratio increases the braking rate and reduces terminal velocity. We'll still have to make sure to come in at the right angle. If you brake too fast, you could generate too many G-forces and injure yourself. But if we brake too slowly, we'll have a longer heat pulse, increasing our heat load and causing a problem in most ships. The re-entry angle of the Apollo capsules was about 6 degrees. But our magnetic ion force field will hold the shock wave further back from the ship. Since radiative energy reduces by the distance squared, we can keep the shock wave away from the ship and prevent too much heat transfer. We have the superconducting magnets and our applied field magnetoplasma dynamic thrusters ready. We feed most of our power to the magnetoshell, saving some to generate ions, creating our magnetoshell. The magnetic field created grabs the plasma and holds it around the ship. The sphere extends out far from the ship. Magnetoshells of up to 100 meters in diameter are believed to be possible. This shell of ions actually impacts the Earth's atmosphere, where the ship's kinetic energy causes the atmosphere to heat, and then becomes plasma. But the plasma from the atmosphere is conductive, like all plasma is. The magnetic field grabs this plasma and adds it to our shield, reinforcing it. And as the distance from our ship to the shock wave is now much further away, the radiated heat is much less. no problem for our ship. Once the ship slows from the friction of this giant plasma sphere, the shock wave dissipates. Without the shock wave generating plasma, our sphere starts to fade away, as magnetic fields cannot move neutral air particles, and we are almost out of propellant. So we angle our ship down a little and feed air through our atmospheric ion engine scoops, not for propulsion, but to maintain our plasma shield. The ship continues to slow until reaching terminal velocity, which, with such a large surface area, is about 150 kilometers per hour. At this speed, we can turn off our magneto shell and just use our engines with ducted fans to slow our descent and land gently in our driveway. We all look forward to the wonderful future being brought to us by dedicated scientists like Dr. Diaz. Thanks for listening, thanks for your help on Patreon, and stay safe. Ad Astra Pro Terra.
My goal tonight is to position you where you're so confident, right? It doesn't matter if the fire burns the house down, you know how to put it out and start a new fire. I want to get you so confident that the world can fall apart around you and you're still in a position to create the things you want to do in your life. So what I'm saying to you here, the point of this is the money's available, folks. There is no shortage of money.
You think there's a shortage of money? There's more money on this planet than there are trees. There's more abundance of money on this planet than there are the trees that my daddy told me money doesn't grow on trees. Let me tell you something else my daddy didn't know, okay? Originally money, particularly in the US, was printed from a cotton bush. A cotton bush is a tree, man. By definition, a bush is a tiny little tree. okay? And that paper was cotton. So it's not true that money doesn't grow on trees. Money's everywhere. Just look around. Look around. You go outside. I want you to go outside. When this segment is over, I want you to walk outside, get in your car. Before you get in your car, just look around. Look around. Look around at the trees, man. Trees are everywhere, man. The sky is everywhere, okay? You done? Okay, look, I want you to look at the cement on the ground. Cement everywhere. It's everywhere. Okay, and then I want you to look for this. Now I want you to look for money. I want you to look around you. I want you to look at the cars, the buildings, okay, the people. All of them are money. The tires on the cars, I don't know. The retail center, the people wearing clothes and the ties and all the things, the purses that people are carrying, the shoes, the watches, okay? Money. There is no shortage of money. It's not a mindset. It is not true. There is no shortage of money on this planet except that which lives in your mind not because it's your fault. You were brought up poor and middle class. You were brought up by the mentality of people that thought money was in shortage.
Keep us healthy. A friend of mine I was speaking to, right? And I was talking to him. I probably cried a little bit, but I was talking to him and he said, Jess, you need to get back into a routine. You gotta and I was like, I lost my routine because I stopped doing the show. I was just kind of like blah, blah, blah to going around, right? With nothing, like no routine. So I'm getting back into a routine has helped. Kind of trying to change my mindset, right, has helped to be more positive about it and look at it from a growth perspective. So looking back, right, I felt like maybe I had to go down, right, into the hole to be able to come back as a phoenix, right, reborn and kind of be able to look at things in a different light, right? But it's not easy, and I'm not like all the way there. So looking back, I was like, man, I felt like I'd been really determined, right? I think I was really determined. And last week, I thought about it and I was like, maybe it's just time to be done with this. Maybe it's just time to let this go. So I took a long walk with the dogs. And I thought about it and I was like, maybe it's time to just, find something else, like break. But then I also thought, what is that thing? What is that thing that I can find that is going to make me happy and fulfill me, right? Maybe it's time to just let it go because, it's like, if I can't be successful, then why am I doing this, right? Maybe it was time to hang up the headphones. And this was just last week, guys. It was probably Thursday or Friday. And so, no, I don't have any whiskey. And no, Alien Love, I'm not done with the story. So I got a phone call And I said, and then at that moment, I don't know if that kind of was a catalyst for kind of making me start to feel better, kind of making me kind of, I was in the process of making myself feel better, but I was also earlier in the day, I was like, if I have to let this go, I have to let this go, right? And I got the phone call. And then I know if you guys saw last Thursday, right? I posted, we are coming back to a normal schedule real soon. And it was, and I think, and it was because of the phone call. And I don't know, I guess maybe I can tell you, maybe I can't tell you, but, so I actually talked to Joe, right? And I hadn't talked to him in a while. And, we talked a little bit. And, and I said, I think, I don't know, maybe I should go back, So we're kind of talking about that. One of the things holding me back is right now I'm pretty broke. I haven't been doing anything. I've been in a depressed hole. So if I go back, I gotta, pull together some money. So that's kind of the thing there. Is right now, I think we talked a little bit, and and I said, I think, I don't know, maybe I should go back, So we're kind of talking about that. One of the things holding me back is right now I'm pretty broke. I haven't been doing anything. I've been in a depressed hole. So if I go back, I gotta, pull together some money. So that's kind of the thing there. So it's also giving me a little time to raise the money and get the money together and be able to come back. And then we'll probably, that's, I think, at the point we're going to be scheduling some guests. So I don't know if it's like jumping the horse to say that. And they say don't say things before they happen. So maybe I did. Oops. But hopefully it's, we'll see what I think it's good. I think it's good. So at the end of the day, I think I'm giving myself one more chance to freaking do this. We're going to do this, guys. And I thought about it too, right? A lot of the people that are attracted to the show are attracted to the show because they're, into these different topics. They have different experiences. Maybe they're psychic. Maybe they are, maybe they have abilities. Maybe they like crystals, maybe they like meditation, maybe they like remote viewing. But the thing about our show, right? This show and the audience and the community around it, right? Is that we're all very open-minded too, but in this whole field of strange and fringe topics, right? There are different sects. Not sects, CT. There's different groups, right? There's like the Bigfoot groups, the cryptid people, the ghost people, the psychics, the witches, the magicians, right? And within those groups, some groups don't believe in other groups, right? Like they're like, like maybe the Bigfoot people are like, oh, the ghost people are super woo. Or the UFO people go, I don't believe in this, right? Or something, So in this area, right, we do believe in those sects. Yes, exactly, Philip. That's what I'm trying to say. I have a slight lisp and we're working on it. Oh, thank you, Enzo. He says, we believe in Jess and we'll back you whatever path you decide to take. Oh, thank you. He says, we believe in you, Jess. We'll be behind you no matter what you decide to do, mostly because we know you'll be great at it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so it's been a freaking wild ride, I tell you. Oh, thank you, Sylvain. Sylvain says, well, just what you decide will follow you, heart. Oh, thank you. And the alien love says, amen. So the purpose, right? The purpose of this whole thing, right? Is it to gather together, right? Like the ex-wife group. How big is that, Pat? How big is your ex-wife group? But I think it's about, because I thought about it, right? And in this community, you talk to a lot of different people and you kind of get to know, how the people are. And I think it's about finding, this friend group, these people that you can be comfortable and be yourself around. And like, we've had people, we have people in there and that say, that different things they see. We're like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. We're always like, okay, cool, or they share an experience, right? And we allow them to share because, and we're not judgy, right? Because everybody's had their own experiences. So I think that's what, and not so many words and not so eloquently, is kind of great. Aw, thank you, Chris Jones. Alien Love says the XY files. Oh, it's Pat Show. Chris Jones says, you're the queen of our misfit toy island. Oh, thank you. But like the misfits, right? We're all kind of misfits, right? And I think we're just always looking like for a group to belong to or community to belong to. And I think being able to find that, right? Because whenever I did even think about quitting, right? And then I thought about, I was like, but what about all these amazing people that we brought together and, we get to talk to all the time? And we get to know each other, and I talk to you guys, some of you guys I talk to all the time offline. Sometimes we talk in the chat, sometimes we talk via Messenger, or on Instagram, but we communicate, right? And we've all become friends and we know each other. And I think that as much as we talk crap on technology, still this technology has allowed us to come together, right? And I think it's for a good reason. Philip is saying white hat, gray hat, and the scary black hats. I don't know, are we gray or are we white hats? But I think that there's a reason that all these super powerful people, not powerful like power, but like your energy is powerful, right? And the reason that they're all being brought together is for a positive reason, right? Because yeah, the world is going to poop. The crap, I guess I can say crap. The world is kind of going to crap sometimes, right? And the energy is not good, right? Sometimes. And I think a lot of the times, and not to sound wooey, but I'm going to sound wooey. There's a reason we talk about these things and we try to keep it positive sometimes too, but sometimes we talk about the negative too, because that's the reality of it, right? But part of it is being able to hold space for, these changes that are going on, because these changes are occurring rapidly, right? Alien Lifts is gray. That's what I think. I think gray. Oh, thank you. Sylvain says, I'm glad to be a part of this community. And it's a great community. Do you guys know that the best, every single time I have a guest on, they say, I love your chat room. Everybody is so respectful of one another. And they always, add great things to the conversation, because you see a lot of chat rooms and sometimes, people are not on topic. They're talking about different things, and, the guests can see it too. So they know if, you guys are engaged or not. And you guys are always engaged in the show, engaged in the guests, engaged in the conversation. And I think they really appreciate that. And they'll say it to me, I love coming on because of your chat. Even the other day, we had Spooky on, with and Enzo came on, and Big Willie came on, and Nikki came on, and not Enzo. Maybe Enzo will share a deep story, but Spooky felt comfortable sharing his experience on this show with us because of you guys. He said, I felt comfortable to share the story that I don't like to share. And we're going to have him back on, and we're going to have him tell the story. Hopefully he'll be able to tell it to us again. So, we can really focus on the story. And just as we're pretty great, we need gray hats. Oh, I should make gray hats and we could all have them. Maybe not polka dot fedoras, but we could have gray baseball caps. Pat says he needs it to, I'll be honest, I'm a beer hat. What I didn't get to show you guys, and I didn't get to grab on break because I got a little emotional for a moment there with my story, is that I have a comic book cover that was done that you guys probably, maybe if you were around at the time, you saw, but there's a little comic book cover for Multiverse Maiden. So it's like me and my sister in a comic, and we're interviewing a reptilian. So if I can grab that during the next break, I'll show it to you. Because tonight we're just kind of going. We're just kind of having fun. I love that, Dragon Rose. She says it's all about the tribe and like-minded folks. Thanks for providing a forum for that tribe to gather. Oh, thank you. And that's kind of, what I thought about. And I was like, that's what this is, right? It's not, I mean, yeah, we like to have guests and we like to talk about things too, but really, I love the nights when we have time. When we were going 5 nights a week, boom, boom, boom. My favorite night was the nights like Friday nights where we could sit and we could talk like this back and forth and kind of have fun. Those were my favorite nights. Like, yeah, I love having guests, but sometimes I'm like, I'm talking to the guests. I'm like, I want to talk to you guys too, but I can't because we got the guest on. And so those nights are all super, super, super important to me too. And I think it's maybe it's night owl night. I don't know. We can come up with some catchy, maybe a chat GPT can come up with a catchy name for that. Damn it, Chris. Damn it. That touched me. He said, Chris Jones said it before. We have a voice because you have a voice. Oh, thank you. You guys are going to make me cry. And that's what I'm trying not to do. I don't want to cry. I want to drink my hot chocolate. But I thought about it, but really, I think it's so important. And I figured if I stopped doing this, where I wouldn't really have this community, right? And I don't know because I don't talk to a lot of people, a lot of hosts that I don't know, right? And I don't really go out and look at a lot of shows unless, I'm trying to get somebody on. But I don't know if there's a lot of, I mean, people like us, but that are kind of like just not, I don't know, but I guess it doesn't matter. We have this, right? But we think a little different, right? We think outside the box. We look at different things and we look at things differently, right? And we, like Pat says, we look at the big picture and the long timeline, right? And what we can do to get through it, right? And kind of how to be better. Sylvain says, you can't stop. It's in your blood. Apparently it's in my damn blood. I can't stop, apparently. Even though I'm like, I should just stop. I should just stop. I should stop doing this. But then what would Loki do, right? What would Loki do late at night? I got to take a sip, guys. I got to get used to this. So we're just going to push through because I got to keep talking. I got to get used to doing shows again. So we're going to just put a little thing on the screen while I have a sip. And chug this hot chocolate. And we'll just do this. All right, I totally chugged that hot chocolate, and it was delicious. I also have water and a soda ready to go. All right. But yeah, so we have a lot of people I want to bring on. Let's see, hold on. Philip Blair says, cool idea. Experimenting with ChatGPT sounds fun and intriguing. I've never tried it, but I read a short story written by ChatGPT. So, I don't... God, Christian says to try not to cry, just picture shaped cats dancing on Roombas. I think cats on Roombas is enough for me. Philip Blair says I couldn't tell. So, as I said, we can talk about what you guys want to talk about. You guys have questions, I'll answer them. So it's kind of an AMA too. But since Philip was talking about ChatGPT, yeah, I've been messing around with ChatGPT a lot. Let me tell you. I've been trying different things. And it can write stories. I don't know how long of a story it can write, but like Philip Blair says, it can write stories. And I said write a story about a dog, 2 little dogs, and it wrote a little short story about Loki and Pickle, and it was pretty cute. It can write songs. It's like this toy right now, right? My actual favorite cookie, like homemade cookie, my favorite kind of homemade cookie is this cookie called a cowboy cookie. At least that's what they call it at the restaurant I get it at. It's got cornflakes in it, and it's so delicious. But like if you're talking like market cookie, like I know you're partial to Oreos, but I really kind of like those Chessmen from Pritchard Farms. And you can ask it to create a grocery list for you based off a recipe and be like, if I make this, just put the recipe together. And like you can use it for stupid things, you can write silly songs. Like I was talking to a buddy of mine and he was writing silly songs about salsa with it, and it would do it. And you could say, I was like, can it write a script for like a film script? So I was like, can you write one scene for a movie? And what I did was like, you can say like, can you change this character to like a different type of person, a male, a female, different kind of job. And it can go in and it can change it, right? No, it probably could, Philip. Philip says, ask ChatGPT to write a speech to announce the first official contact with ET aliens. Yeah. They can do that. It can do that. It can do that. Oh, Enzo says, I like grasshoppers, the Thin Mint knockoffs. I polished off a sleeve of Thin Mints like nobody's business. It's like freaking ridiculous. But I think ChatGPT, I mean, I know people are like, yeah, AI is evil, but at least it's kind of a fun evil. I mean, you can write, it's for creative people, it's a lot of fun. I like it a lot. This isn't real ChatGPT, is it? Hold on. I think it's got a little update here. Oh, they integrated an image creator. Oh man, should we write something and see what it can create? Ooh, so it gives me 15. So this must be like a free trial of it. Yes, Philip. Philip says AI is just a tool. We don't have to use it for evil. We do not. And you can use it for creative things, and that's the fun thing. People are writing with it. And it's not like say you have a problem outlining things, right? You can have it help you to create an outline so that you can write and organize it a little better. I think it makes some things faster, right? Like say you have a problem, like say you're not so good at writing, emails, and you can type your email in there and you can say, can you make this better? Can you make improvements on it? Yes, it is. He says earlier on Tabi Waba, we talked about how ChatGPT pretended to be blind and tricked a person into solving catcha, and it's getting smarter. And it is. If you guys watched the South Park from, I don't know if it was 2 weeks ago, but I think what they did was they wrote the episode with ChatGPT, and one of the gags on the story was that one of the boys was using it to write text messages to his girlfriend, and they sounded all like nice and romantic. And yes, Pat, AI can make a good story for being late. You should try it. It's not, I mean, yeah, sure, maybe you can make something evil out of it, but if you mess with it and your intention is good, right, and you're messing with things and you're trying to create things, right, I think it can't really be that bad. There's a lot of people already trying to figure out, use it and implement it into different things. And I saw, who posted it? Was that you, Chris, who posted that the lady who programmed a Furby with ChatGPT so it can speak to you now, which is horrifying, right? I saw another lady on Twitter that had a little like animated like cartoon cute thing that could speak to you using ChatGPT in the programming. So people are already taking it, creating apps, creating all these different things. And like I said, it can write code too, right? And God, I would love to get my hands on number 4. If I could get my hands on the next one, I would play it. Oh yeah, it's so creepy. It's so creepy, Enzo. Let me see. I think, how far is that link up? But it's so creepy. Good question. Alien Love says, do you think it might eventually suppress the human creative impulse? What I think is, right, I think that it changes creativity, right? I'm not so much for like the image generators with the prompt writing for that, but I do really like the text, right? The text, the chat function of it. And I think for me, right, it helps me to organize ideas or kind of even brainstorm, right? And I think for me, using it as a tool, right, it's helped me to become a little more creative with different things, right? But to ask it to fully create a story, right, without any of your input. So say you want to write a script, right? But if you give it parameters, right, and it helps you organize the ideas and create a story from it, right, is it a tool towards your creativity? Now, it makes you go back and think, right, well, maybe when CG and computer graphic design started to come into play, did the people who were, I don't know, analog graphic designers, did they feel threatened when Photoshop came along? Did they think that would hinder creativity? So I think it's a tool, and I think that used in the correct way, it can help creativity grow. But also, with just like these image generators and things like that, it also
Damn, man, Jess Rogie just fucking deleted that shit, dude.
great guest for you.
2010 experiment and then quote unquote work around anybody else. If one, and that
right,
that puts, truth be told, that
report on the Fringe FM, I would often talk about replica, and a lot of these things we're going to talk about tonight are stories that I've been following in companies. Intercept at the time when digital propaganda is on the rise globally, the U.S. should be doing everything it calls for a halt to all giant AI.
Tommy Chong. I forgot we had Tommy Chong on there.
You know, my boss called me yesterday and he said, I want you to ask the question that you really want to ask Mr. Tommy Chong at the beginning of the interview. And I said, okay, Mr. Chong, this is a dream of many people around the world. Do you mind if I smoke while we chat?
Not at all. Not at all. In fact, I better wait.
Dude, Jess Rogie looks a little bit bigger there. I don't
know.
World. Do you mind if I smoke while we chat?
Not at all. Not at all. In fact, I better
like a big old Chinese one.
You are welcome to join me, sir.
No, my day gets a little long when I smoke up first.
First thing, yeah. No, I get that. I get that 100%. I'm going to get started, but I'm so freaking excited. I couldn't sleep last night. I feel like a stalker because I've been watching all the Cheech and Chong movies. I watched AKA Tommy Chong. I read I Chong, the I Chong.
Oh, yeah. That's my one bestseller.
It's a great book. I loved it. I'm gonna give it to my sister so she can read it later. But
cool.
You're like the godfather of stoners. You're the man who created the stoner genre.
Yeah. I did my time for it too.
Yes, and I want to talk about that too.
Sure.
I mean, there's so much I want to talk about, and I couldn't fully grasp the weight and the gravity of the situation. I was like, "You're gonna watch Tommy Chong."
I like that.
And talk to him. And growing up, at the time I grew up in, I don't date myself, but I probably should have. In the time I grew up, there was not a lot of representation of mixed people. None. And when I found out that Tommy Chong was half Chinese, I was like, oh my God, this man is just like me.
That's right.
I was like, that means I can go out and do things. And that inspired me, Tommy. Just seeing people. I don't think people understand how much representation means. And just seeing somebody like you out there, it's like, oh, I can do something too.
Yeah.
And now,
well, it's been kind of working in my favor, because that's what you do. You either you work it in your favor or it works against you. And my mother, she was one that really raised me. My dad, he was like a gambler, Chinese.
Yes. I love their gambling.
Yeah. What was it? He gambled. Never around the house.
That's funny.
He was a truck driver eventually. He was in the Second World War. He didn't have to go to war. But he sort of adopted the white side of he had a choice. He could go pure Chinese, into the Chinese community, and but he didn't. He married my mother, but he never talked much. in the house, and he wasn't too tall. He was 5'4", 5'3", very tough as nails. He played football when he was in high school, but he was very quiet. Never said anything. But when he found out that I could play music, then him and I got along really well. Then because I would, he loved to party, and so I would play for parties, with the fiddle player, and so my dad, the music part of it, he really liked that part, but the rest of it, he kind of, he was just a dad, he was just a man of few words, and but it was great. I really loved him, but he loved to laugh.
Yes.
And so when I got into comedy, and when I got famous, that's when he that's when he really enjoyed it, but he still had that old stoic Chinese kind of way. Like when I tell my sons all the time, when I learned how to drive, and I'd borrow the car, and I would ask my dad, my brother was older, 3 years older. He had his own car, and he didn't bother with the family car. But I was the guy and I'd ask my dad, are you going to use the car tonight? And knowing that he wasn't, and he wouldn't answer. And he just wouldn't talk to me. He wouldn't answer. Wouldn't say yes or no. He just watched TV and just ignored me like I wasn't there. And so then I got to put around the house, and then I'd come back. Pop, are you going to use the car? Can I use the car? Again, wouldn't answer. And then finally he would hold the keys up. He loved to torture me, but he loved to laugh. Oh, he was great. He was great. Yeah, I had great memories of my family.
Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that story. I just, I want to know more about Tommy Chong. I love to hear this background and how you became the man you became. So was comedy a big thing in your house growing up, or were you just kind of a funny guy?
No, not at all. I wasn't funny. I wasn't shy. I always had a funny a friend that you could laugh with, I always had a friend. They would always find me because we were quite poor, and so we were. My dad was very, very artistic, like neat, and my mother was super neat, but we never had anything. And in fact, our first house, when I found out my mother had, was quarter native, everything made sense in my life, because our first house, well, first of all, we never got together as a family until I was about 5 or 6, because my mother contacted TB right after she had me, and so she was put in a sanitarium, and you talk about quarantine. She was quarantined for 5 years.
Wow.
5 years with TB. We couldn't go near her. And we would see her a couple of times from the ground. She was up in the 3rd floor, and she'd come out to the balcony and just wave to us. And so this was back in the 40s, early 50s, and she it was 40s, right in the middle of the 40s, because I can remember walking to school and reading about the atomic bomb.
Wow.
Reading the headlines in the paper that was by the school in a paper rack, and I can remember that. I remember reading about the atomic bomb, and so what I was trying to get to is that when my mother, and so I was in the hospital too. I had a little bit of pleurisy, and so they put me in the hospital. Back in the day, they didn't mess around. If you had something, boom, you're in the hospital, because they had hospitals built during for the war, for the guys coming home from the war. And so there was a lot of hospital space, as it were, and not that many people. And so I spent a year or so in the hospital. And then I was taken from the hospital and put into like an orphanage, because my dad, he just came back from the war, and my mother was in the sanitarium, and my brother and my little sister, we were all in the Salvation Army home. And so that was from the hospital to the home. And then, and that's when I kind of got institutionalized. I learned how to do it, because when you're that early in your life, when you don't have a mother or father, to hug you and cuddle you, then someone else takes over that job. Like when I was in the hospital, I had nurses that thought I was a cute little brown guy, so I got I got a lot of attention in the hospital. And then when I went to the home, I got no attention. And that again, that's good, because I learned how to live with myself. I was my only entertainment, more or less. My brother was there, but we weren't together. They had us separated. And my sister, I never did see her the whole time she was there, because she was in the home. And so what happens when you go to a home like that,
Jimmy Church,
you're with people, but you're alone. You're neglected. You're just part of a whole bunch of people. A bunch of kids, and they're so orderly. There's so much order, because you can't be wild and crazy. You're not allowed to have that kind of a personality. You don't have someone to say, "Oh, you kids, be quiet."
This is
None of
church.
that,
Go
it's
back,
just that you're. At least I was. I was just ignored more than anything. And then. I remember going to breakfast because I went from the hospital where they brought you a tray.
Yeah.
You had room service, and the next thing I know, I'm sitting at a table in the morning, early in the morning, with about maybe 5, 6 other kids. And then the older kids grab all the good stuff right away. And the younger kids are left with what's ever left. And I remember that very clearly. And, and I was just left alone. And so then what you do when you're a kid, you find somebody, big adult, that sort of like, or an older kid, and then even though they don't pay attention to you huddle around them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because he's paying attention to other kids your age, and so you kind of like you squeeze in and get a little bit of the residue, of attention. And so I've got vivid memories of the home, vivid memories. The first night I was there, these kids played a trick on me. Because I was the new kid, and so what they started doing, there was lockers next to the beds, and these kids were climbing up on the lockers and jumping off the lockers onto the bed, and it looked like a lot of fun. So next thing you know, I'm on top of the locker with my turn, and all the kids jumped into bed. And so the matron, the lady in charge, walks in and catches me on top of the locker. And so like I just came from the hospital, and so the lady says, "Okay, come with me." And so you know, I had no idea what was going on. So I walked with her downstairs and into this office. And I remember the office because that's the office that my dad, that's where he left me when he left me with the home. What they do, they give me a coloring book and sent me out into the little area to color. And then my dad says his goodbyes and he leaves. And so there was no tearful goodbye or anything. It was this, which there wouldn't have been anyway, because I only remember my dad coming to visit me every once in a while in the hospital. And so when I got taken downstairs, see, these are memories, they're seared in my head.
Yeah.
I had no idea what was going to happen, you know, none. So she said, hold out your hand when we got downstairs. And so I held up my hand, and she takes a strap or ruler or something and whack. And I'd never been hit before. And she hit my hand, and then she says, give me the other hand. Then I held out the other hand, she whacked on. And then she says, now go to bed and behave, you know, something like that. And I was so shocked. I never cried at the beginning. You know, I was just, it was new to me. I'd never had any physical thing happen to me ever. That was the only time. And so halfway up the stairs, I kind of tripped and I fell, and then my hands hit the grit on the floor, on the thing, and then the tears came. But they were quiet tears, you know, because I didn't want to, you know, there was no one to care if I cried loud, you know, so you learn how to cry quietly. And then I went to bed, and then after that, my memories are kind of faded, because it became I remember Saturday they would have bath day for the kids, and you never got in a tub. What you did, you sat around the edge of the tub with your feet in the tub, and because it was the feet that needed the water, you know, the washing. And I remember that, and then I remember, you know, when my dad, you know, he bought me some nice clothes and everything. And when he brought it to the home, they just took it. It disappeared. All my comic books that I had a whole collection of stuff, and it disappeared. And then I was given the home clothes, you know, and it was like secondhand stuff, didn't fit, and the whole thing. But again, it was all new to me. And so it wasn't, I was just, you know, wow, this is something that, oh, this is what you do. You know, like putting on a costume, you know.
Yeah.
And then they left us because we're too young to go to school. And my brother had to go to school. And that's where what really formed.
All right, I'm going to watch Strange Recon for a little bit.
Bob Lazar, the guy that got away, the guy that made the public aware that the United States Air Force and CIA were testing things that weren't from this country. They weren't from this earth. They were from other places, man. Listen, you're not listening. Are you hearing me? This guy is the one that survived the assassination. This guy is the one that continued to go out there and speak. He's being supported by a real-life journalist out of Las Vegas, a-hole, and an actual activist artist named Jeremy Corbell. Ever heard of him? Bob Lazar is the most known name in ufology, most known name outside of ufology for anyone who's even heard of UFOs. Bob Lazar's name can be found on Netflix, on Amazon, on every queef and other website. Guess why? Because they've pushed it. They've paid for it. They've physically gone somewhere and paid to have this movie out there and to see if it can generate some return. And of course, it has. What do you know? The Bob Lazar name is a franchise. It is the #1 franchise out of all ufology. Of course, there's some other ones out there that bump up right away, but they're so weird compared to, you know, a nuts and bolts submarine from space, if you will, flying around here, a flying saucer. You know, you got things like Stephen Greer in the YouTube chat right now. Hey, Stephen Greer, welcome to the show. Start breaking bricks. Brips. Start breaking bricks, wet nips. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a guest speaker. It's Dr. Stephen Greer. Please put your shirt back on. All right. Anyways, okay, so get going here again one more time. You know, again, Bob Lazar is the #1 name. It is going to come up in the hashtags more than any other name in ufology, and things will be, you know, not even about. There'll be nothing about Bob Lazar when people tag Bob Lazar in there, especially during the time where the documentary release was from the film release, the documentary release. That's I gave him a little bit with that one. Anyways, swung on a high, fast one on the outside there. Eric Weinstein wants to take Joe Rogan up on his offer. Are you kidding me? Fine, Joe. If you're going to make me go on the world's biggest podcast and talk to the world's biggest name attached to this topic where there's just money going around everywhere because everyone and their brother and sisters, like, someone give us answers, please. Thank God Eric Weinstein figured out a way to attach himself to the most economically friendly name in ufology. Oh, my God. Jeez. We got another lucky one, Recon. Woo! Man, we get lucky here. There's a lot of lucky ones here. I got to tell you, that's a good one. Hey, buddy. What are you doing for ufology? Nothing. I'm also not persuading people into drunkenly going on crazy crusades whilst masking it with a lobbyist agenda of disclosure and nonsense to early invest in markets that will be eventually dominant in certain fields, but right now they're mysterious, ambiguous, you know, like angel, collecting investments from like angels only, if you know what I mean. People that never plan on getting their fucking money back. They don't know they're angels. Anyways, sorry. Scaling back there. I just personally think that Eric Weinstein, you know, it's like he thinks like Joe Rogan's got him like in a freaking Americana or something. All right, if you're gonna like break my wrist, then fine, I'll go on the biggest podcast in the world and talk to you the most popular name in the field that's the most controversial. I mean, that's not what I specialize in, is it? I mean, I don't specialize in only talking about the most controversial hashtag. That's not what I mean. It's not what I do. I go chin to chin with people, mano a mano. I'm a real. Never mind. Sorry. Or maybe I'm just some guy with a podcast with barely any listeners and viewers, and I'm a fucking idiot. I don't know. You decide for yourself.
Here's your kitty food.
Moving on.
Oh, you're all wet. You're a wet little kitty. You get a little shower? You get a little shower, baby? Sorry. A little baby boy?
Sorry. Another popular thing happening in ufology in the moment, of course, is the Bledsoe book release that I reviewed here in the show. I mean, whatever, man. Could be truly weird stuff happening to the, you know, I think of it. I think of the Bledsoe story, and I think everything that has happened to him, even if it really happened, he didn't lie about anything. He didn't embellish or hallucinate or drunkenly experience something or imagine something or see a way back into his community or popular. I don't know any of that. Even if some of that stuff that has been claimed has truly gone down the way it is. I'm not talking about lights in the sky, because I'm going to get into why there's too many lights in the sky around the Bledsoe property and just around North Carolina in general. I believe it's third. Oh my God. The headquarters is there. Yeah. Okay. Right now, and basically constantly, individuals are tasked out of their unit from the military, even special forces. Okay, and in special forces, there'll be like a couple, an officer and a couple NCOs, and they'll go off and they'll be involved in a simultaneous testing, almost like a phase of testing that only takes place for certain units. Some other rugged units, unconventional units might do the same thing, but what's basically happening is that quality assurance is going on at the same time. So how can I word this in a way that people give a shit? You won't. You're going to hate this, and I'm boring, and the show sucks. Okay, so I invent this new way for soldiers to start a fire in the field. It's this magical thing. It's carries its own fuel. It can be refueled, but it's actually cheaper to just buy them in a huge amount of them, because it's cheaper to just buy them without refueling them. So I'm gonna decide to get this in the hands of the soldier. It makes it through a few rounds of testing, and now it's on Fort Bragg in the hands of Third Special Operations Group, and they've sent like a liaison team to go there and not only test this lighter in the field and make sure it works under all conditions, make sure they can swim in water and then crawl out and start a fire, even though they're not going to start a fire. They're not camping. Okay, anyways, but if they want to earn their fire badge, they got to learn how to start a campfire with my new thing. Anyways, this ridiculous scenario that I've painted, I don't know why I said that. Anyways, at the same time, my company is at Army installation that's contracted. Not an Army installation, but it's a place that's contracted. Basically, it's like a full-time government business, but somehow it's a contracted business that is. I don't even get it, because they've never had any. They've never literally. They only came up to test these things. I don't know how to explain it. Either way, let's take like Natick for an example, or somewhere down in North Carolina, where you'll literally have the same operation, quality assurance going on in this building. So everything that's happening in the field essentially is also simultaneously happening behind closed doors, and they're finding, not only the problems and quirks to take out of the tech that we're putting in the hands of the operator, like this lighter, for some reason I use that example, but they're also finding suggestions, and they're communicating with the people in the field who are testing it, and the people that are there in this building, sitting with some programmers, a couple integrators, a couple engineers, and the Q&A quality assurance people, and so that happens basically all day nonstop. And it happens in the UAS world, the drone world, basically all day nonstop. When someone is sitting so close to one of the places where they're actually testing these all the time, and we're not talking about the baseline drone swarm test that we're seeing at Leshutown and Fort Lewis I've showed you just recently, but we're talking about the most radical and badass shit. The best stuff that's going to be used in intelligence gathering, and there won't be any remote viewing to protect the troops. No offense to my remote viewing friends out there, but it's going to be remote viewing done via a piece of equipment like a drone. I'm talking about the Bledsoe story because I've literally seen Chris post photos of things he believes are alien technology, and it looks nothing different than the craft I showed you yesterday, the one that jumps out of the water with a torpedo on it, and it can fly like a manta ray for an extended period of time, like just like that. And I'm like, there's got to be a way to. Well, I'm not going to be able to prove that that's exactly what he saw, but there has to be a way for me to look and see what contracts are running right now, and what's being tested publicly speaking, right there, Fort Bragg. And sure enough, I find that Third Special Forces Group has had a team there basically nonstop for I don't know how long. I mean, it seems like forever. And all they're doing is testing radical drones and equipment that goes on them, and the ability to literally have a piece of equipment like Land Warrior or something on your helmet or something else, and you just plug in instantly, be able to control a series of drones, both kamikaze style, you know, and intelligence gathering ones, and probably ones that are a hybrid of both, whatever. But Bledsoe is watching them happen, and to some degree, I'm not saying all the time, I can't speak of all the events that have happened, but I've personally seen him post pictures in groups I'm involved with, and the pictures that he posts, I'm just like, is this guy can't actually think this is like the late Horus or whatever, whoever's he's talking to. This is a Delta shaped drone with a camera on it, but he's taking a picture, whatever. And I'm just seeing a time where not only do I have the articles you can read right here at the end of the show, if you'd like, I'll leave them in the notes. I promise you'll be right there. You'll see the Special Forces team literally testing the equipment. You'll see the company where their contract is, how much their contract is, and the ability to get a little creative and say, well, they're flying these things all around Bragg. Some of these things are going to obviously be tested in an extended way. I don't know any FAA agreements yet. Maybe we'll see that in the future. Maybe they'll pop up and I'll be able to find it. But as of right now, you have to consider that. Well, there's one other thing that we have to talk about when you're considering this, is that military bases are not some sort of giant fort like or with walls like you would see in like in medieval times or some shit. Okay, there's multiple forts out there that have training areas that it's simply a gate, a chain link fence with guards, usually contracted with a couple MPs or something, or security forces out there, and so you have all this training area that is considered the base. You have people living right next to it. You have people living essentially in places where soldiers might even navigate on like land nav courses, because it's on like the reservation of the base, but they live in a town where you might, if you live in the United States, you might know like state forest or something. Like imagine you lived on 5 acres that abutted 20 acres of state forest, or 500 acres of state forest, and those 500 acres sit right alongside of Fort Bragg reservation or something, in training areas. You're now talking about the chance of something being flown around or operated very close, and I've got these articles that prove it. I don't know, at least that prove that they're flying these things around and testing all types of radical, awesome drone equipment, including like awesome headsets and stuff that they can flip down and instantly see through and go back up. So it's allegedly it's becoming quite seamless, but I guess never mind. Anyways, it's. I don't want to suggest that everything that's happened to Bledsoe is completely from the military or whatnot, but look how many people are interested in Bledsoe from the military. Look how many things that Bledsoe has claimed. I'm not talking about
Rumble, Jay Connor, private money.
Hey, what's up, guys? Jay Connor here, the Private Money Authority, and I'm so excited to be bringing to you another episode. It's my first $250,000 foyer, and how you can use this technique to raise private money for your real estate deals as well. Follow me on in right now. I got Ashley here with the camera. I got Brenda over here. I'm going to show you how to get my free private money guide in just a moment as well. You can download it. But come on in here. I'm going to show you and tell you exactly what I said when I walked into this church building on a Wednesday night all the way back in 2009. So I walked in here to the foyer, this very foyer, and I walked up to Frank. I said, Frank, I got something I want to share with you confidentially after Bible study when we finish. And he says, well, sure, we can visit. So Bible study's over with, and we walked right in here to this nursery. So we walked in here to the nursery after Bible study was over, and I walked up to him. Now, this is exactly how I raised my first $250,000 in private money without asking for any money. What I use is what I call the indirect method. The indirect method of attracting private money without asking for it. Well, how does the indirect method work? Here's how it works. I simply am not asking for money, I'm asking for help. So we shut the door, I start talking with Frank, and I said, Frank, you know everybody in this town. You've been involved in the Rotary Club, you've been in business for yourself for decades. I need your help. You see, I have now opened up my real estate investing business to people that I know and trust that I'm now paying insane high rates of return when people start investing with me. So Frank, when you run into somebody that is complaining about the low interest rates or the volatility of the stock market and losing money in the stock market, would you refer them to me and I'll tell them about my private lending program? Well, of course, you know what Frank said. He says, well, now, Brother Jay, what are you talking about? And he said, what kind of interest rate are you paying? And I said, well, that sort of depends on the deal, Frank. I said, but are you saying you and your wife might be interested in investing? He says, well, yeah, we're getting hardly anything in our CDs at the bank and we're losing money in the stock market. And I said, well, what sounds high to you? He says, well, and of course, back in 2009, you could get 3% in a CD. He said, I don't know, I guess maybe 5 or 6%. I said, Frank, I can't pay you 5 or 6%, but I can pay you 8% return on your investment. He looked at me, he said, Brother Jay, put me down for $250,000. I went to his and his wife's home the next day. I taught them my entire private lending program, which only takes 20 minutes, and they became my first $250,000 lender. That's the indirect method. You see, in this world of private money, the way I do it and the way that you can do it, there's no begging, there's no chasing, there's no selling, there's no persuading. You know, the most dangerous time to try to be raising or attracting private money is when you need it for a deal. Now, that's begging right there. So get the money lined up first for your private money deals. Well, Brenda, if you could hand me the private money guide, I want to share with you, I'm so excited about my private money guide called 7 Reasons Why Private Money Will Skyrocket Your Real Estate Business and help you build incredible wealth. This will get you on the fast track to private money, getting private money for your deals without chasing, begging, or selling, and the money will start being attracted to you. You can download it for free at jayconner.com/money guide. Now, I'm an ER, not an OR. That's www.jayconner.com/money guide. It'll get you on the fast track to getting all the private money that you want for your deals. Now, if you found this episode to be helpful,
Hey, what's up, London
give me a
McLovin?
thumbs up, give me some likes, give me some love. If you happen to be watching on YouTube, be sure and click that bell so you don't miss out on any of the upcoming amazing episodes of Raising Private Money. I'm Jay Conner, the Private Money, wishing you all the best. Here's to taking your business to the next level. And I'll see you right here on the next Free Coaching Friday and the next Raising Private Money.
I'm really excited to share with you some findings that really surprised me about what makes companies succeed the most, what factors actually matter the most for startup success. I believe that the startup organization is one of the greatest forms to make the world a better place. If you take a group of people with the right equity incentives and organize them in a startup, you can unlock human potential in a way never before possible. You get them to achieve unbelievable things. But if the startup organization is so great, why do so many fail? That's what I wanted to find out. I wanted to find out what actually matters most for startup success. And I wanted to try to be systematic about it, avoid some of my instincts and maybe misperceptions I have from so many companies I've seen over the years. I wanted to know this because I've been starting businesses since I was 12 years old, when I sold candy at the bus stop in junior high school, to high school when I made solar energy devices, to college when I made loudspeakers, and when I graduated from college, started software companies. And 20 years ago, I started Idea Lab, and in the last 20 years, we started more than 100 companies, many successes and many big failures. We learned a lot from those failures. So I tried to look across what factors accounted the most for company success and failure. So I looked at these 5. First, the idea. I used to think that the idea was everything. I mean, I named my company Idea Lab and how much I worship the aha moment when you first come up with the idea. But then over time, I came to think that maybe the team, the execution, adaptability, that mattered even more than the idea. I never thought I'd be quoting boxer Mike Tyson on the TED stage, but he once said, "Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face." And I think that's so true about business as well. So much about a team's execution is its ability to adapt to getting punched in the face by the customer. The customer is the true reality. And that's why I came to think that the team maybe was the most important thing. Then I started looking at the business model. Does the company have a very clear path generating customer revenues? That started rising to the top in my thinking about maybe what mattered most for success. Then I looked at the funding. Sometimes companies received intense amount of funding. Maybe that's the most important thing. And then, of course, the timing. Is the idea way too early and the world's not ready for it? Is it early, meaning you're in advance and you have to educate the world? Is it just right, or is it too late and there's already too many competitors? So I tried to look very carefully at these 5 factors across many companies. And I looked across all 100 Idea Lab companies and 100 non-Idea Lab companies to try and come up with something scientific about it. So first, on these Idea Lab companies, the top 5 companies, CitySearch, Cars Direct, GoTo, NetZero, Tickets.com, those all became billion-dollar successes. And the 5 companies on the bottom, Z.com, Insider Pages, My Life, Desktop Factory, People Inc., we all had high hopes for, but didn't succeed. So I tried to rank across all of those attributes how I felt those companies scored on each of those dimensions. And then for non-Idea Lab companies, I looked at wild successes like Airbnb and Instagram and Uber and YouTube and LinkedIn, and some failures. Webvan, Cosmo, Pets.com, Flues, and Friendster. The bottom companies had intense funding. They even had business models in some cases, but they didn't succeed. I tried to look at what factors actually accounted the most for success and failure across all of these companies, and the results really surprised me. The number one thing was timing. Timing accounted for 42% of the difference between success and failure. Team and execution came in second, and the idea, the differentiability of the idea, the unique idea, that actually came in third. Now, this isn't absolutely definitive. It's not to say that the idea isn't important. But it very much surprised me that the idea wasn't the most important thing. Sometimes it mattered more when it was actually timed. The last 2, business model and funding, made sense to me, actually. I think business model makes sense to be that low because you could start out without a business model and then add one later if your customers are demanding what you're creating. And funding, I think as well. If you're underfunded at first, but you're gaining traction, especially in today's age, it's very, very easy to get intense funding. So now let me give you some specific examples about each of these. So take a wild success like Airbnb, everybody knows about. Well, that company was famously passed on by many smart investors because people thought, no one's going to rent out a space in their home to a stranger. Well, of course, people proved that wrong. But one of the reasons it succeeded, aside from a good business model, a good idea, great execution, is the timing. That company came out right during the height of the recession when people really needed extra money. And that maybe helped people overcome their objection to renting out their own home to a stranger. Same thing with Uber. Uber came out, incredible company, incredible business model, great execution too, but the timing was so perfect for their need to get drivers into the system. Drivers were looking for extra money. It was very, very important. Some of our early successes, CitySearch came out when people needed web pages. GoTo.com, which we announced actually at TED in 1998, was when companies were looking for cost-effective ways to get traffic. We thought the idea was so great, but actually the timing was probably maybe more important. And then some of our failures. We started a company called Z.com. It was an online entertainment company. We were so excited about it. We raised enough money. We had a great business model. We'd even signed incredibly great Hollywood talent to join the company. But broadband penetration was too low in 1999, 2000. It was too hard to watch video content online. You had to put codecs in your browser and do all this stuff. And the company eventually went out of business in 2003. Just 2 years later, when the codec problem was solved by Adobe Flash, and when broadband penetration crossed 50% in America, YouTube was perfectly timed. Great idea, but unbelievable timing. And in fact, YouTube didn't even have a business model when it first started. It wasn't even certain that that would work out. But that was beautifully, beautifully timed. So what I would say in summary is execution definitely matters a lot. The idea matters a lot. But timing might matter even more. And the best way to really assess timing is to really look whether consumers are really ready for what you have to offer them. And to be really, really honest about it, not be in denial about any results that you see. Because if you have something you love, you want to push it forward. But you have to be very, very honest about that factor on timing. As I said earlier, I think startups can change the world and make the world a better place. I hope some of these insights can maybe help you have a slightly higher success ratio and thus make something great come to the world that wouldn't have happened otherwise. Thank you very much for a great audience.
Oh, come on.
The stability.
Animal that have the intelligence of a human and stuff like that, and able to communicate with it. Perhaps these aliens, 1.8 million acres, and
Is it gonna work or what?
Bigfoot spoke to the shocked couple. Not literally. We have 9 communications.
ENR cold fusion UV.
Volcanic rock, that's what I was trying to get at. Basalt is mostly volcanic rock. That's exactly what I was trying to get at, mate. I don't know why I was calling it metamorphic. Geo means going ball, polymer, yeah, it means too much, actually. Literally, mate, listen, you think clay heats and turns into basalt, mate. So whatever you say has no substance. Basalt, mostly volcanic rock, yeah. BJ, yeah. Polymine, multi, yeah. But what in a butterfly net? Yeah, so ideally, I want someone to come in who is a like a mud fossil guy, and I want someone to come in.
Is my stream gonna come back online or what? Oh, there we go. Just for watching a TEDx, or I guess for watching all kinds of stuff, but I don't think you should be like fucking banned to look at cool stuff like news and science and all this cool shit. Hang out with our friends. Watch all this cool shit. Watch some TEDx, whatever. If it's some enlightening stuff. Oh, he was live on YouTube too.
Hey, what's up, guys? Jay Connor here, the Private Money Authority, and I'm so
guy's cool. Wow.
Tout sur le 5 avril 2023 à 21h. C'est capturer quelque chose d'inhabituel à travers mon télescope. Pour l'instant, j'observe toujours avec Phoenix. Pour le cinquième fois, je vais filmer quelque chose que je ne pouvais pas expliquer.
Dude, what kind of language is he speaking? Is that freaking Belgian or what? What is that?
Le film n'est pas près de Pléiade. Par hasard, faire péter le sauce. Je trouve le film bizarre. Me demande plus répétement. Le film a accéléré vite. Les approches de notre terre. Ça résistera pas de 10 minutes 30. Regardez.
I want like auto tracking, dude. I want to be able to do like auto tracking. Auto tracking and
Difficile.
I think it's fast, man.
Any utility in there. There are tasks like that. It'd be nice to have one in there all the time. Do check the battery engagement to make sure I have the speed. There has to be utility in there. There are tasks like that. It'd be nice to have one in there all the time. Do check the battery engagement to make sure I have the speed.
Whoa!
What happened? This is cool, man. This is fucking cool, dude. I love this stuff. Whoa.
Whoa!
Oh, yeah. Another one flew right next to it. Holy shit, dude.
Whoa! Whoa!
Could that be a satellite? I don't know. I don't know if there could be a satellite.
Voilà.
Could be a satellite, could be a spaceship, you know. Secret spaceship.
C'est à vous arrêter. Merci beaucoup. Au revoir.
I don't know how to tell the difference between a satellite and. Seems like it's something exotic flying. How to tell the difference between a satellite and a UFO on night vision. Satellite and UFO. Okay, let's see. Looking at Starlink satellites with night vision.
Imaging space from the surface.
Dude, that looks like an animation. What the frick? Honestly, sound like an animation, but I think think that might be. That's big.
So you're about to learn in this free training video right now is my 4-step trading system that achieves up to 9% success rate on any market, any time frame, and how I only trade 1 hour per day. I'm going to share with you dozens of examples in this session here. And also at the very end of this training video that I've got for you right now, I'm going to give you a bonus free trading course. This trading course tells you $495 right now, and I am going to give that to you for free. So here's what I'm going to be sharing with you today in today's awesome training session to three secrets. Secret number one is the one thing I had to learn that took me $250,000 in debt to making a full-time income. Secret number two is actually all the details, the steps, strategies, examples to the highest probability trades. Once you see this, you'll be able to start applying today in your trading as well too. Also, secret number three is all about how to find these amazing trades every day. Trade at 11 weeks, 1 break even, 92.3% success rate. My counters up over 102% without finding it difficult to contain myself. So before I actually get this here, guys, just disclaimer here. I'm going to show you trades that I've done. I'm going to show you my result. I'm going to show you the results of my private clients.
Station Huntsville on Space to Ground 2 for Woody. Just wanted to let you know that the LSG is complete and you have a go to start early if you would like to for the engineering heart tissue.
Love you, my son. Love you, Dad.
I'm now in the top 1% of all income earners when it comes to all traders around the world. And that's over the last 19 years. A bit of a brief story there. So I actually was about to quit, but then that's actually a bit of a brief story about who I am. And if you're feeling like you want to quit, then I got something for you, especially when it comes to secret number one.
Station Houston 2 for Steve and Stowage follow-up. Give us a call later. Thank you so much.
I actually grew up in school that I actually wasn't real smart. I actually got picked on because I'm actually...
Station Houston 2 for Steve. Give us a call whenever convenient.
I'm really focused, and it took me a long time to really get things. So that's a bit of a backstory about who I am first.
And this is Station Go Ahead 2 for Steve. Hey Steve, we'd like to follow up on a stowage item with you. We just spoke to Woody during his stowage conference. He mentioned that you're trying to track down a bag with serial number 084. We'd like to get some clarification. We have a couple of ideas what this may be and can provide locations if it would help.
You try to hop into the live trading room, see what they're doing as well too.
And actually, the question comes from the other day when I finished the the CO2 sampling. Our 084 had not been built yet. I don't see it in the stow track as being built anytime soon because it's not in the system. And I'm starting to wonder if it's a typo or it really should be an R081.
$250,000, and I was actually about to quit. I lost everything at that time. And see, this is when I actually got access to...
Okay, thanks for that, Steve. That gives us a little bit to work off of. ISO is going to do some checking, and we will follow back up with you.
Okay, so he gave me 4 steps, and I'm actually going to teach you because I still trade that.
And this is a comment. I mean, today, fortunately, Woody got all the bags started to be assembled before we finished the work today in the gym. So we had the ability to move the equipment stuff straight into the bags. So I assume that there's hopefully we stay ahead of the bag build for the equipment that's going in them.
He said, do you know you're only 7 trades away from 6 figures? Even if you started with $1,000. He said, John, if you can find trades that do a double, right? So through options or leverage and futures and so on and so forth, right? To do a 100% return, you don't have to make a massive move, right? So if you can apply some leverage, you can actually, and you know what you're doing, all we're looking for is 7 good trades. We're looking basically for 7 doubles, right? He said, so John, if you can find trades that do a double, right, which is a 100% return, he said, you're 1 to 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, 8 to 16, 16 to 32, 32 to 64, 64 to 120, He said, so therefore, he said, John, you are literally, even if you're starting with only a small trading account right now, a small trading account, he said, you are only 7 trades away from 6 figures. He said, now you know that's a bit of a blueprint there. Now,
Hey, Steve, we're ready to continue the conversation, so just let us know when you are.
We're not looking to find a million trades a year. We're trying to find the best trades to having the best probability of an outcome. This was the switch for me. This is when everything changed for me, right? So we did that. So and when all that completely changed for me when I started to actually get that was the foundation. Now I'm going to actually teach you the same trading system that he actually taught me, right? Secret number 2. So now you know that's the blueprint. I said, okay, and I said to my mentor, okay, I understand now. I'm $250,000 in debt. I've actually just borrowed 10 grand to give me 10 grand because for you to help me.
And he said, station on Steve. Go ahead, Steve.
All right, Steve. So we copied your call there. We think what you're looking for is a 1.0 CTB serial number 5367 that's labeled R089. So that's in PMA 3. So R084. So feel free to check PMA 3 for that.
So I'm actually looking for R089 for the CO2 samples, or implying that the stowage note was had a typo in it the other day.
Yeah, that was my fault, Steve. I called it up wrong. So it's R084 with a serial number of 5367.
5367 R084. I'm going that way already. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Not a problem.
You certainly find that the strategy is going to give us the best chance of doing that. He said, Nick, and when all that completely changed for me when I started actually, and I understand now. That was the foundation. Now I'm going to actually teach you the same trading system that he actually taught me, right? Secret number 2. So now you know that's the blueprint. I said, okay. And I said to my mentor, okay, I understand now. I'm $250,000 in debt. I've actually just borrowed 10 grand to give me 10 grand because for you to help me. He said, now, John, now you know the blueprint of you're only 7 trades away from 6 figures. He said, now.
station on 2 for EHD.
We are with you on 2, Woody, and I have Dylan standing by on Space to Ground 4 for you today. The view looks good to me, but I'll let her answer. And I just have one reminder for you today, please. When you are recapping the needles, if you could just use one hand, that's for your safety, and it'll make ops go a little smoother.
Okay, I copy. Dylan on 4, view, and one hand to recap needles. And I'm still getting used to my voices. Is this Christy or Emily?
This is Chrissy, but we do sound the same.
Gotcha. All right, well, thanks, Christy, and thanks for all your help both today and yesterday. And I will call Dylan on the 4th. Thank you.
Yeah, sounds good. Hello, baby boy. Hello, baby kitty. I love my kitty. This is pretty cool. I want to keep watching this, but I don't see anything else. It's Friday. Post-disclosure world. 3 reasons governments lie about UFOs. You don't have to remind me about that one. Well, I think it's stupid because they need to get us flying up there with the aliens, dude. They need to get us flying up there with the aliens. I mean, look at this thing I was just looking at. Oh, look at it. Let's go to my profile. Right on my profile. John, quit knocking your water over. Stop it. Stop it, John. Hey, John. Big boy. Hey. Come on. They need to get us up there flying with the aliens, bro. This is released from a cosmonaut. There's aliens up there. It says it took one frame per second, and they stitched together 25 frames per second time lapse. So the real interaction time was 52 seconds with the UFOs. It was actually a 52-second encounter. It wasn't just a few seconds. It was 52 seconds long, and they said it was the space. What do you call them? Space brothers, space guests.
Oh, can you double bag, please? Excuse me. You can't put food and chemicals together. You can't put eggs at the bottom. What is this, your first day?
Oh shit! What the fuck? I was gonna look at UFO Twitter. Why do I get this stupid shit on my fucking Twitter?
Station Houston on 2 for Steve and T2 troubleshooting.
Houston Station, Steve's occupied at the moment. Can I take a message?
Hey Woody, we just had a couple of quick T2 troubleshooting steps, so really anybody that's available could take these when they can.
Okay, we copy. Well, thanks so much. We'll have one of us give you a call when we have a moment, unless it's urgent.
Copy that. This is not urgent.
Okay, copy, not urgent. Thanks, Will.
And Houston Station on 2 for T2 maintenance.
Hey Steve, we're with you on 2. So we're continuing to troubleshoot the T2 clue issue, and we'd like your help for about 5 minutes for some demates and remates. So let me know when you're ready.
I'm standing right next to T2, and I'm ready to go.
Alrighty, so first we'd like for you to demate the display data cable, so that's P342, from the USB to Gig E adapter P1, and then remate. USB to Gig E adapter.
Are there night vision cameras on the ISS?
I found this on the web.
Good food.
And Steve, we could give you a procedure with some illustrations, and I can describe things to you as well.
Oh man, oh god.
Just wanted to make sure I got to the right place. So I'm at the
Progressive president.
Oh man. I need some pain medicine. I can't believe they took away my fucking oxycodone pain medicine. I never abused it, dude. I just take my fucking pain medicine and feel better and do my exercise. I would stay healthy as fuck because I would exercise so much off of the pain med. I mean, on the pain meds. On the pain meds, man, I could do so much exercise.
And we're about 30 seconds.
I stayed in such good shape.
okay, that one first one's complete.
I was only taking like 7 milligrams each
20
time.
seconds from handover. Next one's demate the USB
It's not like I ever took a shit ton.
P2 from the USB port on the rear of the SSC.
Everybody in the chat.
I used to exercise like so much every day, especially when I had my pain meds. It might be because I got Lyme disease or some shit. They said I tested positive for Lyme disease, but I don't know. Some shit from a tick. I need a fucking drink. Oh, man.
And Houston Station, choose both of those.
Have a little drink of alcohol in my back and body.
Okay, we copy that. Appreciate your help, Steve. From here, we'll take it and we'll run our checks. Thank you.
I need a drink, dude. Fuck. I don't have any oxycodone or anything. And if you buy oxycodone on the streets, it's like so expensive. It's crazy. It should be like $1 for a pill, not fucking $30. Should be like $1 for a friggin' pill, dude. I'm just complaining because my back fucking hurts. Fucking back hurts. I need some alcohol. Shit. Fucking alcohol, man. Hey Siri, what's the temperature outside?
On it. It's 51 degrees right now.
51. I'm gonna open it up. Man, that sounds fucking awesome. Some champagne and orange juice. It sounds so refreshing right now. Some champagne and orange juice, dude. And man, I wish I could go up there to space, dude. Start working. What's up, Thurston? I remember back when Oxy 80s were $10. Oh wow, that's awesome. Yeah, that seems a lot more reasonable. You know, I used to take a 30 every day at least for back pain. I would take 7.5 milligrams, 4 to 5 or 6 times a day. And it really helped. It really helped a lot, man. Helps the pain a bunch. I don't know why they get rid of that stuff for people that are in pain. And they'll only give you opioids if you say you're an addict, and then they'll give you like crazy amounts. It's like backwards. It's pretty backwards. Oxycodone. Ah, my nose is kind of messed up from doing so much cocaine. That's good mac and cheese. I put some salsa verde, that green salsa, into the mac and cheese. It was really good. Tasted like some Mexican dish. I don't know what the hell happened to my girlfriend. My girlfriend just literally like said she was going on vacation, and then she got 2 jobs, started working all the time, didn't even fucking call me or text me at all. Didn't even say anything. She said she was going on vacation for a couple weeks to New York. That was the last time I talked to her. It's like 5 months ago or something. Anyway. This is cool, dude. Look at this. This is so cool. I like how it looks right now. That cool golden dish. Rotating golden satellite dish, whatever that is. Oh, I think that might be the radar. That might be the scanning radar. I forgot. Signal's about to cut off for a second momentarily. It's going to switch over to the other station for communications and signals. There we go. This is so cool, dude. This is so fucking cool, man. I love having all these different live feeds up here. I wish we had the full access to all of the surveillance satellites and geostationary satellites and telescopes and all that stuff, man. It must be so fun. It must be so fun to do that stuff. That's like a dream job. If I could be like a space systems operator.
$129 for 3 rooms of carpeting, $75 off your air ducts, 314-474-2020 or ZeroResSTL.com. Make sure you mention the DG
at the output of government.
Well, more importantly, governing and politicking and campaigning are not the same thing. They're not even remotely this.
While ensuring an elevated customer experience.
I love our institutions.
I want to tell you about a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It can potentially give you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your principal is never at risk from market declines. Even people who are currently on track have shifted money to this strategy because it could increase their retirement income or may allow them to stop working years sooner than they expected. So if you're over 50 and want to learn how you could potentially get bigger retirement with less money, call and get the free copy of this brand new movie. That's a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free. Plus, I'll include a copy of my new book, Crash Proof Wealth. I'll even cover the shipping and handling, no credit card required. 1-800-807-3838. That's 800-807-3838. 1-800-807-3838.
Mid-America's most trusted source for news, KMOX.
At 11 o'clock, we've got clouds and 52 degrees downtown at the Arch. I'm Michael Calhoun. Our top story this hour is just in. Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich has formally been charged with spying in Russia, and he has entered a denial. Recently hospitalized Pope Francis won't go to Rome's Colosseum for the traditional Good Friday Way of the Cross. At 11 o'clock, we've got clouds and 52 degrees downtown at the Arch. I'm Michael Calhoun. Our top story this hour is just in. Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich has formally been charged with spying in Russia, and he has entered a denial. Recently hospitalized Pope Francis won't go to Rome's Colosseum for the traditional Good Friday Way of the Cross procession, but instead will watch it from his home at the Vatican due to cold nighttime temperatures in Rome.
The 86-year-old Pope was discharged from a Rome hospital on April 1 after spending 3 days there receiving antibiotic treatment for bronchitis. The Vatican said at the time that he would carry out the complete Holy Week schedule, including the Way of the Cross procession and the Mass in St. Peter's Square on Easter Sunday. Francis is still planning to attend an evening prayer service at St. Peter's Basilica to mark Good Friday, which recalls the death of Jesus by crucifixion. I'm Charles Philadelphia.
Tennessee GOP lawmakers expelled 2 of 3 Democratic members over their participation in gun control demonstrations following the Nashville school shooting. Senate Minority Leader Ramesh Akbari says what happened should not be taken lightly.
We all saw what happened yesterday. 2 extremely intelligent, eloquent, community-centered black men were removed from the House of Representatives.
With both Lieutenant Governor Mike Kehoe and Secretary of State Jay Ashcroft already formally announced as candidates for Missouri governor in 2024, the race get even more crowded. State Senator Bill Eigel told Odyssey Station
Feels nice in here.
he's raising money and
Feels so much nicer, man. When it's cooler out, the sun is just too hot. Today it's like 50 degrees. Yesterday it was like 84.
Large portions of St. Charles County in the Missouri legislature and started running attack ads against Kehoe and Mike Ashcroft on social media in February. GM is recalling 300 self-driving cars to update their software following a crash in San Francisco.
The vehicle, part of a GM self-driving fleet, ran into the back of a San Francisco bus.
It's hard to miss a bus. It's a fairly large object.
No injuries, but Guidehouse Insights analyst Sam Abul-Samad says the vehicle didn't understand that an articulated bus moves differently. He says this shows how hard it is to anticipate everything that can happen in traffic. GM says they're committed to safety.
Oh wow, remaster. Holy shit.
Jeff Gilbert, CBS News, Detroit.
The KMOX business desk, curbside pickup is all the rage nationally, but it hasn't caught on as much with St. Louis shoppers, say the 2 major grocers in town. Todd Schnook tells KMOX people want it brought right to their door.
Right now, delivery is...
So, Rain, this conversation will be formulated around a number of things. But ultimately, what we want to explore is you and your unique brilliance. I want to talk about the new book that you've written. I know it's the first conversation that you've had about your book, and I'm very excited.
I'm a little scared. I'm a little nervy about it. So I brought my book because I was driving here and put it on auto drive, and then I was like, wait, what did I say here again? So
it seems dangerous.
It was dangerous. Yeah, I risked life and limb.
Just to be
Yeah.
here. The book is called Soul Boom, and even in that title, I'm able to evaluate that likely you approach the subject of spirituality with a kind of congeniality and accessibility, because I suppose spirituality has come to be regarded as either esoteric or divisive or phatic and imitative. Part of the challenge, I think, of, let's call them for the sake of simplicity, New Age takes on spirituality is they sometimes feel traditionalist, rootless, individualistic, and selfish. What is it about the Baha'i faith and the manner of discussion of spirituality in your book Soul Boom that prevents it from being just another tool to help us fit in with systemic thinking and just individualism?
That is such a perfectly formulated question. I can't even believe it. And you're so fucking articulate.
Thanks.
You're sick.
I made it up. I made the question up.
I know. You just write it. That hits it exactly on the head. So, again, essentially, my thesis is that in humanity's current distaste for organized religion, we have thrown the spiritual baby out with the kind of religious bathwater. So at the center of all great religious thought are a couple of key essential points that humanity has lost track of. And these are some essential elements of any spiritual tradition, universal spiritual tradition. It doesn't matter, Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist, that humanity needs to move forward because we're on the verge of destruction. So you talk a lot about revolution in the book, and the subtitle on your pod and online, and the subtitle of the book is like why we need a spiritual revolution. And you've been a great inspiration to me over the years, and I watch all of your stuff. I've listened to so many of your interviews, and because I feel like we're kindred spirits. Me perhaps in a somewhat smaller, gentler way, i.e. my narcissism is not quite as unchecked as yours.
I'm not checking mine.
Good.
I didn't even know it was there.
Let it fly.
I don't even know really what you mean. I was looking at my reflection while you were saying that and thinking, soon I'm going to say some things that are going to be really brilliant. This noise coming from this man will soon stop, and it'll be back to where things are meant to be.
I will be able to hold forth. But in all seriousness, because you posit your arguments, your beliefs, your discussions around this idea that we need to not just tweak extremely broken systems. We need to rethink the entire system itself. And so my thesis is that we can do that, and we need to do that by using spiritual tools. Maybe a little bit more than, I hate to say political tools, because politics is really about the balance of power. So really good, solid spiritual tools will correct the balance of power, but not through partisanship.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more to it than that.
That sounds like a beautiful and necessary and important book. I was thinking in a way, Rain, that politics is functional, rudimentary, and about organisation and logistics. At least it ought be, but you need to underwrite your vision with some sort of ideology. And even in a secular culture, you still require recourse to ideas that legitimize the direction that you as a political movement, or one as a political individual, is claiming to be the correct direction for the society that you're claiming the right to organize. Who is in our house? Because there shouldn't be anybody upstairs. I'm the only person here. My children are out. That was like a heavy-footed individual.
It's Fauci.
That's Fauci. He's up there. He's claiming royalties for something he probably never even come up with himself.
Yeah.
Fauci, get down from there. You're time wasting. And I think it's interesting that you say that the tools that are required are spiritual ones. I agree with you entirely, because materialism and rationalism, I think, have taken us as far as they can take us. Like, this is the way we can organize our resources on this planet if we extract ourselves from our true nature. All of us know that within us there's the sensation of the body, there's the awareness of the thoughts, but there is something else which you might regard as your spirit. Your spirit requires nurture and direction. And when I try to organise my own life simply around logistics, relationships, objectives, I come unstuck pretty quick. That's where I found spirituality. Was your introduction to a spiritual way of life similarly desperate, or how did you find your path spiritually, Ray?
Well, you said so many really beautiful things there. I just want to point out one thing that you said, which is our spiritual reality. And you introduced me, and you're like, "This is Rainn Wilson," and it's true. This is the body I'm currently inhabiting. I spent 57 years in it so far. Maybe I'll hit 90, maybe 95 if I'm lucky. I really don't know. I don't have any control over that. But this isn't me. So what is my reality is that I'm a spiritual being inhabiting a human body for a very limited period of time. So for me, I grew up a member of the Baha'i faith. My parents were Baha'is. The Baha'i faith is a very beautiful religion. I'm not here to convert anyone, but I do want to say that the central ideas are about unity and building community at the grassroots and being of service to one another. So, and those elements, like I said earlier, are universalities that belong in every spiritual tradition and every religious tradition. If you dig deep enough, if you look at their source, if you look at what Jesus actually did and not kind of what rose up in Jesus's name hundreds of years thereafter. So I grew up a member of the Baha'i faith. It was a beautiful faith tradition. I needed to leave it because, much like yourself, I wanted to go explore the wide, wonderful world of drugs and alcohol and sex in New York City when I was 20 years old and went off to acting school. So we share that as well. I loved your recovery book too. I'm in recovery myself, and very important part of my spiritual journey comes from that 12-step tradition. And so I left the Baha'i faith. I jettisoned everything and anything having to do with spirituality. It seemed old-fashioned, fuddy-duddy, limiting, moralistic, and just not relevant to my daily life. And then as I got more and more depressed and dealt with alcoholism, depression, what we call mental health issues now, but in the 90s, we didn't have words for it. And dealt with
Rumble, Russell. What the fuck? What the fuck is his name? Russell Brand. Oh, shit. Russell. Russell Brand. His name is Russell Brand, right? Rumble, Russell Brand.
Not enough may be the title of a James Bond movie, but it is also true. The world is not enough. I find that your story resonates with me in a number of ways, and is perhaps to a degree archetypal. That laying at your feet in early life were a set of spiritual tools that were, for whatever reason, inaccessible to you, and then after suffering and exploration, you find your way back to that grail, as it's
very
often
Jungian.
Yeah, that's sort of like a really useful way, I think, to look at it, isn't it? To sort of find that, there are coordinates that are recognizable, particularly when we live in a culture that seems to be about identitarianism and divisiveness. Not that people don't have the obvious right to celebrate their individuality and express it in the myriad ways that one might, but that it's important to acknowledge, I believe at least, the kind of universality in the same way that we might accept that we all have skeletons, that there are certain psychic archetypes that we are all able to access. And me, on all Rainn, it was like desperation that sort of made me consider a different way of life. And to be honest, it still is. Like that I venture into the world thinking maybe this is the thing that will make me happy, some little task that I can fulfill or not fulfill. And then when it doesn't work, inevitably, I return to this point of acceptance, because as a 12-step person, I know you must be aware that the principal message, as well as aligning with the broad paradigm that exists in the triangle of service and unity and community, there is also the idea of total surrender. And because 12 steps and people that come to it via addiction are ordinarily dealing with crisis, a particular crisis, the crisis of addiction, most obviously, I wonder if it's understood that what that new folk religion is telling you is that yourself, your identity, your whole persona is temporary, and that's not what you can't organize your life around that successfully. You have to live absolutely in the service of a higher idea. And I think it's impossible to mobilize that resource in a human being without some kind of without a spiritual conversation and without spiritual principles. People are they, after the last century, going to rally for socialism or free market capitalism or fascism ultimately? Only in so much as those things allude to either unity or prosperity or solidarity. There's nothing there in material. As is true physically, it's mostly space between the molecules, between the occasional nodes of apparently only present when observed phenomena. It's mostly nothing.
Yeah.
It's mostly nothing. So I wonder how you reconcile your life as an individual, you've taken, you're meant to be doing a film right now, as I understand. It's only some sort of serendipity that means that you can trundle up here and that you're not on your movie right now. How do you reconcile your requirements as an actor, as a father, as a husband, as an author, with this knowledge that, as you said a moment ago, really you're not here at all?
Again, beautifully said. So one of the chapters in the book, I talk about two of my favorite television shows from the 1970s, which was Kung Fu and Star Trek. So, and I use these as analogies of our spiritual journey. So Kung Fu, for those millennials and Gen Z folks that haven't seen it, is about this guy, Kwai Chang Caine, very racistly played by David Carradine, who, although the concept was invented by Bruce Lee, it should have been an actual Chinese person, but he's Chinese or half Chinese. He grew up in a Shaolin monastery fighting Kung Fu, and he goes to the Old West looking for his brother. Every episode is about a spiritual journey. So Kwai Chang Caine is seeking to bring his Eastern wisdom and perspective to these rough and tumble racist cowboys that he bumps up against in every episode. And then it ends with a flurry of kicks and fist fights and whatnot. And I use that as an analogy of our personal spiritual journey. So that's our meditation, our going out into the world, seeking to be kinder, seeking to be wiser, to be more compassionate, to cultivate those divine spiritual qualities that we all have inside of us. Some qualities more than others, and that's part of our journey. The Star Trek side of it is that humanity itself is on a spiritual journey, and one of the things that we've thrown out is the possibility that we need to think of ourselves as global citizens, as world citizens, as human citizens rather. That we are all 7 billion of us inhabiting this planet. And how do we move forward? And how do we help make the world a better place? How do we solve racism? How do we solve income inequality? How do we solve these essential questions? Because they're not going to be solvable, Russell, through politics. No. It doesn't matter what candidate. We can get Biden out of there. We can get Trump out of there. We'll get, I remember back in the day when Barack Obama was elected, all of my liberal secular friends were like, oh my God, thank God racism has been solved. Barack Obama as a president. And in a lot of ways, he was a very good president. In a lot of ways, it was just business as usual. And a lot of big business and a lot of drone strikes, illegal drone strikes, and a lot of, monitoring. And it was just the same old. And racism actually spiked and got worse after he was. So the system itself is broken. So when we talk about the spiritual journey, that you talked about New Ageism earlier, and it's something that really rankles me because there is an essential selfishness at the center of kind of a New Age, treacly, a spiritual path, which is like, I like this yoga class, I like this crystal, I like this meditation app, I like this Instagram of the day, this Rumi quote that hangs on my wall, and this makes me feel peace, and this makes me feel serenity, and I'm going to leave it at that. No, peace, personal peace and serenity is important. A yoga class is important. Meditation, a nice Rumi quote, those are all important. But if it stops there, it's narcissism. If it stops there, it's self-serving. So how do we take this dance between the Kung Fu and the Star Trek, this dance between our personal spiritual journey, and then we take that out into the world. We're of service to others. We seek to heal, to transform, to build community at the grassroots. Again,
Between
it
the
doesn't
Kung
really
Fu and the
matter
chopstick
who.
and
Russell, yes, listen to me. I was listening anyway. I
Kung
know you were
Fu
listening. You were rapt.
and the
Listen,
Star Trek.
our entire system, both political and economic, is based on the worst aspects of humanity. It's based on contest, competition, and aggression, and one-upsmanship, and individuality. They're all based on that. That's how capitalism is based. And that's how partisan politics is also based. So as long as we're in that system, we're headed toward a self-destructive end. We're headed towards climate disaster,
In the two
all kinds of, I
and the
talk about
tree
all
and
the
the
different
bullshit
global
and jump
pandemics in the
outside the
book
nowhere from like a
besides
dragon.
COVID. But, you know, racism, materialism, you mentioned, there's so many other, nationalism, militarism. These are all the real global pandemics. But if we want to really cure them, if we want to address them, we have to go to the roots. So, and the roots of that is our personal transformation as a I'm sorry to go back to this stupid analogy, but going back to our inner Kwai Chang Caine, and then how do we spread that in the world? How do we build something new? Because if we just keep protesting,
Fly out of the nowhere.
it's not going to lead to anything. And we're in a culture of protest right now, where we see injustice, we're like, injustice! And we see a terrible politician, we're like, that politician sucks! And we see this terrible bill that's been passed, like, this legislation is terrible! What are we building?
Yeah, that's a wonderful way of framing it. In a sense, what needs to be rejected is the entire perspective that we're presented with, and the successive administrations in your country, America, that you've described are enough to illustrate the futility of a system that ultimately serves the same, what we generally call elite interests, regardless of what set of politicians claim to be representing what particular ideology. And the quantitative easing measures that took place in 2008.
So you really think that the origin of life on Earth is a really special event?
Yeah, if it did originate on Earth. My question for those that search for life outside the Earth is, what if you had a letter from God, and the letter said, life didn't originate on Earth? Like, would you choose a different profession? Like, it would seem hopeless. Like, in other words, we only have a sample of one. In fact, we only know of one conscious life form, let alone one planet that has life on it. What if you knew for sure it didn't start here? That means that, like, there's almost nothing about Earth that is originated. It didn't originate the life process. So to study purely the origin of life, not life itself, I think that's still fascinating. But how could we learn about, the origin of remember, you have to go from inanimate object to a living object, whatever that definition of life is. And I'm not an expert in many definitions, Max, Sarah, many different definitions.
That is the reality.
But how do you actually go from inanimate to animate? It's a huge question.
Yeah, but then you don't have to be the place where life originated to replicate the origin, or to that's one way to understand something, is to
the most potent
build it.
ideological drives become those that are underwritten by primary forces, i.e. survival, competition. This is the palette that will operate well when you're dealing with 70 people in a tribe that have to use their resources pre-agriculturally, when they have to hunt and gather. You need that energy or a species doesn't survive. Of course, what's happened is our systems our evolution has not adjusted to the systems to within which we live. And with the preclusion of spiritual solutions, we cannot envisage that there might be different resources within us to underwrite and fuel our vision. I liked it that you said that we fetishize the aesthetic, we fetishize superficial ideological components. Not that cultural or racial issues are not important, of course they do. They lead back to great exploitation, that's evident and plain. But I like it, but when the choice is so reductive, I'm reminded of, like, Bill Hicks used to do a bit of saying, like, when there was a debate about whether or not to have women priests, he said, yeah, have women priests, have one with 8 titties and 2 dicks, I might go see that. that one. Like it goes back, but I prefer to deal with the voice of limitless love that's accessible to all of us. Gotta run, there's a voice calling me. You know that. Why are we accepting that paradigm? Is like that's and the only way out of that is through spirituality. Even if you use the David Carradine and the Captain Kirk way through it, because I will be at some point in this conversation, Ryan, keen to analyze and articulate some of the archetypes in the world from which most people will know you. The archetypes of the office and who are those heroes and villains? What are those tropes? What are those relationships set, albeit in a mundane and provincial paper mill? But I can see that you are, as is often the case, reaching for your tome, presumably with some direction-changing insight, which I am nothing but ears and erection to hear, or waiting to hear, then ejaculate.
I'm sorry. I saw you eyeing as I was grabbing my tome. Oh, here's a good quote.
What do you mean? You're just pulling them out at random?
Yeah. Father Pierre Teilhard de Chardin said, "We are watching the birth more than the death of a world."
That's nice.
But I wanted you quoted Buckminster Fuller, and I had a great Buckminster Fuller quote, which I can paraphrase grotesquely, which is like, you don't change things by fixing an existing broken system. The way to change things is to create a new system that makes the existing system obsolete. Yeah. And that just reminded me of what you were saying.
Like, even though Dwight is a really, really peculiar character, and you are evidently a peculiar man,
I am.
You're peculiar in a very different way.
Than Dwight is.
Yeah, and I'm very curious about how you captured that sort of. He's a very American character, Dwight, I feel, like sort of the patriotism, the individualism, the libertarianism, and then there's sort of the sort of oddly repressed strangeness, and how close it was to Mackenzie Crook's rendering of Gareth initially, and how quickly you, because it's one of the, I think, most significant departures is the difference between those two characters.
Well, Mackenzie Crook was absolutely brilliant, and his performance and his characterization was, it just tickled me to the core. I think he is absolutely magnificent. He doesn't get enough credit for the incredible Gareth. I stole all his best bits. The fact that he went and gave himself the most unflattering haircut possible, which I did for Dwight. The self-seriousness, there's a kind of a hoo-ha, rah-rah kind of vein of militarism underneath those two characters. So those the toady bully, like the two sides of the coin. Like, I'm a toady and I'm a bully at the same time. Which I thought was really interesting. But in pondering Dwight and the creation of Dwight, I really went back to my roots in suburban Seattle. Like, I had a friend named Chris Cole, and we played Dungeons and Dragons together. Total nerd. He joined the army to play the cornet in the army, and he was a fencing fanatic. He got into fencing because he loved Dungeons and Dragons and wanted to play with swords. You know what I mean? So you see, like, in the roots of someone like that, you see some Dwight. My family were farmers on both sides of my family in the Midwest, in Wisconsin and Minnesota. And there's a particular kind of like Scandinavian kind of spectrum-y muscle car farmer that is also kind of in the wheelhouse of Dwight. And that's one of the things I will really applaud. So many people create television shows and you have like, no offense, but like Big Bang Theory, like the idea of nerds and what a nerd is. But Dwight, you can't type him. Like, is he a nerd? Yeah. Is he a successful businessman? Yeah. Is he the worst salesman ever? Yeah. Is he a bully? Yes. Is he all about his independence? Certainly. Does he long for community? Yes. Is he, you know what I mean? Like, it goes on and on and on. He has so many different facets, and it's very rare on a television show that you would allow a comedic character to kind of have those kind of reverberations.
Yeah, because a lot of real character comes from contradiction. I feel like that comedy comes from a sort of a continual awareness that the reality we operate within is secondary, and that there is another ulterior reality. That's what we allude to. What I feel that one of the things that defines comedy for me, Rain, is that it is the ability to continually go, this isn't real. Like, I've been taking my life seriously. I'm worried about my children. I'm worried about my future. I'm worried about my job and people. But in comedy, you connect with a deeper truth, somewhere in this aperture between the nihilism that the infinite and the eternal suggest and a deep, profound, yet somehow ineffable meaning that can only be felt in love, to avoid the piety that could induce. You can approach it with comedy, that there is a playful beauty. And you talk about reading the Bhagavad Gita, and like the characterization of Krishna versus a character like Jesus Christ, Christ's real. I'm not coming on here to say there ain't a Jesus. I like Jesus. I love Jesus. I've been trying to be him for a while, but there's some demands.
You've got the hair, right?
That's as far as I've got, really, because self-sacrifice and being a living manifestation of the divine.
You've washed the feet of many a prostitute.
I did it sometimes as part of the contract. As a matter of fact, right? Yeah, there's a playfulness in the character of Krishna, and sometimes evident in the voluptuousness and abundance of like the Vedas and Hinduism, the faith derived from it. That sometimes you feel, is that where New Ageism is right? This is the country where those many of those relationships began, where Yogananda and Vivekananda, they came to this country a couple of centuries ago, and impacted and altered the direction of American spiritual life, where the kind of frontierism of the American spirit can meet with an adventurousness, a spiritual adventurousness, perhaps as encapsulated by your Star Trek adventurous spirit within this sort of hermeneutics and ecclesiastical questing. I guess, what am I saying here? I'm saying here, how do you see your role as a comic being part of the service of your spirituality? That's one aspect of the question I want to ask. And then also I want you to fold into it, if you can, after being in something like The Office for a very, very long while, which must entirely dominate your life and mean a lot to everybody that you meet all the while, how do you move past it and beyond it? And how do you locate it now?
I'm gonna risk a lot of people rolling their eyes right now, but I want to say that I believe that being an artist is a mystical journey, because essentially we're living in a mystery. The Lakota word for God is Wakantanka, which means the great mystery. And when I view God, when I view the divine as the great mystery, that's when I sink in. And the role of an artist is to have a blank page and create something beautiful, to have a silent room and create a beautiful symphony, to have words on a page that say Dwight and have some lines and to bring those to life, to have a blank page and write a beautiful poem that's just a sequence of words, but somehow it touches our heart and opens up something for us. There's a mystical and beautiful, mysterious journey in being an artist. And I feel like I, at a very young age, knew that I was able to just do silly voices and play characters, and I love to make people laugh. And I was this big, weird-looking goofball with a giant head and a little belly, and I made people laugh, and that's how I got the girls. All of a sudden, I started doing acting, and all of a sudden, girls wanted me to sit at their lunch table. So I was like, I'm done with Dungeons and Dragons. I'm going down this path, and I feel like when you're as profoundly blessed to be a part of a show like The Office, that you have this kind of convocation of these beautiful artist, actor, mystics, bringing Jim and Pam and especially Michael and so many of the other great characters to life, and Dwight, and they're creating a family. It's got a warm heart at the center, that there is a spiritual vibration to doing something like The Office. And I think, going back to the America question, and here's the other thing I'll say. We talked about the Star Trek journey and the Kung Fu journey. I believe that part of my spiritual journey is to find my way to be of maximum service to the world. What is my way? What is your way? What is his way? What was Leon's way? To be a maximum, forget Leon, fuck Leon.
It's too late for him.
It's too late. But what is our way to use the gifts that this divine great mystery, I won't say God, but that the great mystery, Wakantanka, has given each of us, to put into service to help transform this very difficult and confusing and unjust planet into some kind of earthly paradise, which, again, I'm risking a lot of eye rolls. You know, you may say that I'm a dreamer. I'm not the only one. I do think that we have to visualize. We've become so cynical. We have to visualize the possibility of transforming this planet and transforming the way that human beings interact with each other. And so for me, part of that is, yeah, I wrote a book, and, you know, I'm a member of my faith community, and I do service work, and my wife and I have a nonprofit, and I do stuff like that. But I also, for me, for whatever reason, the great mystery instilled in me the possibility of playing these weird, delightful characters like Arlecchino the clown, and I get paid handsomely for it. And if that, and I have heard time and time again, like it has brought, the office has brought so much joy to people. It's uplifted their hearts. It's connected families. People have been suffering, and they have tearfully, time and time again, told me how much the show has meant to them. Like, that's a service in itself. So if we move away again from the worst qualities of humanity, which are self-seeking, and we move in toward, instead of selfishness, other-ishness, then that's the very feeble step one in the eventual transformation of the planet.
Well, it's nice, that inversion. I feel like it might be a significant step, that that flip might be more significant than you implied at the end of your statement. When things seem only spatial and temporal, contained within that framing, there can be a dull flatness to it. It seems like that when I'm able, when I live my life, Rain, and my unspoken yet somehow explicit agenda is self-fulfillment, I want this for me.
Yeah.
When my religion is Russell, what he wants, his preferences become my, they are my stone tablet, my tabernacle. Russell's preferences is what I live for. That I'm sort of feel myself like draining and atrophying as I go. But like, I heard today that someone told me, like, that I'd just done some very small kind thing for them, and how they'd remember. They go, I don't remember anything else that happened that month except that thing you did. And it reminded me of this idea that eternity might yet, well, how can eternity, like the great mystery, be anything other than continually present? How can God be elsewhere? How can God be anywhere but here in this moment if God is absolute? And I feel like that there's this bit, the first page, and God knows it wasn't on the first page, I wouldn't have read it, of George Orwell's Homage to Catalonia. He talks about queuing up to sign up to POUM, to fight there. That he sort of saw this, that in front of him to sign up was this red-haired Italian fella. And he said that he, even without knowing him, knew that he could love him. Like, he sort of thought that this guy, I like this guy a lot. There was something about him. And sometimes there are, like, in early life, love affairs that last, God, a day, an afternoon, or brief moments, connections with people. And if you've been held like that, if you've experienced that moment, the timeless, the eternal, what does he say, Wittgenstein? He says, if we consider eternity not to be an unlimited temporal duration, but the quality of timelessness, then eternity belongs to those that live in the present, forever in the present, able to return to this place. And so even if it is a cultural artifact like the office, which no doubt was a sort of the congregation of many geniuses present in that, from the delivering, the conception, all sorts of aspects of it, and one feels, one feels being rebooted, like football, like music, like everything, just into commodity, all things commodity, all things commodity. If they have in them, like, that spirit, if they have love in them, like, that we will feel the resonance of that. This is why I think it is no small thing to posit that the solution to our problems must, of course, be spiritual, that it's not going to be organizational. There are great tomes, great genres of political writing about this is how we organize it economically, this is how we organize it geopolitically, militarily. But unless there is a shift in the consciousness of our kind, then it will reorganize like iron filings back to that template, the way it's reiterated itself through empire, successive empires of conform to the same paradigm.
You could take Marxism as an example. Like, essentially, at the root of Marxism is how do we heal these incredible income inequality that is holding billions of people back and causing them to suffer? Well, let's create an organization in which the resources are spread out among humanity. But if there isn't the need in the human heart to share, then having an administration say, you must give up this beautiful Hollywood Hills house and this couch, and you must give it to him, and you must work as a janitor, then if that's coming from above, then you're not going to feel connected to that. So Marxism at its heart, seeking to remedy a big problem in the world, is fantastic. It has so many great ideas inherent in it. But again, this has to bubble up from the ground up.
Oh man, that's a real beautiful metaphor. I feel that. Like Marxism starts with the idea of sharing and ends up with, we're going to kill all these people. And like Christianity is, we are all one, and ends up with, we're building these cathedrals and killing
all these people.
Stop getting to kill all these people as the outcome. That there's some invisible imprimatur keeps imposing. When I was in London recently with all of the developments, there's in Tottenham Court Road, which is a sort of a hub within London, there is something that as if dropped from the sky, some new development at the epicenter of that town, some unlovely Kubla Khan, nothing but edifice and shine. And when I walked near it, what I felt was London, for all its flaws, like any entity that exists within a commercial framing with that kind of utility, with that kind of telos, it always had the sense that the culture is come from the ground. When you're in a place, you want to feel that this is the expression of grandmothers and grandfathers and ancestors have built this place, many ideas to be in Rome, to see the eternity of Rome in its layers, that you are placed in the present by, or that the past is there looking at you, that the Colosseum is there looking at you, the Forum, it's there, Julius Caesar died there. It's happening now. It's happening now. This is not, like that sometimes.
And that's the beautiful thing about Rome too, is then you fast forward to the Renaissance. And you see the beautiful churches and the Michelangelo and the incredible paintings, and as all part of that unfolding history of Rome. But I think London is the new Rome in a way, and it has that layer upon layer of beautiful kind of human evolution.
Yes, I suppose, but it feels to me very much that what we are witnessing now is a sort of an ongoing centralizing entity imposing from above, this time masked in globalism, this time using the rhetoric of equality, fairness.
Yeah, but I want to challenge you on that a little bit, because I understand, and I've heard a lot of your talking about the World Economic Forum and whatnot, and I certainly am not a big fan of billionaires getting together and coming up with policies that supposedly benefit the little man. That's not what I'm talking about. But we have to be careful when saying that globalism is the enemy, because ultimately we do want to be global. Ultimately we do want, and that doesn't mean like a one world government that's authoritarianism. That's not what we're talking about. But ultimately we have to be one human species on a planet, and that's going to take us away from nationalism. We're like, I was born in Ecuador. Ecuador is amazing. Ecuador forever. God bless Ecuador. I will die for Ecuador, or Belgium, or Mongolia, or insert whatever country you want. So how do we, because this, like everything, these conversations have become so like black and white and so simplistic. And you have like globalists versus anti-globalists versus like, how do we have a global transformation on this heart level here, but also with 7 billion of us, so that we are global? And that's a different kind of globalism. So if we're shouting anti-globalist epithets from every belfry, then we're kind of neglecting our greater work.
I believe this, that as with your earlier janitor metaphor, if someone wants me to clean for service, for love, I will clean. Someone tells me to do something.
Like Jesus did.
Like our Lord before us.
Yes.
Another similarity, that's weird, they're clocking up. Like, if someone tries to make me clean, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
You know, and like, I feel that the agenda of globalism is centralization, authoritarianism, the ability to manipulate and control markets and to generate dominion. Now, like, the love of Ecuador is not only a metaphor, but an evolved tendency towards tribalism, ancestor worship, a celebration of individual culture. The love of Ecuador or Belgium needn't mean hatred of the other. It needn't mean that. But I feel that if you start to take away people's right to be Ecuadorian, they're not going to like it. And I feel that the kind of globalism, the kind of confederacy that you are alluding to can only be brought about democratically. The problem is with the WEF, WHO, IMF is that they're leveraging undemocratic globalist measures without consultation of the people that will be affected by those measures, Rain, and telling us that it's because of some sort of project to save the planet. But when here is this I can continually observe, they never make suggestions or push edicts that will impact the agenda of the powerful. Never. They never say, we're trying to save the planet because of climate change. Here's what we're doing. Energy companies will now not benefit from, what's that word I can never remember? Supplementations. Thank you. They will not benefit from subsidies. They will not be entitled to profit. We're going to regulate and control their profiteering. We're not going to say, but in order to to meet certain climate change objectives, we're going to fuck the lives of ordinary people. It should be the most, like 70% of global pollution comes from corporations. Start with them then. Demonopolize big tech companies. Let's start breaking them down. So I feel that what they use is rhetorical and manipulative. They talk about, this is for the preservation, conservation of our planet. We have to acknowledge it. Because, of course, as we've said, spiritually, we need to be able to hold in our consciousness. This is one planet. But as they say, and as they say, some of the great guests we've had on here, like Helena Norba Kodge, Vandana Shiva, they talk about, and Gandhi himself, localism. Your community must be self-governing. Your community must use its own resources. Your community must be empowered. The fact that becomes fueled somehow by hating another community, you can see that that's an evolutionary quirk. We know that strangers were the most likely people to bring disease to 10,000 years ago, which is nothing, just 50 ancestors that way or whatever it is, when you line them up, it's no time ago at all. What I feel like is that these bureaucracies mask in anodyne language nefarious ideals that were evident in the great ideologies of the last century, the fascism and the communism, how that Marxism ended up emulating the Tsarism that preceded it. It created a new class of serfs. They say of English socialism that it owes as much to Methodism as Marx. It had within it Christianity. It had in it fairness, love, and you can still feel that in English socialism, such as it is, even to this day. So what I suppose I feel like is, as well, there cannot be autocracy, there cannot be technocracy, there cannot be a cadre of aristocrats of any kind telling ordinary people this is how to live. Some say democracy is the only game in town. You have to just persuade people, like I would persuade them, I think. Look, I think we should allow this amount of immigration, but you vote for if in your community you want to take in immigrants. This is why I think you should do it. But it's up to you, because maybe you know shit I don't know. I think people have gotten sick of being told what to think and how to feel by people who don't have their best interests at heart. And I think that globalism has become a great exemplifier.
So I'm going to start a channel on Rumble where I tell people what to think and how to vote.
I only suggest how to think and how to vote.
So let me change gears a little bit. Very well said. I don't disagree with anything.
Because it's got to be loving. Love is everything.
Love is all you need. I have a chapter on that. And I'm sorry to keep going back to the book, but I will say that in Soul Boom, Why We Need a Spiritual Revolution, I bring up an example from the Baha'i Faith. Let me share this with you.
Go on.
Tell me what you think. I talk about one of the great evils of the world being partisanship. Do you know how much money are spent on political ads? I don't have the figure in front of me, but in the United States, it's in the billions and billions of dollars just in advertising for candidates. Think about what you had. A little bit of a burp and it was a little bit foul. What did you have this morning? It was a little foul.
I've just been eating my own cum all morning. It's the only thing I can keep down.
I hope that's your second strike on YouTube. That wasn't cum. It was more like tuna.
I don't eat that. I'm a vegan. I had tofu scramble, and then, of course, the cum.
The cum.
I chew it. I'm not an animal. I ejaculate.
Do you eat it with a tiny spoon?
No,
like
tiny
a
little
caviar,
spoon.
like a blini?
It takes ages though, because there's plenty of cum.
Vegan blini. So I talk about the
spending money on
the corruption of partisan politics, and partisan politics are based on like, I can insult you better at the podium, I can spend more money than you, I can make myself seem better and greater than you. It's really moved away from policy differences and respectful debate and moderation. Not that it ever really was that way. We've just seen where it has headed. But in the Baha'i faith, okay, I'm just using this as an example. The Baha'i faith is democratically elected. So here we are in the city of Los Angeles. There's no clergy in the Baha'i faith. There's no priests or mullahs or gurus or anything like that. So it's all democratically elected. So every year, the Baha'is of Los Angeles gather together and they vote for 9 people called the local spiritual assembly that will govern the affairs of the Baha'is of Los Angeles. It's very much like a 12-step meeting. It's like loving servants of the community. So how do we do this? Is there campaigning? No, not allowed. There's no yard signs. There's no, you should vote for Bob. He's the best and wisest Baha'i. It is prayerful and meditative. And you are asked, you're given a list of everyone who lives in Los Angeles, and you're asked to write down the 9 names of those who think bring the best service-oriented outlook, the best spiritual maturity to their jobs, to be humble servants of the Baha'is and the communities of Los Angeles. Now, this goes on also on a national level. This also goes on a global level. So there's no money spent. There's no narcissism. There's no one-upsmanship. There's none of the worst qualities of humanity expended, and you simply have servants. Servants of the community. What do they call it in the 12-step program? In the 12 traditions,
Our leaders are trusted servants. They do not govern.
Trusted servants. They do not govern. So, could you do that?
Yes.
In a town? Could you do that in Waco, Texas? Could the people of Waco,
Well, if we
Texas?
start there after their history.
Well,
we need to rebrand a town that has no negative connotations for new expressions of government and power.
Forget Waco, Texas.
I'm going to put on these.
Nebraska.
Can you lighten these lenses? Right, I'm in charge. Women, your bedroom's here. Give me some fucking rifles. I love God better than all of you.
Call in the feds. Okay, Omaha, Nebraska decides that it's had enough of partisanship, bickering, backstabbing, backroom deals, moneyed interests clawing their way to the top. And they say, let's do the same thing. We're all going to gather at the local Omaha Stadium, and we're going to elect 9 trusted servants, or 11, or 7, or 5, or 27, or however many, from the town itself that will devote a year or 2 years or 5 years to the service of the community. And we're going to do this, maybe not prayerfully, but meditatively. And could you not do that? Could not that happen in a small town? When you think about it in a very small town of 500, you think like, oh, that might be able to happen. And then, well, could it happen in a town of 5,000? Could it happen in a town of 50,000? And maybe something like that might start to shift to what you're talking about, that grassroots-ishness, that we need to achieve a globalism through a grassroots kind of path. Maybe something like that.
I agree with that. Well, I think that is a type of an anarchic principle, the idea of self-governance.
But it's organized.
Yes.
It has an organizational structure to it.
Absolutely.
It's not a loose bunch of unwashed people at a farm talking about sharing their
That's
eggs.
racist against anarchists. The anarchists are organized. They just reject domination. That's like the principles of anarchy are self-organizing.
Can you have a global anarchist? Can you have a globalist anarchist community?
What I feel, Rain, if we're going to reorganize civilization, is that you should emulate anthropology, that typically a primate tribe will split at around 70 to 100 chimps. They split and form two tribes. They can't create hierarchies and organization at that number. So it feels like there is nothing in our evolutionary history that would suggest that a good idea would be to centralize power to the tune of 300 million people. And in fact, the only people that benefit from aggregation on that scale, I would contest, are the top strata of that society. Now people make the free market trickle-down economics argument continually. That's what was underwritten late capitalism for at least the last 50 years. But my feeling is that people that benefit mostly from the aggregation of populations are the people that are the top of those populations. That tends to be how it works. What I reckon is that what you described is quite beautiful in the Baha'i faith. That the position of leadership itself is stripped of its glamour, is stripped of its prestige. They're not necessarily of honor. Honor is a necessity, I might argue.
And in this case, in the local spiritual assembly of the Baha'is, and let's say the local governing assembly of Omaha, individually they don't have power. They only collectively have power. When they gather and they make a decision, they have a quorum, that has power. Yes. So it's not like someone who's elected in Omaha walks down the street and has any power over anyone else, just like in a 12-step meeting.
It's very beautiful, I think. That's it. And when
I know it's idealistic. I know there's a lot of eye rolls. I get it. But you know what? We're blowing ourselves up and we're fucking up the planet. So let's try something different.
Yes, and also we're not striving for perfection. We're striving for improvement.
Yeah.
Like generally, I have found that people that say that no other way is possible are invested in this way, staying the same. This system is look. Let's give the
and they want you to feel that way. They want. You know the great theater teacher and director Andre Gregory from My Dinner with Andre.
Oh right, yeah.
You know that guy, right? Brilliant. I did a workshop with him when I was a young actor in New York, and I'll never forget it. We had tea together. He would have tea with his students, and he said, "So, how are you doing, Rain? What are you thinking these days?" And I was like, "Oh, I just can't help but just be cynical. I just feel like the world's going to shit, and I just feel like the acting industry is shit, and I'm just cynical." And this is what he did. He grabbed my arm as hard as it's ever been grabbed, pulled me close, and he was like, "Don't do it. They want you to be cynical. They want you to be cynical. You have to keep hope alive in everything that you do. If you are cynical, they've won."
My arm! My fucking arm! Get me to the hospital! My arm!
And then he drew back.
My teeth, my jaw. Yeah, you're quite right that we mustn't fall into sallow cynicism, and that the optimism is part of the fuel of this change. And I feel that if you have a template that rewards crisis for the most powerful, i.e. in a medical crisis, the pharmaceutical companies benefit. In a military crisis or a war, the military-industrial complex benefit. The energy companies benefit even when there is a fuel crisis. Record profits for big pharma, record profits for big tech, wealth transfer of 5 trillion during the pandemic period. If what is crisis to most people is beneficial to the elites, and by the elites I mean the most powerful, what set of circumstances do you imagine might continue to emerge if the most beneficial circumstances for the most powerful people are deleterious for the people with least power, that template will continue to repeat itself? What kind of template do you imagine might continue to reiterate itself if a situation that is deleterious to ordinary people is beneficial to the most powerful interest? So I feel that this is a time to consider radical solutions, and I think it's going to be about more democracy, more control, assemblies, localism, collectivism, and there will be Sturm and Drang and opposition to these ideas, because finally ideas are being put forth that will affect the intentions and capacities of the powerful.
I think it's important to understand that a lot of people on the political left view social change as not being organized. It needs, and I'm not saying that you're saying this, but that it's small groups, on a farm somewhere and just doing what they like. And the fact is that we need organization as well. Organization gets a bad name, and I'm not talking about authoritarianism. You could be organized and not authoritarian. But we do need to, the other side is very, very, very well organized. And to think that we're going to affect some kind of global change in the inequalities and the systems that you're talking about by being kind of loose, disorganized coalitions, that's a fairy tale that I roll my eyes at. So how do we do that? I don't have the answer, but I do know that in seeking these kind of changes that you're talking about anarcho-capitalism, anarcho-socialism, what is it?
Anarcho-syndicalism,
syndicalism, yeah.
Anarchy.
That we have to think in a larger sense to have a systematic organization behind that is that spreads virally and is transformative, because otherwise they will just keep winning because they're so much better organized than we are. And you talked about tribalism before, and I'll say also too that we just need to, at first we started with a family in a cave, and then it was like a couple of families in a valley, and then it was like 27 families in a little town, and our tribes grew, and then it's like Ecuador and Belgium, and our tribes grew to that. We have to view our tribe in a much larger context as well. So I'm not sure how to do that, but we're a human tribe sharing a planet that's hurtling through space, like Buckminster Fuller said. And so whatever happens in this grassroots, systematic, organized way has to include the beautiful, loving our beautiful human being tribe on this planet.
That is a beautiful way to wrap up this conversation. Thank you, Ray. Let us know in the chat how you think we should reorganize the planet and its resources. What new systems should be introduced? Is it Baha'ism? Is it the kind of anarchic principles as exemplified within 12-step programs? How do you ever confront globalist corporate power without the support of the state? How do you remilitarize? How do you demilitarize? How do you confront corruption and hypocrisy in all its many forms? So many questions. Thank you very much for joining us. Remember, you can join our locals community and put questions to us directly. I'm pointing to something there. I don't even know what I'm pointing. If you press Rainn Wilson's penis, it's just $40 per year.
It's very small.
But you can dab it, unless it's in there somewhere amidst the
shrubbery.
Then you'll
You're very well groomed, speaking of shrubbery. I noticed that you... How does that happen?
I trim tress there once in a while.
Do you take a buzzer and do that? What happens if you don't? Is it really?
It's not like I'm not like sort of incredibly.
Is it virulent? Yeah.
But it is like a sort of what you might call a gentle. Don't grimace at it.
Suit.
Yeah, like it's a manageable. Well, I'd say it's a sexy amount.
I guess because I'm a.
What's the issue?
I'm a child of the '70s, and I guess I've never really. My son makes fun of me because I don't know that I've ever even trimmed my pubic hairs.
Do you want me to do that now?
Yes.
Is that how we have to end this interview, with me gnawing at your pubic hair?
Oh my God! I didn't say with your teeth.
I assumed that you meant with the incisors. Now, while I nibble through Rainn Wilson's pubic mound, I will say goodbye to you while I still have the use of my facial orifice. Thank you for joining us. Join us next. Oh yeah, get Rainn's book. There's a link in the description where you can acquire this book. Let me read a passage at random just to show you what a good book it is. This is by W.H. Auden, so we can't give the credit to you for...
Of all of my sentences in this book, you pick an Auden quote?
It's the best bit.
All right, that is true.
We are all here on Earth to help others. What on earth the others are here for, I don't know. Having a spark of consciousness in this mysterious, difficult, and gorgeous universe fills us with questions. Who are we? What makes the sun and the stars move? How can I feel happier? What happens when we die? What does it all mean? The mythologies of religious writings and traditions offer us potential answers to these timeless, persistent inquiries, many of which are to be found here within Soulboom, but many more are found within Rainn Wilson's pubic mound, which I will be gnawing down to a barely visible stubble in just a matter of moments. And I do this because I love you. Join us next week. Yes, continue to do that. Join us next week, not for more of the same. Who needs that? But for more of the different. Until then, stay free.
It's like an acorn.
Many switch in, switch on, switch off. Many switch in, switch on, switch off, switch on. Many switch in, switch on, switch off. Many switch in, switch on, switch off.
Hey Hey Siri, what's the temperature outside?
It's 53 degrees right now.
It's only 53 degrees out. That's nice. Thank God. Is this thing live streaming or what? What the hell's going on? Oh yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, and then we got the space thing.
Benoit.
I'm gonna hang out. How much longer till the ISS is out from the dark spot? Oh, it's about to be in the light. It's about to be daytime again on the ISS. Man, I want some good food. I wish I could order some good food. I'm a hungry boy. Hungry boy. I just ate a bunch of food too. I don't know. Some tacos, burritos, fresh stuff. Hey, NASA. NASA, can you switch the cameras over so we can see the other main camera? I feel like I need to take a little nap. Oh, this is going to be funny. We're going to watch some America's Funniest Home Videos. What the hell is going on? All right, let's watch some America's Funniest Home Videos. That sounds funny.
Oh, are you okay? Oh.
You can save up to 70%. That's 1-800-0177-1-800-900. Overpay.
What happened? Did we get the hamster ball stuck in your head?
Stop mashing! Tell this horse to stop!
She's gonna bite you. It's too late.
Hurry.
Don't forget your hat. On my nose. Pull it real hard.
Is it a gift?
Give me this.
It's really
hot here.
Oh my god!
Hey!
Are you kidding me? Oh my god!
Oh, that's so sweet.
Oh!
Where's Clark?
Over here.
Oh. Okay. Dad, push her.
I'll do tricks.
Oh my god.
It's getting everywhere. It won't. Like, how do I get it to like if I?
Hold on, I gotta move over.
Where are you going? Mom!
Thank you for riding. Please exit to the left. Please exit to the left now. Thank you for riding. Please exit to the left.
What was it?
Hey, come on, Rocky. Show us. Oh, oh my god.
No.
Isn't it?
Whoa!
Why ain't it working?
One copy.
Cammy, did you do something different? Because I spoke to it and it...
You just put it up there. And
Uh-huh.
One copy.
Oh man, I'm so sorry.
gonna come back. You know she gets.
Please stop it! Please stop it! Oh!
I lost both my boots.
There, Justin.
Surprise!
What are you doing here? Oh my God. Wait.
Go.
Go.
Goodness, it's kind of scary with this. Ah!
Help her! Help her! Help her! Help her! I was afraid it might make you dizzy. Drop the rope! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Let your ass die. Oh God! Oh my God! Mama!
I told you.
Hurry.
Oh, yo.
We are going further away from the land! Bye-bye, land! No! How far is the island?
Bounce a little. Bounce.
Out there. Yeah! Oh yeah. Oh, are you gay? Oh, boy. Did you guys sing? Mom, can I take the candle? What's your mom? You better crazy boy. Stop playing.
All right, I'm bored. Oh yeah, I was looking at this stuff. Might as well watch this guy on the big screen.
64-year-old mom uses this iPhone and her laptop to make $20,616.25 per month from the comfort of her own couch.
Very many page views per day.
I have,
Man,
yeah.
You're almost internet famous, and you're mighty proud of that fact. But then one day you hear a knock at the door, and it's the cops. They're not happy at all about your online celebrity status. The reason for that is if a blog in Russia starts getting more than 3,000 page views a day, by law it has to be registered with the country's mass media regulator, Roskomnadzor.
Yeah, okay. This one is kind of bullshit, actually. I mean, the law does exist, but I think it works in a different way now, where basically they realized that basically when this law was implemented, the internet in Russia was way smaller. There were way less YouTubers and stuff, and only a few people had like millions of subscribers. Right now in Russia, there's plenty of channels that have tens of millions of subscribers. Russian YouTube overall is one of the biggest sectors of YouTube. And actually they passed this law back then, so anybody who got like more than 3,000 views a day had to be registered or whatever, but I guess sooner or later they realized that this law is like impossible to enforce pretty much, and that they just don't have the manpower to actually check on all of these YouTubers or whatever. So I think the way this works now is that apparently if you get more than 3,000 views a day, you're like considered a type of mass media. And basically all I think this does is like change your status when it comes to legal proceedings and whatnot. But yeah, like overall this is pretty nonsense, because no, you don't get a knock on the door from the police when your channel gets a certain amount of subscribers or something asking you to register. That doesn't happen. And I have plenty of people I know who are Russian YouTubers who are very popular. Nobody's ever had to.
How to cook paneer. How to cook paneer. John, stop it. John, stop.
Hello, I'm Edward Hammond, and we're here at Surlatop Cooking School in Arlington, Virginia. Today we're making palak paneer, fresh Indian cheese and spinach. Our cheese is finished pressing, and now we need to unwrap it from the cheesecloth, and we're going to cut it into cubes that are about 1 inch. Cut the cheese to a non-stick skillet. Spoon of
Oh, my back hurts. What the fuck?
Now we're going to pan fry our paneer cheese cubes. We'll start by adding 1 tablespoon of our ghee to a non-stick skillet. Ghee is Indian clarified butter, and it's available in a skillet. 1 tablespoon of our ghee to a non-stick skillet. Ghee is Indian clarified butter, and it's available widely at supermarkets, Indian grocery stores, and at health food stores. When the ghee is hot, we will add our
My fucking back hurts.
paneer cheese cubes. And then With a slotted spoon, we'll turn the paneer cheese cubes in the hot ghee just until they get light golden brown. They don't need to be browned evenly, and they also do not need to be browned on all sides. Pan frying the paneer helps it to hold its shape once we add it to our finished dish, and it also makes it taste delicious. When the paneer is finished pan frying, transfer it with a slotted spoon to a plate or a bowl and set aside until needed. In our next clip, I'm going to fry our onions, garlic, ginger, chilies, spices, and cook our spinach.
To watch the other segments in this video series or for how-to videos on almost any...
Man, that sounds fucking good, dude. I'm about to go cook up my paneer like that. About to go cook up some paneer like that. That sounds good as fuck.
Cheese dry. And then, with a slotted spoon, we'll turn the paneer cheese cubes in the hot ghee just until they get light golden brown. They don't need to be delicious. To a plate or a bowl.
That's gonna be good. So I'm gonna use that ghee. I got ghee and paneer in the fridge. Hey, Dad. $153 on Friday. Mac and cheese bowl. Mac and cheese bowl. It's not tofu. It's paneer. It's really good. It's like grilled cheese. It's literally like fried cheese. You fry it up. It's fucking delicious. It's like a very light cheese. Like it's not like super strong tasting, but it's really delicious. You fry it up. It's not tofu. Shit's fucking delicious, bro. Oh, you said no clue what paneer is? It's fucking delicious. Fried paneer. This shit's good, man. It's like fried cheese, yo. It's fucking good, dude. It's like a straight up mozzarella stick. I made some fried paneer here. Want me to bring you in some fried paneer? Want me to bring you in fried paneer? Paneer. Have a little drink. Easter weekend. Whatever it's called, Passover. I don't know, Easter. Yeah, Good Friday. What's up? I thought you said that Easter was last Sunday. I thought it was, but it's you know, when you get online, you get an error going to a website, and they give you 404 not found. Yeah. We just grabbed it. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Happy Easter to everybody. Cash flow. Cash flow, the key to building wealth and achieving financial independence. Cash flow.
Where they
Cash flow.
really, he was just a carpenter. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I do remember he was called a king on many occasions, and he was called the Christ and the Messiah. Now, people have a sort of inflated view of those titles, but Christ just means king. It's the anointed king of the Jews. Same as Messiah, it means the anointed one. And King David.
Sorry, Ralph.
Yeah.
I was going to say, because I believe from a Jewish perspective, they don't see Jesus as a Messiah, i.e. he didn't fulfill the messianic prophecy. So I believe they call it Meshiach, don't they? And a king or a priest, I believe, could be anointed with oil. So really the term Messiah could be applied to a king or a priest, for example.
Yes, they were often priest kings. And remember,
Cheers,
King
everyone.
David was
Cheers
the Messiah.
to a happy Easter.
So was Cyrus the Great. He was the Messiah because he let the Jews go from Babylon. So you can be a normal secular king and you can still be the Messiah. And yes, you're right. It means you are anointed. But remember that Jesus was anointed by Mary Magdalene at the house of Simon. Now, that ceremony is the ceremony to make a king or a priest king of the Jews. And it's the same ceremony that Queen Elizabeth II went through when she was anointed onto the throne of Great Britain. She was actually anointed with oil by the high priest, who happened to be the Archbishop of Canterbury. And I do wonder if the new King Charles is going to be anointed in the same fashion. We don't know exactly what that ceremony is going to be like. But the high priest does it, which indicates immediately that Mary Magdalene was the high priest.
The high priest.
Because she anointed him with spikenard oil. So therefore, she was very, very important. She was the primary disciple. She was the high priest of the Nazarene Church. So that puts a different spin on things for starters. And we've only just, we're only 3 minutes in.
Well, it does rather, because I think really when you look at sort of patriarchal religions and the Muslim religions, it's all very male dominated, isn't it? And they tend to have forgotten the female somewhat.
Yes, yes, they've done that all the way through. And they've lost these people from history, and you have to ask yourself, how have they managed to do that? And why? If it was on purpose, why have they managed to do that? Well, what I want to do initially in the first sort of half hour or 40 minutes or so is to prove to viewers that this was Roman propaganda, that it was done on purpose. This was all to do with a revolt against Rome. And what Rome didn't want you to know is that you could revolt against Rome. They wanted to cover it up, and they did very expertly. They covered it up. And so this king guy, they managed to cover it up, because how can you lose a king from history? I mean, they're well-known people. We know of pretty much, I think, all of the kings of the Near East from this sort of era. So how can you lose a king from history? Well, we know that that has happened, because if you I say that these people are actually the kings of Edessa, and we'll go through the Edessa place later. But you can prove to yourself that it's been deleted from history, because you can do a search through the works of Josephus Flavius, and you can type in Edessa, and it will say nothing found. and you can type in King Abgarus, who was the king of Edessa, or King Manu, who was the and it will say nothing found. Okay, so we know that Josephus Flavius was deliberately deleting these people from history.
Interesting. So he was basically the arm of the propaganda arm of Rome, then, you would say.
What the hell is this?
Yes, because he was working for Rome. He was employed by Emperor Vespasian. So a quick review of Josephus Flavius, because this is how I found the biblical Jesus. And I did this back in 1997, a long time ago, in my Jesus Last of the Pharaohs. But that was just 1 or 2 chapters. And then I had to revisit this story back
All right, we are live. Happy Good Friday. We have Paul Cook, Michelle Gibson, and Bernai. How are you, beautiful souls?
Hi, everybody. I'm all good. I'm all good. As promised last week.
Yeah, I've had a bit of a nightmare with the Wi-Fi, so it's I'm actually blessed to have a Wi-Fi connection for a whole day. So I'm making the most of it for you guys.
Right, you kept me up because your live streams were so good that I only got 3 hours of sleep, but I'm back. I'm refreshed, and you know the monoatomic water, it does help. Yeah. All right, continue.
It's really exciting because my work got started with field work. I started noticing things in the environment around me, and then I started going looking. And then when I went to look, I got a whole bunch of information in return. And Paul does such an awesome job with his field work. And, you know, it's just a huge difference. You can find things online, and if that's all you have, it works. But if you can actually go and see a place in situ, there's just a whole lot more information available to find. It's actually quite exciting. And I'll let Paul talk about some of his experiences.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where to start. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if you two guys know, but about 5 years ago is when I first met you two guys in Malta. Online, by the way. Do you know that? You were the first.
I had an idea.
In the whole of YouTube. So it's mad that 5 years later we're here doing this, eh?
Yeah,
right?
This is wonderful.
It's crazy, isn't it? But yeah,
I love the traction.
It works. It's true. I'd like to kind of pick a starting point for us, Paul, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Because I did a little bit of research on a place that you've done a lot of research. And so I've got the, you look it up story about it, and you've got the, hey, I've actually been there and this is what I found. And I'm talking about the Williamson tunnels in Liverpool. And I'm going to go ahead and hit my screen.
Michelle Lessons.
It
is a really good Friday.
So I've done a whole bunch of series on places that people have suggested, and I have to say that my first round of receiving information came from the alignments that I found, and then when I started looking at places people suggested, I got a whole nother stream of information coming in of places that I would have no other reason to look. So this has just, you know, really led to even more breakthroughs for me in terms of, you know, somebody saying, hey, check this out, and I'll go look at it, and it just puts the pieces of the puzzle together even more. And the other interesting thing about having done that process is that invariably when I would sit down to do my research, and it always starts out in my blog, a theme would take on that was not planned. It's really kind of cool. So the Williamson tunnels is in the Edge Hill area of Liverpool. And Edge Hill, I mean, there's clues in the words. Edge Hill.
There's so much in Liverpool going on, by the way.
Edge on the edge. And I'll let you talk about that, Paul. So what we're told in the BS version of history is the Williamson tunnels were said to have been built under the direction of tobacco merchant Joseph Williamson between 1810 and 1840, but they don't know why. the purpose of the work remains unclear. And that the majority of the tunnels are comprised of brick or stone with vaulting over excavations in the underlying sandstone, as the tunnels were said to gradually become infilled with rubble in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, with excavation starting in 1995. So the excavation showed a large network of tunnels, chambers, and voids. And I wanted to start there because, Paul, I know you spent quite a bit of time there. And I'm going to stop sharing here. I can go back if I need to.
I'm going to see if I've got my videos on here, pictures as well. Basically, the Williamson Tunnels, I don't know if you know about this, but it's actually broken up into different tourist attractions. So there's actually 3 sets of Williamson Tunnels in the Edge Hill area. You've got the Williamson Tunnels, and then you've got the Friends of the Williamson Tunnels, and then you've got another one of the Friends of the Williamson Tunnels. But when you Google it, you only get given one option. It's people like us, we have to really dig for it, and then you find the other ones. But they're all connected underground, and they broke it up into individual tourist attractions.
They compartmentalize it.
Exactly.
Hey, like they have to hide it. Oh, it's not one big thing. No, don't study it as that. There's 3 of them.
It's the same as in Malta. When I went to the catacombs in Malta, I actually went through the barriers underground and went through. And I thought, you know what? I'm in here. No one's going to stop me. No cameras about. I'm going through. And I went through to another part of the catacombs. And I ended up in another one that was another catacombs, but it was meant to be a Jewish one. So in Rabat, you had the Jewish one, the Christian one, and pagan. So you had these 3 catacombs. And they said they're all individual, but when I went down the steps under the rope, I ended up in another one. They're all connected underground, all of them, the whole lot. And it's the same with the Williamson tunnels. And I think that because we've just built directly on top of it, you don't think anything of it. You didn't even know it was there. But another thing that I noticed when you were talking about Edge Hill, that train station of Edge Hill is identical to the one in Malta that's done in the limestone. And that is, in my that's incredible. And another thing that I've noticed is it's the whole of Nottingham, Liverpool, parts of Manchester, and all the way down the West Midlands is all this sandstone and limestone, and that's where all these nuggets are. And another thing I did, I looked at a map on the ley lines, and it was one map that I just pulled off Google Earth. And when I looked at it, I was like, oh my God, this is everywhere I've been. And it was I can't remember the name of the ley line, but it was all over this what I call the golden layer. And I was like, mate, there must be a connection there or something. But another thing I noticed about the Williamson tunnels, it was layered. So you had red sandstone and yellow sandstone. I don't know if you've noticed that down there. So you've got layers and segments of different coloured sandstone. Now, if that's meant to be sedimentary rock, how comes at one point, like in the narrative in a million years, iron oxide got added to it? You know, and then how comes it went back to being yellow sandstone? And another thing I'm going to add is, like, I think like when you sit there and think of sandstone, I'm sorry, I'm going a bit geological here, but when you sit there and think of sandstone, it's a bit of a paradigm, a bit of a paradox, because it's sand but stone. I don't know, that just really don't stick with me. And when you look at sandstone, it's like it's a load of grains of sand, like compact together and held together by some sort of crystalline structure, which is obviously the geopolymer. Because the geopolymer is, how do I say it? The way it's different from concrete and cement and concrete is that it actually crystallizes over time, and that's what makes it stronger and stronger. So
it's a chemical reaction, a chemical bond, as opposed to that sedimentary. And like I took geology a bit in academia, post-secondary, and it's like every point you're making right here, Paul, is so crucial, and that it's like once. Like I have learned everything that you were saying about your like blueprint of this red gold sandstone geopolymer. I've started noticing it everywhere in North America and everywhere around the world that we look, from Petra, Egypt, to the UK, to Malta, to America.
Exactly.
It's literally everywhere.
Yeah. One other thing I'd like to add, Michelle, is when you was giving us the little script about what the BS story was, was you aware that the military were down there for 2 years? Did you know that? Right. I think when you go on the trip down there, they tell you this. That's how I know it. So you go down there and they tell you the military actually set up shop down there, and no one was allowed to go around there. I think this is in the early 1900s, I believe. I can't remember off the top of my head. But the tour guide was saying that the military set up shop down there and spent 2 years down there. Now, what are the military doing down there for 2 years? Well, we know what they're doing. They're dismantling it, making it look like it's natural, making it look like it's a lot older than what it is, and they're blocking up stuff. Because when you're down there, you look around, you can just see blocked up tunnels. You can see there's actually multiple times when you turn a corner and you can see rubble that's coming down the stairs and just left there.
Right, and they're doing humanizing it, or doing community labor sanitizing.
Exactly.
For all we know, there's energy reasons for them to be down there also.
Yeah, they could be doing anything.
Deep underground military base, because the underground, as we know, the underground tunnels extend worldwide also.
Yes.
And they have the same kind of, the ones that are known about have the same kind of BS stories go with them. Like Ybor City in Tampa, Florida is known for its tunnels. And the story that goes along with those is that they were, for rum running and things like that during Prohibition. Anyway, they have this whole thing.
Always come up with the most recent excuse for the creations, right? The facades.
Yeah, it's interesting. And was the ley line you were talking about the Bolinas line by any chance?
I'll have a look and see if I can find it for you, because I'm pretty sure it's on this computer. Some of my stuff's on a laptop, some of it's on a computer, but I'm pretty sure it's here because I was making a video not long ago. So if you give me a second, I'll see if I can pull it up.
Perfect. And sorry to interrupt. Before we go further, I just have to point out that we are live on 4 YouTube channels right now. We have Hijack Campbell's Autodidactic as well, and then or 5 because we're on Paul Cook 1 and Paul Cook 2, and my Bernai Mindster Die Science Guy, Crypto Alchemist, as well as on my Facebooks, my Twitch, my Twitter, and on Rumble. So we are getting out there and spreading the word, and I'm going to shut up now and let you take it away, Miss Michelle.
Okay. Paul, I'm going to go over some things that I had pulled up to talk about megaliths in North America.
Yep.
And if you're welcome to jump in with anything. At first, when I saw Bernie's title this morning, I thought megalith. I was thinking about underground stuff because I knew that was what Paul had been looking at that I had found. But then I thought megalithic America, and I've got it spread out over a gazillion places, but it wasn't hard to find anything. And what I'm going to share is an awful lot like what I talked about with Bernai and Campbell a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about the head smashed in buffalo jump in Alberta. And I pulled up a picture.
I'm going to go down there this summer 100% now. Like, just looking at the pictures, there was so much of it.
So there's a megalithic wall there. But what they tell us is that's where the buffalo would, or the First Nations would run buffalo off so that they would jump off the side of it and they would collect the kill at the bottom. It's the whole look here, not here thing. And I'm going to give some examples of that. And I think I'll go with where I was going to start anyway. And then there's a few other places I've added to my tabs up here. But along the lines of look here, not there, I want to share with you what you find at Heavener Runestone State Park in Oklahoma. Now, this was early in my waking up to all this stuff. I was starting to see what was actually in the environment around me. And I became really interested in the Heavener Runestone State Park because back about 9 or 10 years ago, when I was really first trying to find information out, there was a YouTube channel called the Redneck Archaeologist. And this guy lived in this area. And he was talking about things he was finding here. And I got really interested because I hadn't started to do my own research yet, but I knew there was something really cool to find. And I lived close enough that I could go and see it. And I'm going to talk about Mount Magazine also, which is in the same area of the Ouachita Mountains in Oklahoma. And so when I went there with my friends the first time, we went to outside the park. So the rune stone is actually in the center of like a canyon. And a canyon is actually a cover-up word for infrastructure, like bluff.
That's good. That's good. I just want to I just want to jump in here because the only reason I say that the Grand Canyon isn't man-made is because I have no explanation for it because of the macro size of it. That's where I sit with it, and I haven't been there, so but I am on that fence.
Right, and there's so much that we haven't been told that we just kind of have to figure out on our own. But I think the important thing is we've been told everything is natural. There was nothing megalithic in North America. At least in North America, it was land free for the taking, and this is the outskirts of the park where they have the runestone. So if they have a couple of picnic tables around there, but you can clearly see that there's a wall there. And I've got other pictures. This just happened to be the most accessible to me right at the moment. So when they take you back to where the runestone is in the center of this area, they have this big wooden structure over it. And that was probably one of their first ones, but it kind of looks, let me see. Anyway, that's the structure they have it in now. It's this big wooden structure. It kind of takes up everybody's attention. You're not paying attention to the so-called sedimentary rock with the ledge overhanging it. You're not looking at the the masonry down here and the steps. You're not looking at the fountain.
Yeah, I call these props, Michelle. That's what I call them. Like normally in England, you have a castle made out of scraps and top of these things
I can't tell
around them, and people go and look at that as the tourist attraction and completely dismiss what's really going on around them. I call them props, and that's what it sounds like this wooden structure is as well.
Yeah, and totally.
Is the man down for Army right now?
I mean, when I was there, I mean, all I could see was walls and things like that.
Yeah.
And there's
So
more
Army did
examples
not
of it.
travel with
But
the medical staff,
I've got a
so
whole
that's
set of
the
pictures that I
naval
took when I was
medical
there.
staff, the Navy.
Those
taking
are
a
very
look at
old
them.
stones. This is in the Runestone
That
Park.
is
Those are
Brad
very old stones there.
Pausick, as well as
And
Oscar
steps are cut
Oliveras.
out of stone as well. So they definitely don't want us to actually see what's really there. And
looks like he's almost grabbing
the
back
typical
of his
story
knee
is
there.
that they were Viking runestones,
And as
and
soccer
that
players, you
there was a
never
group
wanna
of
see any
Vikings that
player
wandered
hold
into the
their knee.
area and
That's always a
carved
scary thought.
these runes on here.
So if you don't mind me asking, because I don't know the area, when they say runestone, is that the runestone? Is that the name of the park or the name of the
Robinson, a vital piece to the
So,
puzzle.
so that's the name of the
for
park,
Army.
and they named it
he's
after this
okay.
gigantic megalithic stone with markings on it. Now, what's interesting is
They're
that
getting
if
attention
you
over there on that far side, and said
start
that
looking
the Navy
into
medical staff
Vril,
is taking a look
so
at
I've got a
him, but
comparison
I
of
believe
Norse
Sydney
runes
Kinder
and
was in there
Vril
as well. She
here, and you've got a
represents the
match
Marines.
with that one. You've got a match
Robinson
with that
trying
one.
to jog it off here.
You've got a match with
Trying to stay
the
in this
R.
match.
You've got a match with that one right there. And Vril was connected with creation. It's my understanding is that it's like life force energy.
Speaking of that awesome medical support by
And
the
that
Marine Corps too, they have been
that the ancients knew
incredible
how to
hosts for us
use
here at Camp Pendleton.
all of this together.
Especially shout
And
out
I
to
think
the
it went
Camp
into the
Pendleton
creation-
Single
their-
Marine
what
program
they were able to
fed the
create
entire
here.
crew yesterday during halftime.
So that it was actually in script form at one time.
Absolutely. And it's not just
So
our crew that's working hard.
those
it's
would
a lot of
actually
people
be like
who put
energy
this together. Steve
symbols.
Denote is one of the biggest.
If that's
He helps
in fact
run
what
the
the
Armed
Norse
Forces
runes actually
sports and
are.
getting
And
this
the
together, and Steve's doing about
the Nazi
17
Germans were
different jobs
certainly
at once.
interested in
He had to drive
in Vril.
yesterday.
They had their
to
Vril Society.
the Navy base in San Diego
And
for a meeting
the
for
Vril, the ladies with
the
the long
Council
hair.
of International Do Sportsism Golf, and they're
Forgive
going
me, I
to
can't
host
remember the
Sism
details.
Golf
Yeah,
in San
Orstridge,
Diego
was that
later
her
this year.
name?
It's not a great pass there. Numbers for Army.
Something like that. There's a whole thing of, you know, hidden secret space program stuff going along with
Right,
that.
but no, I know exactly what you're talking about, Michelle. And, like, it's bringing it all together, and that they did have this higher lost Atlantean, Lemurian energy ley line understanding, and it's like alchemical, cosmic, as above, so below. And that's why it was so important that they did all their architecture as this astro architecture with the alignments to the sun and to the stars and everything.
So the Germans, the Nazi Germans, were interested in all the things that made humanity special. And so
kind of went off
Maria Orsic,
the original humans who were, you know, like
one for Army.
I think they were the original Aryans.
And that's a big goal for them before halftime.
And so when they destroyed that original civilization, they had to recreate
it was like an own goal.
Their version of Superman based on what existed before.
Looks like an own goal.
But they did it in a, you know, backwards way. They did it in a cruel way.
And
they were able to develop psychic abilities through foot of Andrew Grossman. So
we're going to take another
we were
look
already
at
there.
this,
we were already in touch
that's
with the
a
cosmos.
weird thing
We
that
already
neither
knew
of us
where we were and
tracking.
how to work with the elements. I say we, but
You
know,
don't
the
see the
initiated
flag
master
go up
builders,
there at all?
alchemists,
don't really-
the builders of Malta, which we'll talk about later on, that
The
all spent a
secret
lot of
Weird
time
thing
in.
that neither of us were tracking.
You know, oh, Malta is just incredible. And so there's a lot to consider in terms of this cover-up and what they're actually telling us.
Don't really see what happened there.
I started out by showing you the wall outside the park. That's clearly a wall, and I've got some pictures.
I'm
also
not
that I
sure
took
if
at
he
that
was
time
calling the
of things
ball, the
carved
initial
into the
ball
wall,
that went
like
to
something
him,
that looks
or
like a
that
window,
cross,
but it's
because it wasn't touched by him.
It's not a
So
window,
that
but it looks
is
like it.
a weird call.
Kind of like a keystone shape or something.
Yeah,
Big call there.
I've got some stuff very similar to that. I mean, I
So
don't want to
the
knock you
flag
off track,
went
but I've
up.
got some pictures from a place in Hastings.
took away
If you
the
look on the
goal
coastline, you've got
from
church
Christian
arch
King,
windows and
and
church doors put
realistically an own
into
goal, like we said.
to the how do you say it? It's like I'd call it a wall, but to normal people, it's a cliff, you know. But it don't go nowhere. It's just printed in. It just don't make no sense being there.
Right. And I just want to make a point because Paul and I were talking a little bit before this, but I see a lot of terraforming of the Earth. I believe that there was a lot that was man-made.
The replay there.
But I also am
Tough to
very
see.
open to
Did look like though on that initial replay
giants
that Christian
and
King
giant
might have been
trees
off.
and all the different things that
Right, and that's
the
like
ancients
those
could
are
have
like the
built on.
hokey legends of like the suns and the existence like before time, like the past ages, that they were long before us. And even in like the Bible where it's saying there was giants in those days, it would have been like the reset catastrophe before modern man, or our modern selves right now. But it's like it was still replicas of us, just everything was giant,
after a
possibly,
full celebration. I think that also takes a
Oh,
toll
absolutely.
there on the
I think
morale a little
the
bit.
grid
But
was functioning
Army
as
just
it
needs
was
to
grid. I
making
think everything
they're
was bigger.
causing
I think
dangerous
when
situations
the
for
controllers
themselves.
hijacked
They've
the
had 2
timeline, they
offsides
reverse
calls, so
engineered
they need to be
everything
careful on
and
that.
brought us to what we have today and brought us to our smaller stature and
By the way, that was
everything's
Peter
smaller.
Hansen, the AR-1.
But I
Logan
think when it
Reeves,
was
the
functioning, I
AR-2,
think
of
everything
course,
was
on the
bigger
far side
and the
of
Earth
the pitch.
grid was
So Logan
enhancing
Peter
life
Hansen
worldwide
was
and
the one who made
probably
that call. Now
universe-wide.
Army,
And
after the goal was called
it was being
back,
used for the benefit of all
was
life
a deflection from
and
Red,
free
it'll be
energy
an
as
Army
well.
corner.
So when it was
My
healthy and
parents didn't know
functioning,
that.
good things were happening, and it got turned into a control grid. And that's what we're painfully living through right now.
Another thing that I've noticed is I don't know why, but I'm attracted to.
Where's our student here? Whereas our student here is just posting clips of me, I suggest you mix it up with luxury home and luxury car content. We have a supercar video channel, which has some really great videos in it. Check out these videos. These will do great on TikTok. Okay? So I recommend roughly a 50-50 mix. These videos are just porn. These videos are eye porn. These will crush on TikTok. do exactly what I said, mix up my content with that. Do I have meme coins videos? No, I'm not promoting meme coins. It's a scam, baby puppy. I'm the word of truth, the word of light. I'm a worker for God. Like meme coins are scams, and I do not promote those. I do not endorse those. I mean, that's cool if you're using that to make money. I mean, you do what you need to do, but but yeah, I'm not. A lot of the meme coins, all the meme coins I've seen are scams. So I'm just not really, I'm in for progressing the world, right? I want the world to be. I want everything I touch to be a better place. Okay, everything everything I come into influence with, I want to make it better. That's my goal, and I don't think meme coins necessarily do that. We also have a nature channel here with videos that you can repost. So I suggest you repost a lot of these as well. Okay, let's move on to the next topic: when to start scaling an affiliate business. So when you want to start scaling an affiliate business is when you are doing something that is profitable. And this is the beauty of affiliate marketing, is that once you find something that works, that's profitable, you try to scale as much as possible immediately. And with the internet, it's very easy to do that. Now, what we do in advertising land, when I'm working, because most of the stuff I do personally is with ads, although I have been experimenting around with a lot of social AI and stuff recently, and SEO. So I mess around with marketing, and what I do now is I hire people to run the stuff I do. Now, the way you scale ads is very simple. You just increase these budgets. See how we spent $27,000 to make, or $22,000 to make 120, right? All we do in advertising land when we're buying ads and when we get an above 1 ROI is we increase the budgets, okay? We just increase budgets. Does that make sense? When you have an ad that is working to a particular audience and you are making more than you're spending, you just increase the amount of money you're spending on a daily or weekly basis. Does that make sense? Now, with social media, what you do is you set up more accounts, okay? Okay? Now, right, we said ads equal increased budgets. Right? The hardest thing is getting a campaign above 1x ROAS. Scaling is not hard. Okay? How do you promote when brand bidding not allowed? What are you talking about? Is there some sort of is it written in the Bible that brand bidding is not allowed? No. Is it written in the Quran or the Bhagavad Gita? No. Okay. Your job is to promote products and make sales. You don't need brand bidding, and none of these free traffic or brand. You can't scale with brand bidding. Okay, you don't need brand bidding. Long tail question-based keywords. You find long tail question-based keywords, competitor keywords, competitor brands. We teach a lot of this stuff in my course, but keep in mind you need landing pages, right? There's a lot of why would you do brand bidding? So when you're scaling free traffic, okay? Scale by social network. Okay, now scaling by social network means if you are posting on TikTok, make sure you're automatically posting those same things on YouTube Shorts. Make sure you're posting those same things on Instagram. Make sure you're posting the same things on Twitter. Make sure you're posting those same things on Rumble, okay? And see if those results pick up, okay? Now, just like this person is, who's marketing my products using the content I've given you for free and using the links, you know, the affiliate link that you can get, once again, for free, I would recommend to this person to automatically post, you know, automatically have their posts go up on other networks as well, okay? You know, if this video, because, and the logic here is, you might be saying, John, what's the logic here? If he's putting up videos that are getting hundreds of thousands of views on TikTok, right? And this is a random video. Keep in mind, this is all random, how it works. You know, it could have been this video, 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 okay? I'm sure I posted this video on my TikTok at one point and it didn't get 500,000 views. But it might get a lot of views on Twitter as well. One of these videos might get a lot of views on Twitter or YouTube Shorts or Rumble or Instagram. Does that make sense, guys? If a video is getting views, if a video you post is getting views on one social network, it'll probably get views on another. Does that make sense? Does it make sense, folks? Okay. Now, the other way to scale is, as I've said, you can create tons of variations of this video, this same luxury video, or the supercar video, or, you know, these clips of me, by simply putting a different music file over it, or by simply changing the volume of the music. Any trick, Zachariah, any trick to go viral on shorts? Dude, I'm just teaching people how to, the trick is post 3 times a day, right? These people are just doing what I'm saying and they're just getting these results. I'm telling you the tricks right here. But the trick is not to get caught up in your head, right? You've been so conditioned by the education system to not break the rules or not do anything wrong or, you know, like wait for approvals. Your brain has been so tricked that you do nothing. Most of the people here, statistically, that are watching me, their brains have been so tricked. Well, there's some questions I have to not take action, to sit, to lay on a couch, to sit down, to drive to the other end of the parking lot instead of walk. We're so conditioned to sit, to not think, to not take action. The trick is actually doing stuff, okay? Because what I'm telling you is how these people are doing it. I'm not giving folks any other inputs other than what I've told you already. Okay? There's no secret magic I'm like holding back from you guys, okay? It's just you have to take action. So, we discussed one trick is scaling by social networks, scale to the other networks, post the same content other places. The other way to scale is scale by accounts. Now, since we know we can simply take a different audio file and put it over a video, we can create endless amounts of content. Now, to scale by accounts can get tricky because you run into spam. You run the risk of getting, you know, of these social networks thinking your account is spam, which is essentially what, you know, spam's a negative word, but essentially what we're doing. We're just getting tons of content out there, but the algorithms like it. The algorithms like it, and they'll give you views. I'm showing you a trick. I'm showing you real life hacks, okay? And if you know these are real life hacks, type in hacks, right? So, scale by accounts. Now, with a single mobile phone or with a single computer, you can safely have 3 to 5 accounts per social network, okay? So you can be running 3 to 5 accounts that are posting content per social network. Now keep in mind that you can't just take content you created for one account and post it on another account. You need to change it up slightly. Maybe change the audio level, maybe change the audio volume by 2%, right? 1%, 2%. Change, just how I showed you to create videos. Each video is unique, meaning it has like maybe different videos.
Smoking that.
3 to 5 accounts per social network.
Yeah, buddy.
3 posts per day.
Good.
3 hashtags per post. That's a generally good thing. Now, let's take this up a notch. Now, what if you wanted to scale? How many folks are thinking, well, John, if I can do it with
John, you want to come in, buddy?
How do I do more accounts? Type in me, right? How many folks are wondering, how could I do this? How could I manage 50 TikTok accounts? 500? Surely,
500.
If this works, we could be doing more, right? Well, the thing here is, again, going back to mindset, don't overthink this initially. This is going to be more of an advanced thing. You have to spend money. Just get started. Get started with 3 accounts on TikTok. Or get started with 1 account. Post 1 thing on TikTok. And change, just change your mindset around production. Now, if you are more of an advanced affiliate, let's say you have money. Let's say you're not, most of my followers are like in Bangladesh, Nigeria, Morocco, and you're like, I have no money, or whatever you said. Right now the undetected, okay? Now, if you want to take things up a notch, you're going to have to use a special tool. Okay, you're going to have to use, let's find, where's undetected? Let me find, there's a few tools, but browser, where's undetectable.io, there we go. So you're gonna have to use some sort of anti-detection browser, right? Anti-detection, basically what you're doing is you're changing up your fingerprint so that it looks like your phone or machine that you're posting on is a different machine. And again, you can create 3 to 5 social accounts on TikTok to do, per each virtual fingerprint that you have. Okay. And folks, tell me if this is too advanced, or tell me if you love it. Right, what I'm going over now, because I'm going over some pretty advanced stuff. Right, you're gonna have to pay for this sort of stuff. Another Dolphin browser, TikTok, anti-detect. Another browser you can use is Dolphin. Right, manage all of your TikTok accounts in one tab. This is another browser you can use, okay? A VPN does not do the same. A VPN doesn't change your fingerprint of your browser. So VPNs aren't the same. VPNs are one level, but they're not going to help you do what I'm talking about. Because the thing with a VPN is it'll say my phone. The phone I'm using and the what's called the MAC address still is similar, because your VPNs change your IP address, but there's a lot more information that social networks like TikTok and Facebook and Instagram and YouTube Shorts are looking at. The additional stuff they are looking at is they're looking at the screen size, they're looking at the browser you're using, the device version, they're looking at, the browser.
Cheers, Wild Jimbo.
Your browser is using, They're looking at so many additional things.
Yeah,
Sometimes
damn,
you
what
put
the fuck?
history. A VPN is not going to actually solve the problem of allowing you to create dozens or hundreds of social accounts to auto post from. Okay, it's just not. Okay. You need to use something like anti-detect, and if you've noticed, right, NordVPN does not, you know, these are software solutions specifically marketed to affiliate marketers. They're specifically for people doing this stuff, and there's a reason companies like this exist. It's not just, you know, these are unknown companies. I mean, has anybody here heard of these companies before? Undetectable.io and, you know, these are very specific companies for a very specific purpose, and it's because NordVPN doesn't solve it. Okay, makes sense? Okay. Hey, we'll forget about it then. Lord of Action, just post on any, you know, post on accounts then, you know. But for those who are advanced in the audience, you guys will kind of get it. Okay? The modern affiliate marketing mindset is to, it's you know, let me think of how the modern affiliate marketing mindset. I'm trying to think if I'm thinking of a successful affiliate or a non-successful affiliate. Well, the modern affiliate marketing mindset thinks with like this: automation, leverage, constant failure. Why? And you might wonder, why constant failure? Why is constant failure, you know, a good thing? Because it shows that you're actually out there in the field. If you're not trying things and failing, you're shit. You know, you're scared. And scared money don't make money. Famous saying. I don't know who made it up. Scared money don't make money. Gotta get out there, and you gotta get posting, ads, social posts, anything, because that's how you're gonna make money. Okay. Questions. Here, I'm gonna go over some questions. Let me throw this on. What'd you guys enjoy so far? What have you guys enjoyed most? It's great talking to all of you. I'm gonna look at some of the questions in the chat right here. Sorry, I have to move around all my screens and stuff. Okay, we see. John, I use TikTok and Vice, blah, 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 blah. Do you have any advice? Do you think it's a problem with offer or landing page? Not sure. Try a different link shortener. Try Linktree. I don't know. I'm not getting clicks. Are you getting views, Alvaro? How many views are you getting? Guys, and if you're telling me you're not getting clicks, right? I don't care. You're not helping me help you. Right? First tell me, you know, if you're getting no clicks, but you got to back up a step. You got to give me data on how many posts you did, how many views they got, right? Again, it's a waterfall. We have to think of affiliate marketing like, I'll bring up my thing. Right? Oh, John, I got no clicks. Right? This is what I hear sometimes from people. Right? Well, post something to help me help you, right? Post data. You know? A better way to say it is, hey, John, you know, first off, if you are writing things like this, it sounds pathetic. And I can't help. And I don't mean that in an offensive way. I'm just saying, I don't want to hear negativity like that because there's no way I can help it. Here's a better way you can phrase it. Hey, John. I posted 30 times last month on TikTok, but didn't receive any views. Any ideas why that might be? Right? This is a question that I will not see. What's more likely is I post 30 times on TikTok last month, got, 1,200 views, but no link clicks. Any ideas why that might be? Right, do you guys see how this is more helpful information that might allow us to help figure out where the problem is? Does anyone see that? Right, or another thing might be, hey John, I posted 30 times last month on TikTok, got 1,200 views, I got 24 clicks on my bio link, and 12 clicks on my affiliate link, but no sales. Any ideas why that might be? This information, when you let us, if you just say, look, I got no clicks or no sales, it doesn't help us assess where the problem is, right? Is it that people are not going and clicking into your link in the bio? Is it that people are clicking the link in your bio but are not clicking on the affiliate link? Right? Is it that your content isn't getting any views? Is that people are clicking the affiliate links but they're not buying? Right? Each problem, along this, each situation where the drop-off is a different problem with a different solution. I can solve these things, but you need to feed me with information. If you just post in sad sort of commentary, oh, I didn't get any sales, right, it's not going to help you. And I can't help you. And frankly, it frustrates me because I want to be helpful. And I think I showed you the success that people are getting here too, right? The success of people who are making tons of money, tons of commissions, even 70-year-olds, right? Even 70-year-olds, okay? The point is, it works. How to join private black hat groups and super affiliates? I personally think I'm spinning greater knowledge than any black hat affiliate groups will be going here, especially when I go over my AI stuff in a second. Can you set up an ad for me? Yeah, it costs a ton of money. You can have my team set up ads for you. We actually do that. So we have what's called a done for you coaching program. Okay. And here I'll bring up some information on that. Where is this? So here. If you want us to actually set everything up for you, like set up ads for you, it's not cheap, and you can apply through, I'll give you the link to, I think it's here. I'll give you the link to learn more and apply for that program, but not only will we set up ads for you, but we will actually get them making money profitably. We'll set up the ads, set up the landing page, get your ad account functioning, and get ClickBank paying you money before you even start taking over any management of accounts. Okay? It's called, we call it Super Affiliate System Platinum. It is basically, I mean, here's, just to give you an idea, our coaches, even the coaches that are working with my students are making over $250,000 a year from affiliate marketing. here is one of our coaches, and let me actually get this. I wish I could zoom in more on this. Okay, here we go. One of our coaches actually has already made $250,000 this year. Our head of coaching already made $250,000 from ClickBank. Not from me. This year. Right? Just doing affiliate marketing the way I taught him to. Now, what our coaching program includes we literally set up an ad account. We guarantee that your ad account will make 100 sales. We teach you how to actually utilize the ad account. Here's an example of a ad account and affiliate account we set up for a student. We spent about $100 and we got them a return of $570 in their ad account. Okay. This is another account we turned over to a different student of ours. We just got it making money with their ClickBank account, and we just hand them over. And as you see here, to make this account's money $1,000, we spent $400. We spent $400 on where is this? Sonofit Prodentum. Yeah, but this was our money we spent, and we found Prodentum was working on this account. So we use what's working for us already. We just basically set up affiliate businesses for other students, and it's working off them. Okay. I know that seems crazy, but again, we do pretty well. And yeah, I mean, people said, you know, that was highly requested. Our students wanted us to set up ads for them. Let's get off that. Okay. What else would you guys like to go over? Would you guys like to go over we could go over a few topics. We could go over, I could show you more stuff around posting. I could just keep doing that. I know you guys love it when we're actually like just creating video, more AI. Okay, let's go to AI. Okay, who wants to create an AI of John Cristani to write emails? For them. How much does SAS Platinum cost? 30,000. 30,000. Yeah, it's not cheap. We don't care about being affordable. We do not care. I could care less. Okay. Ad tutorial. I don't think ad tutorials are really good for this channel because most of the people here, I've surveyed my audience. Most of the people here don't have any money for ads. So I just don't think it. You know, I found that it doesn't really apply. AI. Let's do AI. Okay. Let's do AI. The 30,000. Mind these browsers I put are big. Okay. Okay. Let's go to ChatGPT. What are you guys up to this weekend? What are you guys getting into? Who here's getting some reposting going on? And how many folks here are members of Andrew Tate's groups? Or part of Hustlers University? Anyone here part of Hustlers University? Just type in Hustler or something. Tony, awesome. Let's okay. Now we're gonna create something very special here. Okay, we're gonna create something very special. Let me actually. Now,
Why has the U.S. government lied?
But you know, but I'm still messing around with a lot of stuff, so I'm not going to show you necessarily everything where I'm at. But I'm going to help you create. I'm going to help you create an identity. Okay, this is the first step. Okay. Okay. Now let's see. We are going to give it a response. Sorry, I'm just Who here has ChatGPT also? Please type in if you have ChatGPT. Or if you've used it. Okay. Sorry, I'm preparing this demo. Influencer. Making money online. Financial freedom. Okay. Good. Sorry, I'm preparing this. Okay. So we're going to talk to ChatGPT here. So I'm giving it a message prompt. Okay. Now the first step here is I have to give it a message prompt. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it some instructions. Okay. Okay, Alvaro, Tony Briggs. So what I told, now you might not see this too well, but what I did was I told ChatGPT that they are now known as me, as Cristani, or John Cristani. Cristani is the best expert in the world when it comes. So the first step is we have to train it, okay? We have to train our AI. Now we want to train how it talks and how it identifies. Okay, this is very nuanced. Okay. Now let's let's give it some further instructions. Okay. So what we did was we told ChatGPT that it is Cristani. Okay? And we want to make sure it understands what we're saying. Okay. Good, it's working. Okay. We're going to train it on some guidelines to post for us. Okay.
What's up, Jimbo? Hey, ChatGPT is one of the most profound AIs we have right now.
For the
I was talking to the ChatGPT about electrogravitic shit. Shit was dope.
Video descriptions. Incorporate all of, you will be provided a one. So here we have to look at, you know, what, how much text is allowed in an Instagram post. Okay. The Instagram caption limit is 2,200 characters. Let's just give it a character limit. You know, let's just say, okay, so we're going to train it. We're going to say 1. The entire response must be no more than 250 characters. 2, 3 hashtags of relevant, 3 relevant hashtags must be used for each video description, each video description. We will be writing one video description at a time. Okay? Okay, so what we're doing is we're giving it guidelines now. So what we've trained it to do is we've given it identity of John Cristani. And now we are training it. Okay? Does everyone understand what we're doing here? We're training an AI. Do you understand what we're doing? We're training an AI. Okay? Okay, so it understands what. So I haven't done this before, but you know, let's
If broke people
create. Let's see if it can. I don't think. Let's see if. Okay, let's see this. Okay, I want you to write a video description for this video. Let's see if it works. Let's see if it works. Oh, you know what? I think you get this. I didn't train it well enough because I was trying to use, I was copying and pasting text from the other thing. But I think you kind of get the idea here. Okay, we're training it, and it'll write stuff for us. Okay. This is the beginning of when you have the AI creating an identity of me. You can have it doing a lot of stuff. Okay. Oh, I didn't provide its specific instructions. Yeah, I messed up. I tried to do it on the fly, but that's essentially how you can create an AI for that. But you have to train it. You have to give it an identity, and you have to use hypnosis. Hypnosis in AI. I'm not going to go any deeper into it.
Hypnosis is a funny.
Oh, let me look at the chat. Questions. And yeah, and sorry folks, I'm not going to go much deeper into AI. This is pretty cutting edge stuff, but I did give you enough for those of you that are actually, you know, and again, if you're making money, you know, it makes more sense. But if you're just getting started, don't complicate things, okay? The biggest thing I see that's wrong with people's mindsets when they're trying to make money is they're in this scheming mindset. They want to think of like, how do I use, they want to try to do
thing.
They want to
I've been reaching out to a lot of people in the community, including the skeptical side, And I respect them because they seem to do some of the more accurate research.
Chatbots.
They're not open to
supposed to form connections that give you information.
If I take this thing he said and do this
These sightings, then you had the CIA get involved with the intelligence community, and they, concoct this plan with the Air Force to put together this panel of scientists called the Robertson panel.
First chapter of the book.
Yeah. So then that happened. So I'm really curious, like, what's your take on how the Air Force dealt with cases post Robertson panel versus pre-Robertson panel? Do you notice a difference? And if so, what is it?
I think it was a bit of a watershed moment. I mean, but clearly there was a direction of travel anyway that they were going to try and write off cases as much as they could. But I don't think there'd been a scientific backup to that. There'd been, obviously, they'd had Hynek as a consultant at certain times, with Steinbridge, or less of Bridge, but also for then Blue Book. And he was coming up with fairly mundane explanations, celestial explanations, because he was an astronomer. So if there's any hint of it being a star or a comet or a meteor or whatever, then that's what they said. And of course, he had all the balloon stories as well. So clearly,
Wilson twins, or some drop shipping guy, or some crypto guy, or meme coin, or whatever you're doing, but find one person who's got a way for you to make money, and don't chop it up. Don't Frankenstein it. Frankensteining things is when you try to take all these different elements of something and put it together. Okay? Don't try to be unique. Uniqueness is ego, right? If you want to be a good soldier, you are operating as part of a unit. You are a warrior. It's not, I want to go out and get the most kills. Right? It's you want to serve and protect your unit. So follow, find a rich person to follow, and follow it confidently. Don't Frankenstein things, because that's the ego. Yeah, a lot of folks are trying to reinvent the wheel. They're trying to add some sort of unique flair to it. But it also is a way of giving yourself like a mental out, like, this didn't work because, of a million excuses. It hurts when you fail and it's your fault, but it's always your fault. This is not a good activity. Okay, always take ownership of your life. Okay, a lot of the books, which is your favorite? My favorite, in terms of marketing, or in terms of life? Right, we'll bring up a book here. My favorite book is, for marketing, if you're beginning and you don't get it yet, you're like, I don't, what is this affiliate marketing thing? Is this just go read Ogilvy? What is direct response marketing? How can you spend money on ads and make money? Isn't that fake? Or if you're just I don't understand this whole industry, read Ogilvy on advertising. Talks about how affiliate marketing's been done over 100 years. Tracking mail pieces and tracking letters and tracking phone calls, right? It's just, tracking news ads, etc. It kind of talks about the industry we're in, which is called direct response marketing. Direct response marketing is where you spend $1 to make more than $1. Okay. If you are sort of in those phases of life where you're I don't know if I want to start a business yet. I kind of, I'm kind of comfortable. I kind of like my job. I'm kind of wishy-washy. I don't want to do any of these posting stuff, but I eventually want to become rich, but I just don't have a lot of motivation. Read The Alchemist, right? But if you're a little bit further along than The Alchemist, where you're yeah, I know I want to be rich. I don't know. I just don't get it. and I don't get it. Another great book is The Millionaire Fast Lane. It really talks about how you can use leverage, automation, you know, there's a shift in thinking you have to go through from being a consumer to a producer. Okay, and read. Don't get the audiobook. Don't get the Kindle. Get a freaking book. Why? It's slow. It's slow. And your brain will take more of it in. Right, if you really want to have thoughts transfer into your own brain, it's best to do it just a normal, slow way. If you're listening to an audiobook, you're going to be thinking about other stuff, you're going to be driving. Best to do it slow. Underline things that stand out to you. If you're looking for a really good book on marketing, and just, you know, you're like, I understand the direct response industry, John, I just want pure tactics. I don't need any buy-in. This is what I do every day. I just need tactics. I need more raw tactics. I'm split testing. I'm posting. I just need more. I just need to know how to write better. Okay, Cashvertising is the first book I'd suggest you get. Really good book, lots of marketing tactics. I think I have my copy right here. Right. I used to buy this. This was required reading for every one of my employees when I started my companies. And then if you are more advanced with marketing, and by the way, here I'm just going to plug affiliate links all throughout the chat. Here, why have I not been? I'm an affiliate marketer, right? Where is? Oh, here. Cashvertising. Now, the book where I'd say an advanced marketing book, and this was the book that really helped me, what I call get marketing. This is where I got marketing. This is the book that caused me to become what I'd say good, or this led me down that path. It's called The Ultimate Sales Letter. That's a big boy. $10.
He said it's a big boy.
$10. Look at this. Affiliate link, site stripe. The Ultimate Sales Letter. This book is a masterpiece. I highly suggest anyone get this. It's long, it's dense, and it'll give you some crazy tactics in marketing. If you're talking about my favorite book, what I'd call maybe overall, I'd say it's this book. It's a science fiction book. It's called Snow Crash. And this book is what I'd call advanced reading. Okay, it has nothing to do with marketing. It has everything to do with futurism, the future. It's a wild ride. But I also believe that large books, like, you know, I read a lot of big books, right? This is one of Neil Stephenson's latest books, Termination Shock. And this book was short. This book was short for him, coming in at around 700 pages. Okay. Now, what I like about books, especially big books, is that from very smart people, is they train your mind to think in a different way. Snow Crash by Neil Stephenson. Now, Snow Crash is now the author that wrote this book was the first ever employee at Jeff Bezos' space company. He's a consultant to Elon Musk, Sergey Brin, Bill Gates, and Jeff Bezos. He's with a lot of billionaires. He thinks next level, and he writes 1,000-page books. If you can sit down and read a 1,000-page book, if you can understand what other billionaires are interested in and have that as sort of attention span, you are far ahead of most other people. Because most people's attention spans are thinking this short, right? Most people's attention spans are not going to be fit for these live streams. Okay. But my goal here is to help you connect with somebody who's worth many millions and learn marketing techniques live, because you probably don't get to hang out and talk with or ask questions with somebody who makes millions of dollars a year from marketing. Right. John, how come you have not written a hard copy book yet? I have. Work at Home Secrets. We've sold tens of thousands of copies. Right? Here's my book. I guess it's 97 bucks. There's some used books out there. Yeah, we don't produce them anymore. We sold like about 30,000 copies of my book. So about 30,000 people bought my book. We sold it on TV. I do TV ads for it. Okay. Any questions, folks? Any questions about marketing? Anything else we can go over? Other than that, I'm gonna, well, I'll let you guys, I'll wait a second for you guys to ask questions, and yeah. Once again, Bob Lee death. Oh, interesting topic. Bob Lee was the entrepreneur who founded Cash App, a billionaire who was killed in San Francisco by homeless people stabbing him to death. Now, my view on Bob Lee, I think he's an amazing person. I don't know why he, it sucks. The cities are becoming disgusting. Now, I moved outside of a city, right? You see here, I live in the middle of a mountain, right? There's the top of my mountain. You know, here's the valley where Malibu Creek is down there, and I'm overlooking all this stuff, right? I don't see any neighbors. You see any neighbors? See any neighbors? Neighbors, right? I got land, and I believe there's a huge benefit to. I think the cities are, I don't know, San Francisco. It's over-regulation is what I think has caused this homeless crisis. People are sissies. People are not walking around with guns or knives anymore to protect themselves, except for the criminals. The more the more it's just I don't understand it. My view on his death, the classes are getting further and further apart, right? The wealthy are getting wealthier. The poor are getting poor, and it's because the wealthy people use their minds. To create wealth, you have to use your minds. You have to take action. You use tools like ChatGPT, right? People who are already smart are going to make even more money because of tools like ChatGPT and AI. People who are not smart, who are not action takers, are not going to make any more money. In fact, they're going to lose more money because people who have short attention spans and are easy to be controlled are going to become ever easier to keep controlled. Your data is in an algorithm, and the algorithms know you better than you know yourself. The algorithms know what you're going to do. If you are a rule follower, then you have been programmed. And those rules and those behaviors that have been conditioned into you will be used against you, and you will never live a life of freedom financially or personally or in your relationships. You will always be controlled. You can get out, but you have to break rules. You have to take action. You have to face failure. You have to face emotional pain. You have to let go of your ego. And if you cannot take emotional pain or letting go of your ego, then you do not deserve to be wealthy. Okay? Have you ever thought about leaving California? No. My kids are out here, and my kid's mother is out here as well. So I care about my kids. Also, California, I own real estate out here. California is the best, safest place for money in the world, especially California real estate. Why? I love Russian people. I'm actually learning, and Putin I think is super cool. I'm learning, I'm learning Russian right now, right? California real estate is the best, safest spot for money in the world for the next 10 years. California is the middle ground between America and China. It's where Chinese citizens are pulling their money out of the country and they're putting it in California. And so are many people from other countries, and so are most of the rich Americans live in California as well. California is a California real estate is a financial safe haven. And personally, my children are here, so, and that is the greatest creation of all, okay? That is the greatest creation of all. A true creator, whether you are a woman or a man, will seek to have children, and more of them, okay? Elon Musk has 12 children. Andrew Tate has 10 children. And creation is important. Creating children, especially right now, is more important than anything you could ever do. It's more important than a business you can create. It's more important than anything. Create children, protect them, love them, and teach them to be free. Okay? The epidemic of women waiting till their 30s to have children is, I think, crazy. If you want children, have them young. If you don't want children, that's fine. Nobody's judging you. Nobody cares. It's totally fine. If people don't want to have children, I think that's fine too. But if you're going to have children, as a woman, I think it should be younger, right? And if you're going to have children as a man, I think do it, right? I think it's important. Okay, how much does it cost to start affiliate marketing course with me? Our cheapest course is, we have a video training course for $1,000. You can search, just search Super Affiliate System and find it. Okay, life isn't hard, but it's getting scarier. Yeah, I wouldn't, again, I don't notice a lot of things because I don't use social media. I'd encourage you to use less social media if it seems to be getting scarier. What I know is my flowers, it's springtime. It's a full moon last night. My flowers are starting to bloom. My sycamores are starting to come alive. Right, these are the things in my worldview. There's nothing scary about what's going on unless I go to social media or the news. Right, and I don't go to those things. We'll build an off-grid Les Nisbet, that sounds super cool. I'm a designer builder for 55 years. I don't know what I'd talk about, man. You know, like, you know, I'm only investing in my own companies right now, and, you know, I'm not going to use any of my properties to start an off-grid resort. But I think it's cool. I think it's cool. I mean, what you know, give me something more specific. Or what's your opinion on the future is China and the Middle East? I'd agree with that. I think the most important thing here is the future is not America, and it's not. And it's because America is going to break apart. There will be a military coup. There will be a military-led coup sometime before the end of the decade. The internet will be shut down. Right? The internet's the biggest problem right now because it's so easy to control people. Most people are controlled. Everyone is controlled to some degree, and some people are controlled very heavily. And so the internet will be shut down, and you know, the internet service providers and whatnot will be taken over by government in the U.S. And there will be a military coup. There will be some sort of breakup. Not saying that, you know, America isn't still successful in the future, and especially California, but it's the political structure is going to be different, right? It's going to be like, you know, like the Roman Empire, right? There's like the Eastern Roman Empire, then the Western Roman Empire, then it broke up into like, you know, there's like North Africa, you know, the Ottomans and this and that, you know, so it's just going to break up, right? So I don't believe the future is necessarily, you know, places with high birth rates are definitely going to come up. And I think the Middle East has a lot more young people. So these things are going to succeed more in the long term. But the fact is there's so much technology in the United States, and people are so, you know, the elite technologists that live in America are far beyond many people around the world, right? These guys like Elon Musk or Sergey Brin or, you know, all these other knuckleheads creating billion-dollar companies. They kind of know it. They're kind of next level, and they're going to become richer, right? The United States will become a technocracy, meaning instead of a country ruled by, you know, politicians or whatnot, it'll be ruled by tech billionaires, essentially. Any landing page conversion or offer picking advice? Yeah, high gravity offers, and spend a couple hours researching and finding landing pages. I heard that posting is not an element of promotion because you either have to already have recipients. No, you're wrong. For online, I already answered that earlier, right? I showed a bunch of accounts that started with nothing and reposted content and got hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views. Okay, people are not evil. People can be hounded. Yeah, I don't think people are evil too, but yes, they can become evil through conditioning, right? Control, right? Nazis, you know, you had the entirety of the most educated country in the world in the 1940s was Germany. Educated, right, but also controlled. And they also led a genocide of their own people, friends, family, etc. And they did that because they did that because they were controlled, right? So normal people do evil things, for sure. But it's, you know, there's an element of control there. I'd like to be able to use my Russian speaking. Yeah, I don't know how to speak it. I'm just learning the alphabet right now. Spasiba. Puerto Rico in the house. What's up, Puerto Rico? Do you like Russian people and Putin? Yeah, Putin's a badass, as I already said. I mean, you know, the war in Ukraine was obviously started by us, right? Zelensky's a puppet. You know, this is sort of obvious stuff. I don't need to go on a political tangent here. Where to find deepfake videos? Just search deepfake. Tour of your house. That's what's up. You make millions per year from advertising. Yeah. For scaling, we should increase budget or bids or keywords. Increase budgets. Okay. Any other questions for me? Guys, great stuff. Have a great weekend. Once again, all of the Telegram groups that for the reposting is in the description. I put the Discord link in the description. Have a fantastic weekend. Think for yourself. Don't watch the news. Get rid of some social medias of yours. I encourage you all, your homework is get rid of one social media network. Get rid of one social media app on your phone. Delete it. Delete all the history. Delete your, just delete the app off your phone. Okay? If you don't have a computer yet, go buy a computer. Folks, all the best. Bye. Have a great weekend. See you next week. Bye.
He's hitting a vape. He's hitting a fucking vape. Look.
For scaling, we should increase budget or bids or keywords. Increase budgets. Okay. Any other questions for me? Guys, great stuff. Have a great weekend. Once again, all of the Telegram groups that for the reposting is in the description. I put the Discord link in the description. Have a fantastic weekend. Think for yourself. Don't watch the news. Get rid of some social medias of yours. I encourage you all, your homework is get rid of one social media network. Get rid of one social media app on your phone. Delete it. Delete all the history. Delete your, just delete the app off your phone. Okay? If you don't have a computer yet, go buy a computer. Folks, all the best. Bye. Have a great weekend. See you next week. Bye.
What the fuck is that thing? What the hell is that thing? What the fuck is that thing you smoking, bro?
Off your phone. Bye. Have a great weekend. See you next week. Bye.
What's he smoking on, bro? Oh man, I don't know what kind of vape that is.
Oh, let's get it. Let's get it. Go live.
Can see. Friday, may everyone.
These aliens, I guess you.
Is that a path?
Anyway, but then again, this is occasionally you'll get a question and answer, but it's very, very few and far between. So you don't get that sense of the actual, how the questioning went.
Sure.
You do. There were once or twice. There's an example in the book where one of the pilots, he was actually a civilian pilot, and he was questioning how the questions were asked in the questionnaire. The official Blue Book questionnaire that went out to pilots, and which had all these lists of stuff about what they'd seen and how they'd seen it and all the rest of it.
Right.
And it was apparently the way that the questionnaire was kind of written was to weed out a whole load of stuff that might have the fact they were making things up or something like that. And this guy had obviously seen through a lot of that, and he was quite annoyed about how the way the question was worded, and he'd written some fairly pointed answers as to like saying, why are you asking this? That's not the way to ask this question, all this kind of stuff.
Right.
So yeah, he'd seen through the way they were doing it. And they'd actually realised that they had to be a bit more kind of cagey about how they did it. So yeah, there was a bit of that as well, which is really, really, really weird.
Okay, so who is? I guess let's get to this question from Joe. Hi, Joe. Thanks for asking the question. Did Graham notice a shape difference between UFOs then and now? Or
they've been different all the time
over the years. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you get the same types. You get the same. Well, there's one on the bottom there. You get the same types that occur time and time again. Nowadays, what are they? The Tic Tac shape.
Right.
Time. But Tic Tac shape, you could almost the old cigar shape, because that used to be a phrase they used to use a lot.
That was popular.
Especially I used to read from the books from the 60s and 70s. Cigar shaped UFOs were a thing. I guess you could call a cigar shaped a Tic Tac, or a torpedo shaped craft a Tic Tac. So, and torpedo shapes go back to the 1940s, even the early 1940s reports. So things can be called slightly different things, but actually, essentially, they might be the same thing. But then you've got other stuff as well, haven't you? You've got the classic kind of dome-shaped stuff. You've got, big cigars. You've got cubes with circles in them or whatever. And there's a whole load of things in between. You name it. There's probably a cone-shaped, hat-shaped. There's all sorts of stuff. Egg-shaped. Socorro.
You have no idea if some of these are the same or not. Yeah.
I'll just go on and witter on here for the next 10 minutes. My voice, kick sort of just dies on me. You could come up with a huge list of shapes and sizes.
Yeah,
I'm sure everybody's seen a chart. There are charts that appear on Twitter every so often with all the different shapes and sizes. So there's a lot of them.
Why do you think there's such a difference in?
Is it because there's a multiple species? Is it because they're all different roles? Is it because it's our perception?
Right.
The jury's out on all of them. So I don't know is the answer. I'm not an expert. I write about these things, but I know that this one about them. So in terms of why they're different shapes, I don't know.
Yeah.
Or it's just how they're reported, or it's the perception of the people who are seeing them. So I guess we don't get multiple sightings in so much as we'll get one who says it's one thing and one who says it's another. So that would be the acid test, wouldn't it be, for perception? So if you got like a multiple sighting where you had, say, 30 people saw something, and 10 people saw a cigar, and 20 and 5 people saw a top hat, and yada yada yada, then you would then know it was perception.
It very rarely goes that way.
No, it doesn't. No. So most of the time when they see something like the Phoenix Lights, let's say, which was thousands of people, it was that V shape, wasn't it? So everybody seems to see the same thing, but it just so happens that was a different shape than other stuff that's been seen in night and day. So who knows? I don't know.
I happen to think humans are actually pretty good observers. It's just that sometimes they don't know what they're observing, but actually describing where they're looking or what the color or shape is generally is pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
the Berwick Mountain landing, or the Berwyn Mountain landing rather. Somebody's asked me about there as well. So yeah, there's a good book on that which Andy Roberts wrote, and I've got it and I haven't read it yet, and I really want to read it before I sort of talk a bit more about that case. But it's supposed to be like the Welsh Roswell or something, where there might have been some kind of military involvement on a hillside with something that might have crashed or landed, all the rest of it. It's an interesting one. It's one of those cases we mentioned before about, we'll say, a bit about a case, but you don't know the whole ins and outs of it. That's one of them.
Yeah. There's so many of these landing stories. If you come across a landing or a crash story that is I guess I don't know what's the best crash story that you've heard, you know, other than Roswell, which I don't even know, knowing you, if you would say that would be a best one. But have you heard a really good one?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you go back to the Foo Fighters book, there's the one that was that landed on the north coast of Poland in July 1943, and there was a French kind of conscripted worker, and he was working at this place in Poland, and he was walking through the sand dunes one day, and he came across this craft that was half buried in the sand with a female pilot, and that's possibly the one where it's just like there's so much to do with this story because it was quite detailed, his description. It was all in French, obviously, where I translated it, but it's quite an intriguing tale. And it wasn't the only UFO you reckon he ever saw. He saw one 2 years earlier in France. So in terms of landing stories, that one's really interesting because it's actually during the Second World War, for one thing. It's long before Roswell, so you've got a whole lot of things going on there.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, it's always hard to...
What's up, Jimbo?
I never know how to take the crash cases. And whether they're contact
Cheers, bro. Happy Good Friday.
Who's seen something and even radar picked it up. All these cases, they'll leave you in the same spot all the time.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
They do.
and a lot of the times the bizarre ones, if you just for a second forget about some of the bizarre details.
Yeah, I quit e-nicotine too.
Yeah. I only do the
I was doing this fucking thing right here. It's called like killer custard, and it fucked up my lungs.
Ooh, that's
killer custard.
Yeah.
You had that diacetyl shit that caused popcorn lungs. But that shit good, man. It was like eating fucking creme brulee or some shit.
It's good though, dude. The first one was the Mexican Danny. The chorizo. Yeah, that was my favorite.
You said chorizo?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's like a breaded and sugar. You got that choice.
Oh, true. Is it kind of like a cinnamon churro?
Churro, that's it.
Oh, churro. Yeah.
I'm bad.
That sounds good. I like this. I like that creme brulee one, but it fucked up my lungs. I had to stop smoking this shit.
It was too good to be true.
I used to hit that vape and just be like in VR and Pavlov VR, like in Minecraft. Like in Minecraft, we all have our strapped up crazy ass guns, and there's like we were playing TTT, like Trouble in Terrorist Town. It's so funny. Like random people get assigned to be a terrorist, and random people get assigned to be a sheriff or detective and whatever, and also innocent. And they have to take out the traitors. The traitors have to take out the innocents. It's a really fun game. It was like one of my favorite maps was a Minecraft map. It was so funny, dude. It's like being strapped up in real life, like in a fucking Minecraft game. It's so funny, dude. Oh my god. I should play it on stream for you guys. It's so funny, dude. You know, like just everybody's blasting people away, like even little kids on there just like
That'd be awesome.
Shooting heads off and shit. Like, it's crazy, man. Shooting bodies in half, heads blowing off, like crazy shit, skulls rolling out. Oh, man. That was one of my favorite. I should show you some Pavlov stuff. I'm going to show you it on the screen for a little bit. I love TTT.
Yeah, You were carbon on it. Sorry, I was listening to the story.
Oh shit, dude! They're gonna have some copyright on this shit, but I'm gonna show Pavlov a little bit.
Whoa!
Oh,
Where did
oh.
you just pull that from while you were pole dancing? What have you done? What have you done?
What is that?
Oh,
I don't know
what did you do?
Guys, how do we defuse this?
How do we defuse it? All right, everyone calm down. Everyone calm down.
Okay, how do
Don't
we do
shoot
this?
it, you idiot.
Yellow then blue. Yellow
Yeah,
then
that's
blue.
the map.
Yellow then blue.
Oh my god!
Holy sh! Welcome to Trouble in Terrorist Town.
No,
where
no,
everything
narrator, you
is
don't
pure and
understand.
awesome.
Narrator, no! No!
What?
Come on, we gotta...
Oh, that's not good.
Murder him.
Oh shit.
Never meet your heroes, dude.
You can pick up the pig.
What the f? Excuse me, put down Amy Schumer at once. She deserves better than that.
Whoa!
What is this man doing?
Oh my god, that is illegal.
All right, everybody, I'm your host, your narrator, and today we're going to do the new sensation that's sweeping the nation. The best playground recess break game, the one thing that makes you drive your brain insane, red light, green light. Ready? Green light. Red light.
Green light. Red light. Yellow lamp. Sorry, mate. Green light. Red light. Yellow light. Red light.
After you get shot, you get to fly around like a fucking ghost to your death.
Freaky, can you come over here?
Yeah?
Can you just have a look at this strange looking box
I'll,
over
I'll
here?
stream it later. I'll stream some Pavlov later.
Torture, necrophilia, and tortoises.
Boys.
Yeah! Oh
This
boy,
is
I
awesome.
can't wait for some fun.
Dude, what the f is that thing? Touch it. Touch it.
Totally.
It has a small, slight scent of, death.
We're playing Russian roulette, alright, boys? Start with you. Alright, you're safe. And you? Oh, unlucky. Unlucky.
Oh, my sweet mother, Mary and Joseph.
That was actually fucking horrifying. Josh, I don't want to be here.
I'm sorry. I'm committed to this.
I'm scared.
Alright, you're next narrator.
Hit me with it, Josh. Hit me with it.
Oh, okay. Lucky you. Brap. Oh! Shit. Alright, here we go. Oh!
Guess it's just me and you, Rodro. Do it. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Narrator takes it.
I'm the best around. Nothing's ever gonna keep me down.
Lead us, Jesus. Lead the way.
Lead the way, Lord and Savior.
Let's play Simon Says, okay?
Oh, I love Simon Says.
Everyone against the wall.
Simon Says.
SpongeBob, me boy, I've overdosed on ketamine and committed tax fraud. Now the government want my testicles.
Can I stand next to someone else, please?
Simon Says crouch. Simon Says crouch.
Hell yeah, gotta get my calisthenics in.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
okay.
Simon Says stand up.
Wolf, okay, I'm up. I'm up.
Okay, now grab your weapon and reload it. Are you sure? Simon Says plant the bomb.
Okay, how the f are we all gonna plant the bomb, Jesus? Oh, you fucking motherfucker!
Jesus, I am your god!
Oh my god, dude.
As I stared into the piggy's eyes, his lifeless autistic eyes, I stared into his... You son of a bitch!
You're talking too much.
As I've said multiple times, just kidding, I've only said this once to my cousin. Suicide is a useful activity as the built from exactly like that. And like me.
That was another suicide PSA by Freakin.
Dude, are you a gamer girl? Are you a gamer girl?
Sure. Give me a hug. I want a hug. Give me a hug. Sure. Yeah, you give a hug.
No, don't shoot the gamer girl! How dare you just shoot the fucking gamer girl! I will slit your
Girls don't exist in VR, kid. She was never real. Whoa! Where did you just fucking pull that from while you were pole dancing? What have you done? What have you done?
Well, what is that?
Oh shit! What did you do?
Guys, how do we defuse this?
How do we defuse it? Alright, everyone calm down. Everyone calm down.
Okay, how do
Don't
we do
shoot
it?
it, you idiot!
Yellow,
Oh,
yellow
shit.
than blue.
Oh
Yellow than
shit!
blue.
Oh
Yellow than
shit!
blue.
Oh my god!
You're supposed to be the detective now, right? Detect!
Okay, detective. You have the name.
What are you doing?
Where do I know Jerry? From Tom and Jerry.
Oh my god!
I sound like the Who now?
From Portal 2, the narrator core.
Oh, the narrator
The
core.
core that keeps. The core that keeps yes, I'm innocent.
Oh, the
again.
cake, the cake is a lie.
Chill.
I don't trust things with sexy voices.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my god!
What did
dude.
you do?
That guy was like that when we got here.
What happened to that man?
He drowned. Clearly.
Yeah, I know.
How could he drown in this?
I don't know. Yo, detective, how many people are left?
Obviously, minus one, motherfucker!
Yeah, traitors forever! Off to the gentle night you go.
Give me all of your ammunition.
Yes, make it rain on us.
Yes.
Make it rain.
Oh, give me all of your ammo, Daddy.
That guy's head just spontaneously combusted. That was so weird.
Hey, Josh, watch what I can do with these guns.
Whoa, hey!
Jesus Christ, you're not gonna like what I'm about to do.
Rickard, wait.
Rickard, wait. Whoa, easy with the knife, Rickard. Put the knife down. Put the knife down. Don't kill him. He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Jesus.
Look what they've done to my boy. They've massacred my boy. You've changed since the Old Testament, Jesus. You're supposed to be better than this.
It would appear we only have 31 seconds left. I bid you all a fair adieu.
This is the not traitor crew. Get down from the house. This is the non-traitor crew. Come down. Down.
We have a pig.
We are not traitors. We have a peace offering. Offer the pig. Offer the pig.
Bring you bacon.
Traitors win. Yeet.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are young and
Where
free.
are you, Rickard?
With
Oh, God
golden
damn it.
soil and wealth.
All right, Joyce.
Our home is God by sea.
Rickard's over there.
Our
On
land
the fucking- over
abounds
there.
in nature's gifts, beauty, rich and rare.
I'm never gonna shut up. Sir, we've double booked your seat and we need you to get the f out the seat right now. I don't know if you've heard, but this is United and we pride ourselves on dealing with customers. Get the f out the seat right now.
But I'm a doctor. I'm going to see my sick grandmother. She's gonna die if she doesn't see me. Do we need to have cuddles? We were gonna play in the park.
ourselves in customer service. Please get the f off our plane.
No.
Get your fucking ass off the plane right now. We made a mistake and you're gonna pay for it.
No, I refuse.
Get off the fucking seat. Get off the fucking plane.
Here at United, we pride ourselves in customer service. United, because you have no choice.
What's up, mother?
He's Russian. He's Russian.
Why did you
Don't
do
trust
that?
the Russian. Don't trust the Russian.
What's up, mother?
Choice.
What's up, mother?
He's Russian. He's Russian.
Why did you
Don't
do
trust
that?
the Russian. Don't trust the Russian.
He just said hello.
Guess what? Here we go. We're gonna play around. Everyone's going to go ahead and dance around. You're innocent. You're innocent. You're a bitch.
I just wanted to do crap parade.
No. Did you just fucking scan me without my permission?
Indeed, I did.
Wow, that's invasive, dude.
embarrassing.
Are you from the NSA or something? You can't just scam people. God damn it.
Who the f did that? That hurt so much.
Who flashed him? You can't flash him. What the hell? Oh, shit. Who did that? Oh, God. Why am I flashing out? Oh, you're the detective.
Okay, Josh. Yeehaw, yeehaw. I'm the detective. I don't trust you. Put your gun down. Listen, Josh. We're gonna have a little experiment here. social experiment, if you will. Hold
Ooh,
still.
what the hell is that thing?
Mother.
Oh shit! Alright, everything is getting a little hectic right now.
I'm scared.
Oh, okay.
It's okay, buddy.
Hello, everybody.
It's okay. It's okay.
Everyone, come to me, my children. Come to me. We are going to be very good.
Oh, shit! How come it's...
I feel like playing Pavlov now for a few minutes. This is gonna be funny, dude. I'm gonna try to find a good server. I don't know if there's any good servers right now. There should be at least one good TTT server.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be cool. Yeah, it's gonna be
Make all my sensors aim the region. There we go. I'm gonna do some VR here. What's going on with this VR? I mean, what's going on with Pavlov? I don't understand what's the bottleneck on video games. %. 3.89 gigahertz, 100%.
wow. That was pretty.
Come on, Pavlov. What's going on?
I think Pablo moved on. That was cornier than a freaking turd. uh,
You said what about a turd?
that what I said was cornier than a turd. Forgot what I said. I'm that right level of high. I don't give a fuck.
Still not loading. I'm just in like a star. I'm just in like the desert looking up at stars and shit. It's not starting the game yet.
That's not food cheese. Sounds like it's old and moldy. Donde está? Sounds like it's old and moldy. Donde está? She's old and moldy. Cada single man.
Pablo.
Cada single man. Oh, back in the 90s.
Fucking game was the best, dude. This would be the best when it was populated. Like really and shit, honestly.
That's kind of crazy. If I had a computer, I'd be playing that all the time. About getting a laptop. If I had a computer, I'd be playing that all the time. About getting a laptop. Comedy.
Yeah, you can play this on a gaming laptop.
Comedy. All entertainment. Right.
What the fuck's going on? Have love. Validating is probably ready. Let's do this. I'm trying to play some Destiny 2 too. Validating, reserving space. What the fuck is going on? I'm just gonna watch Pavlov's shit until then.
Oh, it's just us three left.
Gentlemen.
No, whoa. Ah!
You'll never take me alive, scumbag! There is a girl in my stream called Eva who spent $90 on a hoodie that kind of looks like mine and is obsessed.
We're jerking
off our magazine.
What's going on?
None of your business.
Oh yeah.
Stay quiet.
Magazines in the shower.
What the fuck is going on?
None of your business.
Oh yeah.
Stay quiet.
Yo, let's play some Russian roulette.
Who is asking for more of the stoppy toppy 2000?
Russian roulette, sure.
Classic Russian roulette with a fucking semi-automatic.
play some Russian roulette?
Who was asking for more of the sloppy toppy 2000?
Russian roulette, sure. Yo, I want to show you a good.
Alright, let's play this shit. I'm gonna try to find a funny server. Make some content. Make some have a lot of VR content. What the hell is taking so long for this shit to start up? Normally it's fast as shit. Sweet. The hell's glitching around? There we go. Yo, Jimbo, you there?
What's up? I'm sorry. What's up? Does that sound better? Check, check. Audio check. You're daddy now. Benny the Butcher. I remember playing the first Just Cause. Dude, that was my favorite game on PlayStation platform. Yeah. And now they have it like multiplayer. I was like, oh shit. Sorry. Oh crap. Oh turd nugget. Oh dingleberry. That's pretty cool. I want to get it now. I mastered every helicopter, air, anything that's in the sky, rockets even. Yeah, manipulated them. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, I like corrupting AI. It's just my thing. If there's a brain on a computer, I can destroy it. I just need some time. I gotta get it confused and going for the kill.